Chapter 3948. There was only a single wave of tribulation lightning. Along with this green lightning bolt that was like an infant's arm striking down from the black tribulation cloud, the entire tribulation cloud vanished in an instant, and this represented that the tribulation lightning had ended. As for whether the level 16 treasure liquid successfully resisted the tribulation lightning or not, that had nothing to do with the tribulation cloud. Its mission was merely to sense the appearance of the treasure liquid, condense into form, lock onto its target, and blast down a bolt of tribulation lightning before directly dispersing. Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to the black tribulation cloud that was swiftly dispersing in the sky above him. At this moment, his attention was completely attracted by the green lightning bolt that instantly enveloped the entire ball of azure green treasure liquid after it struck down. Fortunately, the green lightning bolt quickly vanished, but the ball of azure green treasure liquid that was enveloped by the lightning still hung in its original position, and it was still spinning in the air. The only difference was that after it experienced the baptism of the green tribulation lightning, this ball of azure green level 16 treasure liquid seemed to contain a trace of the aura of lightning, and there were clearly some tiny bolts of lightning that were like spider webs on its surface that were extending and retracting. Moreover, it just happened to be the same as the bolt of tribulation lightning that descended before, and it was azure green in color and emitted a dense sense of strangeness. When he saw this scene, Yi Xian's heart that was in his throat finally settled down completely, and joy surfaced in his heart, without a doubt, after experiencing the baptism of a bolt of tribulation lightning. The medicinal effect of this ball of azure green treasure liquid would surely be even more shocking. Moreover, it had a strange green lightning attribute attached to it, and it presumably had a miraculous effect of tempering the body. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian waved his hand and withdrew the Rai seal that floated above his sea of consciousness, and he made a hand seal to activate the might of the Rai seal to revolve around this ball of azure green treasure liquid that was only the size of a cinnabar fruit. One could see that during this process, there was an extremely weak strand of green lightning that was like spider silk that was absorbed by the Rai seal. Yi Xian had dense curiosity towards this type of green lightning that he'd never seen before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a move at this moment. He had seen a lot of lightning, but this was the first time he had seen a green one. Unfortunately, after this weak strand of green lightning was absorbed by the Rai seal, which was known as the most powerful lightning bolt, did not change at all. This made Yi Xian feel a little disappointed, but he had always been a straightforward person, so he quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. However, what even Yi Xian didn't know was that in the instant he absorbed the Thunder Emperor seal that was as weak as a spider silk into his body, the primordial ancient treasure within his undying world seemed to have sensed something and slightly trembled. With a wave of his hand, a small, translucent bottle shot out from Yi Xian's body and sucked in the green liquid hovering above his head. After that, Yi Xian kept the precious bottle in his undying world. This would be an important thing for him to rely on in the near future to break through from the 15th realm to the ranks of the Star Lord Old Monsters. After doing all this, Yi Xian fell into deep thought, but quickly made a decision. He was prepared to strike while the iron was hot and repeat everything that had happened before, to refine and concoct a second or even more bottles of level 16 liquid. There was no guarantee that one bottle of gene cultivation liquid would succeed, so Yi Xian would need at least 2 bottles of level 16 liquid just to ensure that he successfully broke through from the 15th realm to the ranks of the Star Lord Old Monsters. Furthermore, there were many experts by his side and under his command who would definitely need this type of liquid in the future. For example, the purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were one such example. It wasn't that Yi Xian missed these 3 girls so much, but the key was that this type of liquid was unprecedented. In the current world, Yi Xian was the only one in the 3 realms of the universe. Once the 3 girls found out that Yi Xian had it but didn't prepare it for them, they would probably fly into a rage on the spot. In order to prevent these 3 girls from tormenting him, Yi Xian felt that it was extremely important to prepare in advance so that they wouldn't have a chance to criticize him. After making this decision, he immediately started concocting a new batch of liquid. Right now, after successfully concocting the first tube of level 16 treasure liquid, Yi Xian didn't have much level 16 treasure liquid left. He only had 12 portions left. He decided to leave 3 portions in his hands and not use them, in case he needed them in the future. After all, the level 16 liquid required all sorts of top-notch treasures of heaven and earth. Some of them would also be used in the subsequent level 17 liquid concoction. In other words, other than the 3 sets of reserve materials, he could only use 9 sets of materials. However, with the experience of the previous successful concoction, Yi Xian didn't dare to say that all 9 concoctions would be successful, but a success rate of more than 50% was definitely not a problem. What surprised him was that Yi Xian had worked hard for a total of 9 sets of materials. In the end, he actually managed to produce 7 tubes of azure green treasure liquid. Including the previous tube, he now had a total of 8 tubes of level 16 liquid. As for the 2 failed concoctions, they were both accidents that happened during the final fusion process, like a furnace explosion. However, the violent energy that spread out from these 2 explosions was forcibly compressed by Yi Xian, just like the first time, by activating the order field of the Shinnon Cauldron. It fused with the first ball of violent energy. After the fusion, the ball of energy was still only the size of an egg, but the violent energy inside increased by several times. Yi Xian called this small ball of energy the waste liquid energy ball. It was just 3 bottles of level 16 liquid waste liquid energy gathered together. Although the power was considerable, Yi Xian still felt that it was far from enough. He decided to keep this waste liquid energy ball and not use it casually. Now, it already contained 3 portions of waste liquid energy from the level 16 liquid. In the future, when he concocted the level 17 and level 18 liquid, he would use the same method to collect all the waste liquid energy and compress it. In the end, this waste liquid energy ball would definitely grow to a shocking height. Who knew? It might even become a powerful weapon. Of course, this was on the premise that every time he compressed a new bottle of waste liquid energy, it would be completed smoothly. Of course, when the next 7 bottles of level 16 liquid were formed, a lightning tribulation would descend. However, just like the previous time, the following 7 lightning tribulations and 7 tubes of level 16 liquid were all safely passed. After experiencing the baptism of the strange green lightning, the body-tempering effect of the 7 tubes of level 16 liquid was obviously better. However, when the last bottle of level 16 liquid went through the lightning tribulation, Yi Xian was once again curious about this strange green lightning. Therefore, when Yi Xian summoned the Rai-D seal with a wave of his hand, a small portion of the green lightning was directly intercepted and absorbed into the Rai-D seal. Chapter 3949. As Yi Xian absorbed half of the green lightning into the Rai-D seal for the last time, the Yin Luo, in his undying world, started to show signs of abnormality again. The entire surface of the Yin Luo was covered with dense and strange green patterns like spider webs. The 2 corpse ancestors, Hanba and Ho Qing, had already awakened in the Yin Luo and were able to reconstruct their corpse Dao true bodies. They had entered secluded cultivation a few days ago, but now such a phenomenon had occurred. Clearly, something had happened. If there were no accidents, this could be the sign that the 3rd desolate era alluring cultivator was about to awaken. Yi Xian did not know about all of this. The undying world in his body was too big. If he did not send his consciousness into the undying world to investigate, or if the commotion inside was too big, he would not be able to sense the slightest clue at all times. After the last lightning tribulation dissipated, Yi Xian stored the last ball of green liquid into a small bottle and kept it in his undying world, keeping it carefully. At this point, he had 8 bottles of level 16 liquid in his hands. If any of them were to spread, it would cause a huge commotion. After all, a bottle of level 16 liquid was equivalent to the birth of a Star-Lord. After all, this was a bottle of level 16 liquid that had been tempered by the Sun Shinnon Cauldron's lightning tribulation. Its medicinal effect was 30% stronger than a newly condensed level 16 liquid. Among these 8 bottles of level 16 liquid, there were some that were good and some that were bad. It was related to the medicinal halo on the surface of the liquid and the density of the weak green lightning. Among them, the 4th bottle was obviously the best. Yi Xian decided that when his cultivation reached the peak of rank 9 universe realm in the future, he would use this 4th bottle. As for the other 7 bottles, he would keep them for the time being in case of emergency. And now, his cultivation had reached rank 3 universe realm. There were 6 more small breakthroughs, and this moment would come. Therefore, even though the level 16 liquid had been condensed, Yi Xian was still under a lot of pressure. The remaining level 17 liquid, although not as urgent as before, could not be delayed too long. However, after the successful experience of concocting a 16th grade treasure liquid, Yi Xian would be able to concoct a 17th grade treasure liquid with ease. Successfully concocting a 17th grade treasure liquid would definitely not be a problem. This matter was not urgent, because he decided to carefully deduce the subsequent formula of the level 17 liquid. He did not have many top-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures to concoct. Like the level 16 liquid, he only had a dozen or so portions. If there was a mistake in the formula, he would waste a portion of top-grade heavenly materials every time he failed. His talents really couldn't bear it. Therefore, he decided to make sure that the formula was correct. When the time was right, he would start to concoct the level 17 liquid. As for the 18th grade elixir and the 19th grade elixir, the collection of heavenly materials and earthly treasures had basically been placed in front of him and urgently needed to be resolved. Yi Xian took this matter to heart as he pondered where he could ruthlessly extort from. Moreover, this time, he had to extort from the bloodline ancestor level existences of the various large clans or top powers. Otherwise, even if it was a supreme expert or a star lord, they probably wouldn't have such a thing in their hands. Level 16 liquid could create a star lord monster. Level 17 liquid could create a state lord monster. Level 18 liquid and level 19 liquid would create a realm lord monster and a universe monster. Therefore, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed to concoct these 2 top-grade treasured liquids would at least have to be obtained from the realm lord monsters. It was not impossible that there would be none of those below that level, but the chances were much lower. After realizing this, Yi Xian immediately shook his head and bitterly smiled. If news of this spread to the outside world, and people found out that he, a mere supreme being of the universe, was actually thinking about how to rob the Realm Master and the Universe Master, they would probably be shocked to the point where their eyeballs would drop. It's a good thing to increase one's strength quickly. The path of physical evolution with the gene cultivation liquid is indeed very convenient and fast. Unfortunately, Yi Xian sighed while mumbling to himself, it's a pity that the acquisition of resources is too troublesome. I have to rob the Realm Lord monsters when I'm only a Universe Lord. Won't I target the undying beings of the various races when I become a Star Lord in the future? Screech! Roar! While Yi Xian was pondering about this matter, a fierce roar and a beast roar suddenly came from the direction of a mountain range far away from the volcano in the central domain. It was clearly the sound of the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise. The 2 native ferocious beast emperors had fallen into seclusion because they had swallowed a large amount of flesh and blood from the remains of the quasi-primordial beings. Who would have thought that they would come out of seclusion so soon? Moreover, they seemed to have succeeded in breaking through, because Yi Xian clearly captured the unique aura of a realm lord from the 2 roars. There was also a strong sense of joy. Roar! Roar! As the roars of the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise echoed, a large number of roars and beast roars were soon heard from the mountains around the central domain volcano. Obviously, the other native ferocious beasts had also noticed the successful breakthrough of the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise. This was a joyous occasion for the entire race. After all, the highest combat strength of the entire native ferocious beast race was only the 2 realm lord old monsters. But now, there were suddenly 2 realm lord old monsters. This was definitely a huge surprise. The overall strength of the race had a qualitative leap. Yi Xian immediately soared into the air and rushed out of the central region's volcano. He shot towards the direction of the two roars that emitted the pressure of the Realm Master's old monsters. Huh, little brat, you also broke through? You're actually rank 3 Universe Realm? Stinking brat, you broke through faster than us two old men. This is too unreasonable. Without waiting for the figure to land, two figures rushed out from the mountain range. The primordial porcupine's body had shrunk from 1,000 feet to 100 feet now, while the primordial tortoise's body had shrunk from a few feet to a few feet now. But the aura emitted from their bodies was much stronger than before. They had indeed successfully broken through and stepped into the Realm Lord realm. Behind the two native ferocious beast emperors, there was a large number of native ferocious beasts following them. They covered the entire mountain range, and some of the more familiar faces Yi Xian had their auras strengthened by a large margin. Obviously, they had all gained something from this seclusion breakthrough. Chapter 3950. The overall strength of the native ferocious beasts had indeed leaped to a whole new level. Before this, the native ferocious beasts only had 2 domain lords, close to 100 star lords, nearly 200 supreme experts of a universe. Ordinary ferocious beasts below the universe lord level numbered close to 6 million. Now, the total number of the ferocious beasts had not changed, but the overall strength of the ferocious beasts at the bottom had increased slightly. In terms of high-end strength, there were 2 domain lords for domain lords, over 100 star lords, and close to 300 universe lords. This was definitely a ferocious beast army with a luxurious lineup. More importantly, this ferocious beast army had now experienced the benefits of the Shinnong unusual flame and would not move even if beaten to death. To Yi Xian, this was naturally a good thing. The Shinnong cauldron had already been completely refined by him, and he had obtained the source of the cauldron's inheritance. Even the originally extinguished Shinnong strange flame was ignited by his heart fire. This ferocious beast army, staying in the Shinnong cauldron, was equivalent to Yi Xian bringing an army of millions of ferocious beasts with him. In the future, when they grew up, any ferocious beast army that revealed its bloodline true body could reach 10,000 zhang in size. At that time, once the entire ferocious beast army was mobilized and revealed its bloodline true body, the scene would be absolutely shocking. It would be like a fleet of millions of stars descending from the sky. Just thinking about it made one excited. Stinking brat, you have to think of a way to lead the little ones down there to do something big again. After fooling around for a while, the primordial porcupine changed the topic and talked about a serious matter. As it spoke, it surrounded a large number of ferocious beasts at the bottom of the ferocious beasts. Then it said, "This time us old guys have gained a lot, but the little ones down there are almost out of food. You may still have some powerful desolate era creatures' flesh and blood reserves, but their cultivation is too low to enjoy them. Besides, this is not a long-term solution. After all, there are too many ferocious beasts, close to 6 million. You alone won't be able to support them." Yes, yes, yes. At this point, a high-ranking ferocious beast who had just become a domain lord took over the conversation. "Little leader, you have to find an opportunity to bring us out to do something again. Just like last time in the source of all evil star domain, on a larger scale. This way, the little ones can save some flesh and blood resources. Anyway, everything will be laid out in front of us now. We could just come back and roast the food after our triumphant return." No matter how he heard it, it felt awkward. However, who told him to use the identity of the primordial little demon ape when he first joined the native beasts? Now that he was addressed like this, he could only shake his head and smile bitterly. However, although he was a newly promoted Domain Lord Old Monster, Domain Lord Old Monster was still a Domain Lord Old Monster. Even this Domain Lord Old Monster called him boss, so there was no need to say anything about the other native beasts. If he was able to lead such a huge army of native beasts, then so be it. Being able to lead such a large army was already considered amazing. As for the title, he just had to grit his teeth and pinch his nose. However, this matter really made Yi Xian feel troubled. This was an army of nearly 6 million ferocious beasts. If they were to go out and fight, every ferocious beast would collect enough flesh and blood resources. Wouldn't they have to kill tens of millions of experts of various races? What kind of battle would that be? It was really a headache. However, this matter really had to be resolved. An army of millions of ferocious beasts couldn't always starve, right? Although they wouldn't starve to death. After all, they were starry sky experts. However, these native ferocious beasts were different from human cultivators. The latter could also increase their strength by fasting. However, the native ferocious beasts didn't have any cultivation methods. They only had bloodline inheritances and innate divine abilities. If they wanted to increase their strength, they had to rely on their bloodline and the evolution of life level to achieve it. And this depended on eating. Thinking of this, Yi Xian smiled bitterly again. He suddenly regretted keeping these guys in the Shin cauldron by his side. Otherwise, if they stayed in the Four Clans fleet army and went on a punitive expedition against the slave races of the First Universe, how could they not have the opportunity to fight and plunder? All right, at worst, I'll make a trip back and send you to Grandpa M.O. and the others. Spreading out his hands, Yi Xian could be considered to have a temporary solution to this matter. Right now, the Four Clans fleet army is on a punitive expedition all over the First Universe. When a great battle breaks out, I'll send you guys over and participate in the battle while collecting all the flesh and blood resources. Roar! Roar! Oh, when they heard that a series of battles were about to happen, and that all the flesh and blood resources would belong to the ferocious beast army, a large number of cheers and whistles came from the surrounding mountains. A group of foodies cried out excitedly. The 8 great guardian deities were also among them, rubbing their palms together. Now, the cultivation of the 8 of them had soared very quickly, reaching the 14th great realm, the cosmic light first order. Compared to cultivating in the outside world, it was like sitting on a rocket. They had also formed an extremely good relationship with this group of ferocious beast army foodies. Now, even if they went out for a stroll, they would be considered to be people. After all, among the countless races and forces in the 3 main planes of the universe, which young descendant of a race could have such means to fight with a group of millions of ferocious beasts? Because they had formed a deep friendship. Just as Yi Xian felt that this matter was over and was about to exchange a few more words with the primordial porcupine, primordial turtle, and the other native ferocious beast higher-ups before leaving, a call suddenly came from the undying world in his body. My lord, the lightning mother has awakened. It was clearly the voice of Hitorigami, the corpse ancestor. Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard it all of a sudden. Then his consciousness entered the undying world in his body and extended toward the Yenluo. Soon, he sensed the 2 powerful auras of the old monsters in the Yenluo. Another surprise came. Not long ago, Hitorigami and Ho-Ching, who had just been able to reconstruct their true bodies, had both entered seclusion and fallen into a deep sleep. At that time, both of them were Star Lords, but the 2 familiar auras in the Yenluo were both emitting the pressure of the Realm Masters. There is no doubt that Hitorigami and Ho-Ching had finished their seclusion and had woken up again. Moreover, their cultivation had also broken through again because of this seclusion. At that moment, the 2 desolate corpse ancestors, who had reconstructed their true bodies in this world, had both become old monsters of the realm. Chapter 39:51. Corpse ancestor Hanba and Ho-Ching had both finished their closed-door training. Their cultivation had risen once again, and they had both entered the ranks of domain lords. In addition, out of the 7 desolate eras spiritual sense sources sealed within Yenluo, the 3rd one, the desolate lightning mother's spiritual sense source, had also awakened. To Yi Xian, this was definitely a joyous news. Unknowingly, the formation under his command had become even more powerful. This was not the power of the demon cultivator race, but a private army that truly belonged to him, as well as the entire fierce beast led by the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle, just like the other tribes. Therefore, Yi Xian placed great importance on it. Now that the primordial lightning lady's spiritual sense had awakened, The most important thing was to help her reconstruct her bloodline true body, just like corpse ancestor Han Ba and Ho Qing, and then restore her strength. With a thought, Yi Xian took out the primordial treasure, Yin Luo, from the undying world in his body. A gorgeous light flashed as it spun in the air in front of Yi Xian. It slowly grew in size and finally transformed into a 3-meter-long rainbow treasure luo. It floated in the air and slightly rose and fell. It swayed with the wind and was extremely beautiful. Swish! Swish! The treasure net shook slightly, and 2 rays of light shot out from it. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 2 beautiful female cultivators. They were corpse ancestor Han Ba and Ho Qing. The 2 women looked like 28-year-old girls. Their figures were exquisite, making people envious. Their faces were incomparably beautiful, and their eyes seemed to be able to steal a person's soul. The 7 great primordial beauty cultivators were all famous in the primordial era. They were all top-notch beauties, and even in the current world, it was difficult to compare to them. For example, the purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were all top-notch beauties among the female cultivators of the current era. Compared to corpse ancestor Han Ba and Ho Qing, they were slightly inferior. Besides that, the gap in their bearing was even greater. After all, corpse ancestor Han Ba and Ho Qing were both almighty figures of the primordial era during the distant primordial era. At the same time that they were renowned for their beauty during the primordial era, their cultivations and strengths were peerless. They had the supreme majesty of an expert, and also the maturity of countless years of accumulation. All of this was something that the purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru did not have. However, although the 2 women were both existences of the primordial era, their temperaments were completely different. Corpse ancestor Han Ba was hot and passionate. She wore a red dress. At this moment, the aura of her cultivation was completely restrained, and only a little bit of the pressure of her cultivation was emanated. Otherwise, once she utilized the energy within her body, her entire body would be covered in scarlet red and terrifying corpse flames, and it would absolutely be hot to the point of being unable to endure it. On the other hand, corpse ancestor Ho Qing stood by her side. She wore a purple dress that hugged her figure. She was exquisite and beautiful, and her temperament was even more delicate and charming than Han Ba's. As the 2 gorgeous cultivators of the primordial era who had reconstructed their corpse, Dao, true bodies descended from the sky, the roars of beasts resounded in the surroundings. But at this moment, all the native ferocious beasts fell silent, and this area of space fell into a deathly silence. The gazes of the millions of native ferocious beasts were all fixed on Han Ba and Ho Qing. Even the primordial porcupine and primordial turtle were the same. Saliva was dripping from the corners of their mouths. However, the reason they revealed such ugly expressions was naturally not because their appetite had flared up, but because they had committed a common problem of male animals. Although the 2 gorgeous cultivators of the primordial era were in human form, their true supreme beauty was irrespective of race. Even these native ferocious beasts were shocked. Interesting. You're quite bold. Looking around and seeing the expressions of the millions of native ferocious beasts, Han Ba and Ho Qing seemed to be displeased. Their faces darkened as they snorted coldly and scornfully. The aura in their bodies suddenly spread out at this moment. Huff! In an instant, the 2 peerlessly beautiful bodies were enveloped by 2 different colored corpse path true flames. One was blood red, and the other was demonic purple. The beautiful figures of Han Ba and Ho Qing stood within these 2 rods of flames. Even though they were merely region lords, there was clearly a wisp of fiendish aura that terrified one's soul within them. After all, they were supreme existences of the desolate era, and they cultivated the treacherous corpse Dao. Although they had only recovered to the domain lord level after reconstructing the corpse Dao true body, the formless desolate corpse ancestor aura that came from the heavens instantly intimidated everyone present. This is the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise sucked in a breath of cold air. They quickly swallowed back the saliva that had already dripped to the corner of their mouths and subconsciously retreated. Although they were old monsters of the Sector Lord level and were stronger than Han Ba and Ho Ching, their innate foundation was far inferior. The latter was a corpse Dao true body reconstructed from the primordial era's spirit sense origin left behind by the primordial era's corpse Dao true body. Their life form level was already close to the peak. As for the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, they were still in the process of life form evolution. There was still a long way to go. Woo! Even the two strongest existences, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise, admitted defeat. They subconsciously shrank their necks and retreated. Needless to say, the millions of native beasts gathered in the surrounding mountains quickly shifted their gazes away, whimpering as they retreated. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings were empty. All of the tribes scattered in an instant. Where's the lightning mother? Yi Xin found it funny when he saw the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise being defeated. He rolled his eyes and watched the two old fellows flee in a sorry state before turning his gaze towards the corpse ancestor, Hanba and Ho Ching. He asked, "Is it because she hasn't reconstructed her true body, so she can't easily show herself? Doesn't that mean we have to find another corpse Dao origin? This thing isn't that easy to find. It's a bit of a headache." "My lord, you might be thinking too much." Hanba bitterly smiled and shook his head. Although the desolate lightning mother is also a strand of spirit sense origin sealed in the Yinluo net. If she wants to reconstruct her true body, she doesn't need the corpse Dao origin because she's not a corpse cultivator, but a lightning cultivator. That's right. On the side, the charming corpse ancestor Ho Ching took over the conversation. A pair of watery, beautiful eyes locked onto Yi Xian's face. As she spoke, she blinked, making Yi Xian feel uncomfortable. However, she didn't notice at all and continued as if no one was present. Since she's a lightning cultivator, if she wants to reconstruct her true body in this life, what the lightning mother needs is naturally related to lightning. However, compared to the corpse Dao origin, the lightning origin seems to be more difficult to find. Little master, I'm afraid you're really going to have a headache this time. The word little master was coquettish and numbing, making Yi Xian shiver reflexively and his entire body go soft. Chapter 3952. The Starry Sky, Thunder Tomb. On the side, corpse ancestor Hitorigami was startled and subconsciously asked, "Yes, it is the Starry Sky, Thunder Tomb. If there is a place where one can find the thunder origin, then this is definitely the place with the highest probability." Nodding, Yi Xian explained to the two corpse ancestor level subordinates. The demon domain has 10 great starry sky, forbidden grounds. Among them, the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb is located between the Black Mosquito Domain and the Black Wind Domain. Although it's called the Thunder Grave, it's actually a galaxy of emptiness. It's half the size of the Black Mosquito Star Zone. The only difference is that this vast emptiness is even scarier than the black holes of life, known as the space-swallowing black holes. In that vast void of the Milky Way, for countless years, there have been countless thunderbolts and lightning, wreaking havoc endlessly. Once a warship enters it, it is hard to predict when it will be directly blasted to pieces. If one's physical body were to enter through the void, the result would be even more obvious. One would die even more miserably. This is not the thunder and lightning in the atmosphere of a star. This is the thunder and lightning that is naturally produced in the void of the universe. The power of the thunder and lightning cannot be compared at all. This Starry Sky Thunder Tomb is known as the Graveyard of Thunderbolts. Even thunderbolts can only be born and extinguished endlessly inside, unable to escape. The consequences of a creature or warship entering it can be imagined. Hearing this, the two corpse ancestors nodded repeatedly, but there was a slight worry on their faces. In that case, it is indeed possible to find a strand of the thunder origin there. It seems that the Lightning Mother is also very lucky. She has just awakened and already found the origin source to reconstruct her true body. However, Thunderbolts are the power of pure yang. Since that void is known as the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, it will not be easy to enter it, right? This is not a problem. I have entered it once and returned unscathed, and I also gain a lot. Yixian nodded with a faint smile. Going there again is just revisiting an old place. Don't worry, leave this to me. As long as there is really a thunder origin source in the Thunder Tomb, I will definitely bring it out. The reason why he was so confident was naturally because of the Rai-D seal. The Thunder Emperor seal sounded like a magic treasure that was artificially created, but in reality, it was a natural treasure that was nurtured by the heavens. It was a natural treasure that was nurtured by the universe. It was immune to thunderbolts and even had the ability to control thunderbolts. It was easy to understand that emperors ruled the world. This Rai-D seal was what Yixian relied on to enter the Starry Sky Lightning Tomb. Previously, he had used the Rai-D seal to enter the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, killed a high-ranking member of the Tianji clan, and seized the Thunderbolt Fortress from him. Moreover, he had also taken advantage of that opportunity to condense 10 Thunder Origin beads with the endless Thunderbolts in the Thunder Tomb. Until now, there were still 9 beads that were still being nurtured in the Rai-D seal to increase their power. This matter was thus settled. After the 3 of them exchanged pleasantries, Yixian really could not resist Corpse Ancestor Ho-Ching's almost seductive coquettishness. He hurriedly took out a batch of resources from the undying world in his body, including 30 drops of all evil origin liquid. After giving them to the 2 girls, Yixian put away the treasure and then stepped forward. He soared into the air and left the internal space of the Shinnon Cauldron. When his figure reappeared, he was already outside the black hole of life outside the cauldron. Calculating the time, it had been a few days since he came to the black hole of life to recover. The outside world had already heard about the big incident that happened in the demon domain, as well as the shocking news that Linghu Young Master, Netherworld Young Master, Primordial Little Demon Ape, and Demon Royal Brother Mo Genefo were actually 4 monsters in one body. They must have already had various reactions. It was time to go out and see the situation. Thinking of this, Yixian waved his hand and put the Shinnon Cauldron into his body. After summoning the void-shattering shuttle, he immediately rushed toward the Demon Emperor Star at extreme speed, on the Undying Star, the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. In the Federation Senate, located deep under the headquarters. At this moment, in the main hall of the Senate Hall, almost 100 elders of the Federation were gathered together. The weakest among them was an old monster of the Domain Lord level, but they were the most numerous, accounting for half of them. Among the other half, another half were old monsters of the Sector Lord level, almost 30 of them. Among the last 20-plus people, there were over a dozen old monsters of the universe, and almost 10 undying old monsters. As for the old monsters of the Star Lord level, they were just ordinary elders of the Federation Senate. There were even more of them, and they resided in the Senate abodes and enjoyed the resources there. However, they didn't have the qualifications to enter the Senate Hall to discuss matters. The entire Senate Hall was extremely spacious. Almost 100 elders of the Federation who were at the Domain Lord level and above sat, in order according to their strength. At the top row, there were originally 9 undying old monsters. Among these 9 undying old monsters, 2 of them had especially lofty statuses. They were undying emperors, and they sat at the very top. They were clearly separated from the other 7 undying old monsters' thrones below them. But now, there were only 6 of the 7 immortal realm old monsters left. At this moment, including the 2 undying old monsters at the top, the 8 undying old monsters sitting at the top of the hall were all invisible. They were merely balls of energy of different colors. At this moment, within the 2 balls of energy, a voice resounded. An undying was reprimanding, and the entire Senate Hall was filled with a dense killing intent. The atmosphere could be said to be oppressive to the extreme. The demon is courting death. He actually dared to kill an undying of our Federation Senate. This matter can no longer be settled peacefully. Originally, we merely wanted to capture young Master Linghu, who was allied with him, as a proof of our allegiance in the future. Now, it seems that this is far from enough. Since young Master Ling Hu is the demon's younger brother, Imo Ju Feng, the proof of our Federation's Senate must include the entire demon race. Otherwise, it won't be enough to show our sincerity. That old tortoise that has lived to the present age will definitely not dare to show himself recently. However, even so, we still have to guard against his revenge. Our Senate will carry this out in secret. We will send 2 undying beings to rush to the demon territory and wait for the right time. On the surface, we will immediately send an order to the Federation headquarters. In the name of the Myriad Luo Federation, we will request the 10 Extreme Celestial Palace and the Undying Empires of Humanity to send troops into the First Universe at the same time to fight the demon. As for the 2 Undying Emperors, as he finished speaking, the 2 balls of light at the top suddenly flashed. The Undying's tone turned cold. It was as if 2 beams of dim light had shot out and entered the bodies of the human universe monsters kneeling in the center of the hall. Their hunched bodies, which had been severely weakened, suddenly trembled at the same time. Chapter 39:53. With despair, the 2 old monsters of the human race, who had been punished in name and almost sentenced to death, left the hall with ashen faces. The next 100 years, for them, was almost an ignoble life. If they couldn't break through to the immortal realm after 100 years, they would definitely die. Then, 2 of the 8 balls of light at the top of the hall dimmed. This meant that 2 immortal elders had left. As for where they naturally went to the demon territory of the First Universe. These 2 ordinary immortals of the Federation Senate would lie low there and wait for the opportunity to make a move in the following events. Following the order of the Senior Senate, a shocking piece of news exploded from the headquarters of the Myriad Sifting Federation. In just half a day, the news spread throughout the 3 main planes of the universe, causing a huge uproar. Ling Hu Young Master, Netherworld Young Master, Immemorial Little Demon Ape, and Mo Jin Feng, the demon's royal brother, were actually the same person. Of the 7 peerless monsters of the younger generation, 4 of them were actually one, which was more than half of them. It was simply unbelievable. What was even more unacceptable was that the existence of the 4 monsters in one body was very likely to be Mo Jin Feng, the demon's royal brother, who was the last to be exposed. The people who had this speculation had 2 pieces of evidence, which seemed to be conclusive. First of all, among the 4 geniuses, whether it was young Master Ling Hu, young Master Netherworld, or the primordial little demon ape, they all suddenly appeared out of thin air. There was no origin behind them. Although they had origins, the clues to trace them had basically been cut off. The identity of Ling Hu Young Master was a descendant of the Ling Hu family of the Heavenly War Empire. But the Ling Hu family had left the Heavenly War Empire many years ago, so there was no trace to follow. Netherworld Young Master was needless to say. Although he had the bloodline of the Netherworld clan, it was said that he was sealed by Netherworld Great Emperor and only recently appeared. But if one continued to trace him, there would be no clues. The same was true for Immemorial Little Demon Ape. The origin of all evil, the indigenous ferocious beasts, didn't seem to know its origin, so how could outsiders find credible clues about its identity? Only the last one, the younger brother of the Demon Emperor, had the entire demon race behind him. Although Mo Jin Feng had suddenly appeared, at least this identity had a foundation, and there was a possibility of tracing his roots. Secondly, of the 4 monstrous geniuses who had been confirmed to be the same person, Mo Jin Feng was the last to be exposed. Since this person had tried his best to hide his identity, then his true self would naturally not be exposed first. The last one to be exposed was more than 90% likely to be his true self. Although these 2 points were a little far-fetched, after careful consideration, there was nothing wrong with them. Thus, for a time, all the major races and forces in the 3 Great Plains basically agreed with this statement. That was, the demon cultivator royal brother Mo Jiufeng was the one who gathered the 4 identities into one. The true identity of the young monster. This kind of statement made the various clans very embarrassed, because 4 of the 7 great monsters in the world were actually from the demon race, which was more than half of them. Although they were only young juniors, this basically explains some problems. It was as if the fate of the 3 great starry sky main planes in the current world was more than one. More than half of them were concentrated on the demon race. Moreover, the demon race had joined forces with the space rat race, the hell ant race, and the giant ferocious race to form a 4-race alliance army. Now, the punitive war in the first universe was completely unstoppable, which proved this statement from a side perspective. Judging from all of this, the demon race had clearly obtained a great deal of luck and was about to soar into the sky. In the past, among the 3 great planes, the Heavenly Fate race was the only one who dominated. Although the Myriad Luo Federation could contend against them and could be considered to be evenly matched, the Myriad Luo Federation was the union of the various races and forces of the 2 great planes of the universe. Only by gathering the 2 great camps of the human race and the various races of the Second Universe Federation could they be compared to it. Right now, with the migration of the Heavenly Fate race and their disappearance from the world, the demon race was about to replace them and become the number 1 overlord of the 3 great planes. Now, the Myriad Luo Federation had fallen apart, and the various races of the Second Universe had withdrawn, leaving only the 2 great camps of the human race. The Federation of the 2 great planes of the universe had become the Federation of the human race, which was not very meaningful. If the demon race took advantage of this opportunity to rise up in one fell swoop, even a Myriad Luo Federation would find it difficult to contend against them. Under such circumstances, the Myriad Luo Federation acted righteously and issued a call to all the races and forces of the 3 great planes to unite and suppress the demon race, refusing the appearance of the overlord of the planes again. For a time, the great forces of the 3 great planes responded one after another. It was as if the 3 great planes were to unite and suppress the demon race. Although the various races of the Second Universe had already announced that they had withdrawn from the Myriad Luo Federation, after learning that 4 of the 7 peerless monsters of the current era were actually the demon race's imperial brother, Geofeng. The other 9 races of the top 10, excluding the Dark Turtle race, immediately spread out shocking news. Roar and roar. Immediately after, the other races of the top 10 also expressed their intentions to form an army to suppress the demon race. In the Second Universe, almost all the major races had been harmed by the Netherworld Young Master. In the previous source of all evil incident, they had been harmed by the Linghu Young Master. However, at that time, the Linghu Young Master and the Netherworld Young Master were difficult to find because they were alone, so it was difficult to track them down. But now, with the entire demon race there, they could not run too high. The anger of the various races of the Second Universe finally had a direction to vent. In addition, in the first source of all evil incident, the demon race acted as a bandit road tyrant and collected a large amount of toll fees. This was completely extortion, and it was also hated by the various races of the Second Universe. Now that these 2 things were combined, the various races of the Second Universe naturally could no longer remain silent, and they all secretly took action. Although they had suffered heavy losses in the source of all evil Starfield before, the demon race Starfield was not the source of all evil, and there were no underworld furnaces there. Even if the demon race's imperial brother, Geofeng, had the means to plot against the immortal old monsters after that incident, most of them had fallen into a cooling period, and it was impossible for them to return to their peak in a short period of time. Phone. Now is the best time to launch a crusade against the demon race. Roar. Demon race. It's actually a demon race this emperor hates. At the same time, a shocking roar came from the ancestral land of the demon race in the Second Universe, resounding through the void. The former patriarch of the demon race, Emperor, hurriedly fled back to the pool of his former race's ancestral land after being severely injured last time. Chapter 3954. If the revelation of the shocking truth of the 4 great monsters in the Second Universe was said to have aroused the anger of the entire plane, then, When the servants of the first universe heard the news, their reaction was to be uplifted, and they were extremely excited. Now, the powerful alliance of the four races, the demons, the space rats, the hell ants, and the giant ferocious beasts, were launching a full-scale expedition in the first universe. In addition to the Ashwolf clan, two more powerful servant races had been conquered by the alliance of the four races and taken under their command. It could be said that the powerful expedition of the alliance of the four races in the first universe was almost unstoppable. Before long, when the servant races of the first universe could not see the slightest bit of hope, their morale would collapse. At that time, the remaining races would not even be able to gather the strength to resist. Rise. In that day, according to the current situation, it would not be long before it arrived. Fortunately, at this time, the news of the four great monsters in one body came, and the true identity of the four great monsters could be confirmed. It was the demon brother, Immerse, who was exposed last. As a result, the demon race had become the public enemy of all the major races in the three universes. Needless to say, the servant races of the first universe were also harmed by young Master Yuming in the second universe. The human race and the Wan Luo Federation were the same. This was definitely the rhythm of a punitive expedition in the three universes. Once the fleets of the major races approached the Demon Emperor planet, the alliance of the four races that was conquering the entire first universe would collapse and have no choice but to retreat. For them, the crisis was almost solved without a blade. How could this not be exciting? For a time, the servants of the first universe, who had originally lost their morale, regained their confidence. They reorganized an army and gathered in a certain star field where the alliance of the four races was about to go. Another round of fierce war was about to break out. In the third universe, in the human race's science and technology camp, in the territory of the Heavenly Underworld Empire under the rule of the Immortal Dynasty, near the Heavenly River planet, under the command of the Heavenly Underworld Empire, one of the three great empires of the Immortal Dynasty, the Heavenly Underworld Empire was only a medium-sized country. However, because it was close to the Graveyard Domain, the Heavenly Underworld Empire had a large population, which led to the development of this small country in all aspects. After all, not only was the Graveyard Domain rich in star core origin, but there were also two wormholes in the depths of the Graveyard Domain, one leading to the first universe and the other leading to the second universe. It could be said that this was the portal between the human race of the third universe and the other two main planes of the universe. Since the Heavenly River Star was the closest administrative star to the domain of the falling stars, it was particularly prosperous. The chief executive of the Heavenly River planet, also known as the planet manager, was Wang Shirley. The commander of the Heavenly River planet was Li Xiaobin. These two were the young masters of the Wang family and the Li family of the Heavenly Dust Nation. The two of them wanted to curry favor with Prince Xian. In fact, at that time, Prince Xian was like the sun in the sky. Not only the two of them, but the entire Li and Wang families, including the Emperor of the Heavenly Underworld Empire, also wanted to ride on his coattails. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Before Prince Xian could return to the immortal star of the imperial capital, the situation changed while he was still on the Heavenly Underworld star. In the end, he was sent to the desolate Death Star region by the imperial capital. Since then, he rarely appeared in public. During this period of time, there was almost no news about Prince Xian. Although he was one of the 7 peerless geniuses, he had always been one of the 7 peerless geniuses because he had broken into the demon tribe of the first universe alone and caused a lot of trouble there, and his methods were heaven-defying. He was one of the 7 peerless geniuses. However, with the appearance of Linghu Young Master, Netherworld Young Master, and the others, each one more capable than the other, and their battle records were even more shocking. Prince Xian, who was once said to have swept through the 3 major dimensions, was now rarely mentioned by people. In everyone's eyes, the current Prince Xian's fighting spirit had most likely dissipated, and he was willing to spend the rest of his life in the Death Star region. Under such circumstances, Many of the imperial capital's families and forces, which originally wanted to ride on his coattails, immediately gave up on the idea. This included the Li and Wang families of the Heavenly Underworld Empire. Ever since Prince Xian was sent away, the young masters of the Li and Wang families put aside their thoughts of relying on Prince Xian to climb up the ranks smoothly. They focused on managing the Heavenly River Star. It could be said that they were doing well. In the void thousands of miles away from the Heavenly River Star, at this moment, there was a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. It was heading towards the Heavenly River Star. It was a commercial fortress. The surface of the ship looked a bit old, as if it had been there for a long time. It was probably not far from being scrapped. As a matter of fact, not long ago, the huge fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters had only been a nondescript commercial fortress with a diameter of 70,000 meters. Yes, it was a zombie fortress formed by the combination of several special zombies under Tuobel Linfeng's command. It had only been 70,000 meters in diameter before, but after devouring a lot of excavation equipment on the mineral planet that was close to exhaustion, the zombie fortress had finally grown to a diameter of 100,000 meters. At this moment, Tuobel Linfeng, a zombie emperor who had become a Star Lord, was in the command cabin on the top floor of the zombie fortress, assigning tasks to the 1,000 zombie warriors under his command. This Emperor Sky Devil army has developed to this day, and there are already over 1,000 generals. All of them have already reached the universe realm, or are about to step into this realm and enter the ranks of the almighty universe realm. Now, it's also time to determine a fixed rear base camp. The Heavenly River Star in front of us is the target that I have chosen. The Heavenly River Star is adjacent to the Graveyard Star Zone. A lot of Star State experts live in the 3 main planes of the Star State all year round. It's safe to say that the void nearby is rich in resources. Also, because of the special geographical location and the allure of the abundant sources of the planet cores, the space pirates are very active around the Heavenly River Space Zone. It will be a subtle cover for the development of the Heavenly Devil Legion in the future. This time, all the members of the Heavenly Demon Legion will be mobilized. We must take down the Heavenly River Star without leaking any information. This place will be the base camp of my legion in the future. Chapter 3955. Although the Sky River Star was a small administrative planet, due to its special characteristics and the fact that it was located at the edge of the Graveyard Star Field, which was rich in the star core origin, the star defense array of the Sky River Star was of a high level. Even so, for Tuobel Linfeng, the zombie emperor who had become a Star Lord, it was still a piece of cake for him to break through this small administrative planet. But he didn't make such a choice because this time, what Tuobel Linfeng wanted was not to attack and plunder, but to lie low and launch a silent full-scale invasion. So, the 2 female zombies took action. The 2 female zombies, in their human forms, were not only beautiful, but also hot, and had very cute names. One was called Vivian, and the other was Lilith. They sounded like 2 cute little girls, but in fact, they were 2 terrifying female zombies whose cultivation had reached the universe realm. Once they activated the universe zombie bloodline in their bodies and showed their true forms, they could probably scare people to death on the spot. Although the zombie fortress was only a commercial fortress, it was, after all, an unregistered one. It was impossible to enter the Sky River Star, and it was even difficult to get close to it. After all, it was such a big guy. Once it got close, the garrison battleships responsible for patrolling the void outside the atmosphere of the Sky River Star would immediately approach and search it. Investigate. After all, the pirate activities in the Sky River Star field were still rampant. At this time, Vivian and Lilith took action to solve this problem. Following their departure, the zombie fortress also stopped moving forward, maintaining its concealed state as it floated in the void. The evolution direction of Vivian and Lilith was the zombie wave frequency. This so-called zombie wave frequency energy, in addition to its own unique power, also had a very strong simulation ability. At least, it was very easy for them to simulate the fluctuations of the divine sense of the human race. Therefore, Vivian and Lilith easily passed through a starry passage in the atmosphere of the Sky River star and entered the interior of the planet. Their figures flickered, and they went straight to the Sky River city on the main continent of the Sky River star. During this process, Vivian and Lilith activated the zombie bloodline in their bodies almost at the same time. A powerful, evil, and ruthless aura gushed out from their bodies. The two women's originally exquisite and provocative figures, as they fell to the ground, they were like balloons that were rapidly inflated, growing larger at a speed visible to the naked eye in the heavenly river city below. Some people immediately sensed it, and all of them subconsciously looked up and then exclaimed in horror, "Heavens, what is that?" Previously, they seemed to be two beauties, but now they have become two mountains of flesh. A mountain of rotting flesh. Ah, zombies. Space zombies run. Enemy attack, bang, bang, rumble, as cries of shock echoed. Vivian and Lilith, who had descended from the sky, finally landed on the ground. At this moment, they no longer looked human at all. Their bodies had turned into two enormous mountains of rotting flesh. Not only were there large rotting holes on its surface with pus flowing out, it was also covered with countless fleshy tentacles that were waving around randomly. Looking at it made one feel disgusted and cold all over. Screech. Two screeches sounded from the two mountains of flesh at once, and some kind of invisible and strange frequency radiated directly, enveloping the entire interior of the heavenly river star in the blink of an eye. Caught off guard, the superbrain located in the heavenly river star's underground star control center had no time to react before it fell into a state of paralysis. Then, it was completely invaded and controlled by Vivian's zombie frequency. The next moment, when the superbrain's paralysis was lifted, it, as the core of the entire heavenly river star space defense array, had been reduced to a puppet. Rumble. The rumbling sound of the activation of the array formation came from the atmosphere in the sky. Under the command of the superbrain, which had turned into a puppet and was evolving into a zombie superbrain, all the star passages in all directions of the heavenly river star's atmosphere were completely closed, and the star defense array formation was activated in less than 3 breaths. All of this was completed. Since then, the heavenly river star had become a completely sealed-off world. No one in the starry sky outside the atmosphere could enter, or they would be attacked by the star defense array formation. And because the central superbrain of the heavenly river star's administrative star network had also been invaded and turned into a puppet, it was evolving into a zombie superbrain. This directly led to the interruption of all communications within the entire heavenly river star, and no star network signal could be transmitted out. In short, the entire heavenly river star had been completely cut off from any contact with the outside world. It was basically equivalent to completely falling into the enemy's hands, and this was obviously just the beginning. After all, Tuoba Linfeng's purpose was to quietly take full control of the heavenly river star, not to forcibly occupy it with force and expose himself. Screech! Screech! After completing the blockade of the entire administrative star, the two mountains of flesh that Vivian and Lilith had transformed into by activating their zombie blood once again let out 2 mournful howls. The tentacles on the surface of the flesh mountains grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, growing longer and longer. In the blink of an eye, they had covered half of the heavenly river city. At this time, the entire heavenly river city was already in chaos. A large number of starry sky powerhouses and ordinary people fled in panic. These 2 terrifying mountains of flesh were too disgusting, and they carried the chilling zombie virus in the universe. Therefore, even the starry sky powerhouses did not dare to attack, and the warships did not dare to open fire. Because if that happened, once the flesh mountains exploded, the virus would spread even faster in the air, and no one could guarantee that they would not be infected. In the face of such a terrifying existence, the only way to deal with it was to escape as fast as possible, as far away as possible. This consensus was immediately thought of by everyone. After all, there had been precedents before. Under the invasion of the universe zombies, the Heavenly War Empire's imperial capital, the Heavenly War Planet, had been completely destroyed in just half a day. All the people had turned into zombies and were finally wiped out. The Heavenly River Star? No one thought that the Heavenly River Star would be able to escape this disaster. At this time, the only thought in everyone's mind was to escape, escape, escape. Poof, poof, poof. During this process, countless flesh tentacles that covered the sky waved unscrupulously, as if harvesting lives, piercing into the bodies of the fleeing crowd again and again. The scene that followed was even more terrifying. The flesh tentacles that pierced into the bodies of these fleeing people were like straws. With a sudden tremor, they could completely suck a living human body clean in less than half an instant. Chapter 39:56. Puff, 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 puff. A series of muffled puffing sounds rang out, but it was not the sound of the tentacles penetrating the bodies of the fleeing people. Instead, it was the sound of the two terrifying mountains of flesh formed by Vivian and Lilith activating their zombie bloodlines. As the bodies of a large number of fleeing people were penetrated, all their flesh, blood, and bones were instantly sucked in and gathered into the bodies of Vivian and Lilith through the tube-like zombie tentacles. The size of the two mountains of flesh was also growing larger and larger. When they first arrived, they were only 100,000 feet in radius. But now, in less than an hour, they had grown tenfold, reaching a radius of 100,000 feet. It was also from this moment onwards that new changes took place. Cracks suddenly appeared on the two huge mountains of flesh, and this was where the puffing sounds came from. Then from these cracks, small mountains of flesh crawled out like chickens laying eggs. They were densely packed, and there were so many of them that it was frightening. Although these small mountains of flesh were only 1,000 feet in size, their appearance was exactly the same as the two huge mountains of flesh. Their surface was full of cracks with pus dripping from them, as well as a large number of tentacles. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of thousands of these small mountains of flesh. They spread out in all directions, wreaking havoc in every corner of the Heavenly River Planet. This scene was like a mother reproducing, and in fact, it was indeed so. This was one of the abilities of the zombie bloodline that Vivian and Lilith had evolved. After activating this ability, they were equivalent to two zombie hives. They could replicate a large amount of flesh and blood that they had collected in their bodies, evolving into small mountains of flesh that looked like saplings. Then, thousands of soldiers and horses spread out, carrying out a larger scale and faster terrifying plundering. There was no doubt that as these hundreds of thousands of small mountains of flesh spread out, the entire Heavenly River Planet would completely fall in a very short time. All the starry sky, powerhouses, and the people of the Heavenly River Planet would not be able to escape this calamity. In the end, they would all be devoured by these small mountains of flesh. It was because the few space gateways in the atmosphere of the planet had been completely sealed. The interior of the planet had long been turned into a blocked area. There was nowhere to run. At this time, as the nearly 1 million small mountains of flesh scattered, the entire huge Heavenly River City had turned into a dead zone. Vivian and Lilith, who had swallowed and absorbed a large amount of flesh and blood, had also returned to their original size of 100,000 feet. Then, the two enormous mountains of flesh shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 3 breaths, Vivian and Lilith returned to their human forms. They were still as beautiful and graceful as before. Moreover, after this round of devouring, their bodies had more or less retained some of the energy from the devouring of flesh and blood. Because of this, their life level had evolved again. Their cultivation level had risen from rank 1 universe realm to rank 2 universe realm. In about 10 minutes or so, all the flesh and blood living beings in the interior of the Heavenly River Planet will be completely devoured. Turning her head and looking around at the dead silence, Vivian raised her hand to tuck a strand of messy hair behind her ear and laughed softly. After that, in about an hour or so, all the people who have been devoured will reappear again. At that time, this heavenly river planet will be completely in our hands. Well, I'll leave this matter to you. I have to pay close attention to the zombification process of the superbrain. It is the intelligence center of the entire heavenly river planet space network and the planet's defense system. There can't be the slightest mistake. Beside her, Lilith also smiled casually, as if she was talking about something trivial. If everything goes well, within 2 hours, Lord Heavenly Demon will be able to lead the army into the heavenly river planet. From then on, this place will be the headquarters of our heavenly demon army. Puff, 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 puff. 10 minutes later, similar muffled sounds like the sound made when Vivian and Lilith activated the mother nest ability of the zombie bloodline and produced a large number of small mountains of flesh from their bodies, came one after another from all corners of the Skyriver planet. This time, the sound was even more concentrated because the surface of the hundreds of millions of small mountains of flesh, which had grown to a terrifying size because of the large amount of flesh and blood they had devoured, were now all cracking. On the surface of each mountain of flesh, there were thousands of cracks. In every crack, as if they were reproducing, living beings were coming out. However, they were all in human form, not similar small mountains of flesh. Before all this unfolded, there was not a single living person in the interior of the heavenly river planet. All the flesh and blood living beings, including some domesticated ferocious star beasts, had been devoured by the nearly 1 million small mountains of flesh. At this moment, all the flesh and blood that had been devoured, after some unknown transformation in the small mountains of flesh, had all been reproduced. However, although they now looked like humans on the surface, there was no difference at all from before they were devoured. Even their eyes and the aura emitted from their bodies were exactly the same. But in fact, these guys who were lining up to come out of the cracks on the surface of the small mountains of flesh were completely different from before. Before they were devoured, they were humans. But now, when they reappeared like they were reproducing, they had become corpse slaves. The ultimate purpose of the mother nest ability that Vivian and Lilith had displayed was to refine all the living beings in the interior of the heavenly river planet using the mother nest's zombie child nests, changing their essence from human to corpse slaves. The whole process ended in about half an hour. When everything was settled, the millions of zombie child nests that were spread all over the heavenly river planet had completely withered and disappeared. In less than an hour, the entire heavenly river planet had undergone a nightmarish transformation. On the surface, the current heavenly river planet had not changed at all. As far as the eye could see, the areas were still crowded with people and appeared to be extremely prosperous. But in fact, these living beings that had been reproduced after being devoured were completely different from before. At this point, the heavenly river planet was completely under the control of Tuobalinfo. Not long after, as the star passages in the atmosphere opened again after a short period of closure, a large number of starry sky masters came and went from the void outside. But they would never know that in less than 2 hours, the entire heavenly river planet and the entire heavenly river planet had undergone a complete transformation. All of the living beings within had already undergone a thorough and evil transformation. From now on, this place no longer belonged to the heavenly dust country, no longer belonged to the human race. Chapter 39:57. The heavenly demon army of the zombie race had finally occupied the heavenly river star. In just 2 hours, they had completed the transformation of the entire heavenly river star. When a star passages in the atmosphere of the heavenly river star, which had been temporarily closed, reopened, the entire heavenly river star belonged to Tuobalinfo. This included the superbrain, which was the central intelligence core of the Starry Sky Network and the defense array of the star, as well as every living creature in the interior of the star. 2 hours, which was just 2 hours, was too short. During this time, some experts had returned from the domain of the graveyard and intended to enter the heavenly river star. However, because the star passages in the heavenly river star's atmosphere had been completely shut down, they could only wait in the starry river with astonished expressions on their faces. However, They had not expected that in less than 2 hours, such earth-shaking changes had taken place in the Heavenly River Star. When the star passages in the atmosphere of the Heavenly River Star reopened, everything returned to normal. These starry sky experts who had been waiting in the outer space lined up to enter the interior of the Heavenly River Star, but none of them had noticed anything unusual. Everything was the same as usual. It was as quiet as usual. It was as orderly as usual. Under the control of Vivian and Lilith, the zombie superbrain that had completed its evolution gave up its authority. In a remote corner of the Heavenly River planet's atmosphere, it quietly led the hidden zombie fortress into the Heavenly River planet and landed directly on an underwater base in the Heavenly River Sea. This underwater base was extremely spacious. It was originally a military base of the Heavenly River Star garrison, but now it had become a secret base of the Heavenly Demon Army under Tuoba Linfeng's command. For a long time in the future, Tuoba Linfeng and all the zombie generals of his Heavenly Demon Army would hide in this underwater base in the deep sea. Outside the base, the entire Heavenly River Star would function as usual. This was his core base camp, and it was going to be quietly built into an underground lair that was like an iron wall, a place where he could settle down and live his life. Katja, following Tuoba Linfeng's order, the zombie stronghold began to disintegrate. In just a short minute, the huge ship had completely disintegrated, turning into 5 smaller strongholds with a diameter of more than 40,000 meters. If they wanted to, these 5 small zombie fortresses could continue to transform and eventually shrink into 5 human beings. This was because they were originally 5 cosmic zombies with a cultivation base of Cosmos Realm. The evolution direction of their zombie bloodline was the mutant alloy behemoth type. Now, the small fortresses with a diameter of nearly 50,000 meters were their true forms. However, Tuoba Linfeng clearly didn't have this intention. After the zombie stronghold was divided into 5 smaller zombie strongholds, the thousands of zombie warriors waiting at the side all leaped up and divided into 5 groups, with each group having more than 200 zombies, and entered the 5 smaller zombie strongholds. Only 5 late-stage Cosmos Realm zombie generals were left behind. They would stay with Vivian and Lilith to guard the Heavenly River planet. In the end, the Heavenly River Star, and many fortresses Heavenly River Star. Soon, the 5 small zombie fortresses converged their figures and slowly rose from the seabed base. After rushing out of the sea, they shot straight into the atmosphere of the Heavenly River Star. These 5 small zombie fortresses, with the Heavenly River Star as the center point, would travel in 5 different directions along the void. After leaving the Heavenly River Star, they would reveal their ferocious faces and begin bloody plundering in the void of the universe, growing stronger step by step. During this process, the 5 small zombie fortresses would occasionally return to the Heavenly River Star. The purpose of this expedition, in addition to devouring to strengthen themselves, was to bear the task of developing the next level of mutant zombies. There was no doubt that as time passed, the scale of the entire Heavenly Demon Zombie Army would grow larger and larger. Currently, there were only a little over 1,000 zombie generals, but in the near future, this number would rapidly increase like a rolling snowball. The prelude to the chaos of the human race had officially begun. 2 days later, the small zombie fortress that Tuoba Linfeng was in, after several space jumps and several wormholes, had arrived at a gap star field between the Heavenly Dust Country and another small country. It was neither too far nor too close to the Heavenly River Star, and the distance was just right. Thus, the starry sky hunt of this zombie army officially began. In the distance of the starry sky ahead, a commercial fleet was moving obliquely from the right side of the void. The size of the fleet was considerable, with 2 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters, more than a dozen large and small fortresses, and dozens of star-level starry sky merchant ships. Let's start and end this quickly. Remember, don't expose the fortresses. This will be our best cover when we are sailing in the starry sky. With Tuoba Linfeng's order, more than 200 zombie generals in the small zombie fortress all rushed out, including Tuoba Linfeng himself. Kacha! Almost at the same time, a mechanical grinding sound came from the small zombie fortress that had remained hidden. In just a few breaths, it turned into a ferocious behemoth that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Its entire body was greenish-black, and its shell had a cold metallic luster. Its size was similar to the giant star scorpion, and it looked like a giant star scorpion with a hard shell. It perfectly concealed the strange existence of metal and flesh. At least, no matter who saw it, they would never associate it with the giant star scorpion. Immediately afterward, the giant star scorpion removed its concealment, and its figure appeared in the void. At the same time, more than 200 zombie generals who had rushed out of the small zombie fortress first also activated the zombie bloodline in their body at this moment, transforming into terrifying giant space zombies. Roar. Screech. Amidst the earth-shattering roars and howls, the over 200 zombie generals all completed their zombie transformations in a short period of time. Some transformed into gigantic carrion bone dragons, while others transformed into ferocious beasts covered in pus and blood, but the aura in their bodies were all extremely powerful. More than half of them were universe powerhouses in the 15th realm. The other half, although not universe powerhouses, were close to it. They were all universe powerhouses in the 14th realm. A group of terrifying behemoths suddenly appeared in the void without warning. As soon as they arrived, they roared and roared. This scene was really too shocking. The commercial fleet that was sailing obliquely in the distant void was immediately alarmed. After a short period of dead silence, there was a tide of horrified exclamations one after another. Oh my God, what did I see? Is this still the third universe of the human race? Did we accidentally pass through the wormhole and come to the legendary underworld? Zombies. Space zombies. Oh my God, didn't they say that they had been wiped out long ago? What happened? Run, Screech. Chapter 3958. Clang. The demonic blade slashed out, and in an instant, there was a violent clang with endless joy. The blade, which was originally only about 10 feet long, expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 10,000 feet long. It was like a heavenly blade, with ferocious gaps all over the blade, slashing towards the void ahead. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the demonic blade had crossed the endless void and slashed on the hull of a commercial fortress. The loud noise was earth-shattering, but the commercial fortress did not explode. Instead, inside the hull, there was a tide of horrified screams, but in just half a breath, everything stopped. Within the body of the heavenly demon blade, an endless amount of demonic fiendish chi spread out like the thickest black fog, completely enveloping the entire Shanghang fortress. Since then, the commercial fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters was completely invisible, wrapped in the black fog-like demonic aura. But from time to time, the sound of metal friction could be heard at the same time. The more than 200 zombie generals who had turned into giant carrion beasts also unleashed their fastest speed, flanking from the left and right sides. And in the void, the entire commercial fleet was surrounded in the middle. Buzz! The low buzzing of the void jump sounded. This time, a small commercial fortress that reacted first successfully activated the space jump ability before the more than 200 zombie generals, who had turned into giant carrion beasts, began to kill and devour, and luckily escaped far away. In this regard, the more than 200 zombie generals who had completed the siege of the entire commercial fleet did not care at all, because even if the news was leaked, it did not matter. Today's demonic zombie legion was far from what it was in the past. In the next moment, the two zombie generals in charge of sealing the void successfully sealed this corner of the void, and all the commercial battleships behind were forced to stay, and the activated void jump was forcibly interrupted. Screech! Devour them all, leave nothing behind. Raising his head and letting out a fierce roar, Tuoba Linfeng's figure swayed as he spoke, and his original human form instantly changed into an almost illusory, ferocious demon. His whole body was like a black fog, and in the blink of an eye, he drifted away, rushing into the encirclement, and headed towards a large fortress. Shrouding down, he began to plunder and devour. Boom! Rumble! Explosions and screams resounded in this corner of the void. Some of the cannons of the merchant warships opened fire, and some of the starry sky cultivators rushed out of the warships, fighting and retreating at the same time. They wanted to use their physical bodies to cross the void and escape from this sealed void where teleportation and warship jumps were impossible. However, everything was destined to be in vain. After an hour or so, everything fell silent. The entire fleet was gone, and the only thing left in the void were the wreckages of warships that were not worth devouring. As for all the Star Warriors in the fleet, their flesh and blood were the most delicious food for the universe zombies. Naturally, they wouldn't waste any of it, except for the hundreds of starry sky overlords who had strong cultivations and strong foundations, who were left behind to develop this zombie army. The rest, without exception, were all devoured and eaten. The large stronghold that was enveloped by the heavenly devil blades black heavenly devil baleful chi and began to corrode and devour, it was dispelled the most thoroughly. When the evil black heavenly devil baleful mist once again entered the heavenly devil blade's body, the void where the large stronghold was originally located was already empty, except for an incomparably ferocious sword. The black demonic blade lay across the void. With a whoosh, it rushed back into Tuoba Linfeng's body and disappeared. Retreat, use the fastest speed, leave this star field, change a place, and continue to hunt. As Tuoba Linfeng's words sounded, more than 200 ferocious and terrifying carrion behemoths gradually shrank and soon returned to their human forms. Not far away, the zombie generals that turned into giant scorpions also changed their forms again. A small merchant fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters stood in the void. After a group of zombie generals stepped into the cabin, the first thing they did was to hide their figures, launch their fastest speed, and leave in the blink of an eye. Similar scenes were playing out in the other 4 star fields that were extremely far away. In the end, the 5 zombie armies all successfully completed a star hunt within a day. In the process of this hunt, the zombie generals in the army strengthened themselves. At the same time, they also developed some solid star warriors who became zombie recruits that joined the army. For this hunt, the confidence of the 5 zombie legions was far greater than before. Even before setting off, Tuoba Linfeng had personally instructed them to formulate various countermeasures for unexpected situations. Therefore, for the fish that occasionally slipped through the net during the hunt, they simply didn't pay attention to it. They were too lazy to chase and attack. Because of this, all of this was passed on by the survivors who fled almost immediately. The news seemed to have grown wings, and it quickly spread throughout the 3rd universe at the fastest speed. The zombie army appeared again, wreaking havoc in the starry sky. And this time, it wasn't just one zombie army, but at least 5 zombie armies in different star fields launched a star hunt. As this shocking news spread, the entire human race was in an uproar. The panic in the major star fields of the 3rd universe was like a rolling snowball, getting more and more serious. The human race was in chaos. 1st universe, Devil Emperor planet. When Yixin returned from the black hole of life and returned to the Devil Emperor planet, the news of the human race's chaos happened to arrive. What? The zombie army appeared again? This time, they even showed up in 5 different voids that were far apart in one day and started a space hunt. Hearing this news, Yi Xian was shocked, and an extremely bad premonition appeared in his heart. With his understanding of Tuoba Linfeng, if he wasn't sure that he had some kind of perfect arrangement, he would never suddenly become so high-profile and arrogant. Faintly, Yi Xian had an ominous feeling that something big was about to happen. This matter is indeed worrying. On the side, the current Demon Emperor Mo, when Tian nodded in agreement. His face was full of worry. The zombie army suddenly launched a high-profile attack. This is not a trivial matter. It gives people a feeling that the universe's zombies will erupt in a full scale, and it will be difficult to contain them. However, for a demon race, this matter is temporarily good. On one hand, at least, the human race is in chaos because of this. The entire third universe is in panic. Whether it is the Immortal Dynasty, Tenju Heavenly Palace, or the Wan Luo Federation, they can no longer devote their full strength to suppress our demon race. Their own backyard is on fire. This will more or less tie up a part of their energy. Chapter 39:59. It's just the regular forces of the race. It doesn't seem to be enough, right? Hearing this, Yi Xian nodded and turned to look at the current Demon Emperor Imo Wen Tian. The various races of the first universe are currently being restrained by the four great races led by the Demon Cultivator. In terms of regular forces, they probably won't be able to spare many battleships to participate in the crusade. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happens, they will most likely send high-end combat strength. It's the same for the human race. The Universe Zombie Army has reappeared in the third universe, and this time, there are 5 zombie armies wreaking havoc in different star fields at the same time. It seems like a full-scale zombie disaster is about to erupt. Under such circumstances, the two camps of the human race, the Tenju Heavenly Palace and the Immortal Dynasty, even if they send a battleship, the scale of the crusade against the Demon Cultivator in the first universe should not be too large. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happens, the two camps of the human race should also be dominated by high-end combat strength. The various races of the second universe must have received the news. They know that the Myriad Luo Federation Senate has already lost an immortal old monster here. This time, in addition to a large number of conventional fleet combat strength, in terms of high-end combat strength, I'm afraid the level will also be greatly increased. It's very likely that the major forces will send out the immortal old monster again. Under such circumstances, if the Demon Cultivator's foundation does not move, we will not be able to resist at all. This was the truth. Although Yi Xian did not elaborate on how awkward and distressed he was after he killed the immortal old monster of the Myriad Luo Federation Senate, the upper echelons of the Demon Cultivator royal family, who were present at that time, were obviously well aware of it. It would be strange if he could still be alive and well after killing the immortal old monster in the universe realm. Even though Yi Xian had already recovered, he might still be able to kill an immortal realm old monster after exhausting all of his trump cards like before. However, according to his speculation, this time, how could there only be one immortal old monster among the major forces that were about to arrive and suppress the Demon Cultivator race in unison? Just as he said, if the Demon Cultivator race did not use the true strength of the race, they would not be able to survive this calamity. That's right. Our demon race is the same as the other races in the 3 main planes of the starry skies. We do have our own race's heritage. Yi Xian's words made the upper echelons of the Imperial Demon Clan look at each other and smile bitterly. In the end, the current Demon Emperor Imo Wen Tian sighed. Then, he continued, the only difference is that the foundations of the major races and forces in the 3 main planes of the starry skies are usually hibernating in the depths of their ancestral lands, or in a small independent plane connected to their ancestral lands, such as the Void. Although they're dormant, there's still a chance that they can be awakened in advance by paying a certain price. Of course, the price to awaken a bloodline ancestor of different levels is different. The more powerful a bloodline ancestor is, the lower the possibility of being awakened. But our race is different. Our bloodline progenitor isn't in the 3 main planes, but the origin of all worlds. Origin of all worlds? What the hell is that? Yi Xian frowned. Before, there was already an origin of all evil. Now, it had become a place that countless forces and clans in the 3 main planes of the starry skies hated and loved. They were deeply hurt, but they couldn't give it up. The name of the origin of all evil lived up to its name. Now that the Myriad Realm's origin had suddenly appeared and he had never heard of it before, Yi Xian felt that it was strange. He asked, is it another similar star field? No, the origin of all evil is indeed a star field in the first universe plane, but the origin of all worlds is different. The former and the latter can't be compared at all. At the mention of the origin of all worlds, the current Demon Emperor, Imo Wen Tian's face was full of fascination and even holiness. He continued solemnly, "The origin of all worlds, as the name suggests, is the origin of all planes and all worlds. As we all know, the first universe, the second universe, and the third universe are only the three main universe planes in the world. In addition to these three main planes of the starry skies, there are countless large and small void planes. Basically, they are all very dangerous and full of void turbulence. There are even more that have never been seen before. The living creatures of the present world are involved in them, and they are not known to the present world at all. In fact, just in the three main planes of the starry skies, there are a large number of independent small planes, such as the void and the like. For example, the so-called Holy Land of the demon race, the ancient void connected to the forbidden valley of the inner city of the demon emperor, is actually a cage related to the desolate ancient era. According to the secret records of the demon royal family, in fact, these countless planes that exist in the present world, including the three main planes of the starry skies, are actually just a part of the distant desolate world. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are fragments of the universe plane. In the past, there was a great battle. The entire desolate world collapsed and turned into countless turbulent void. Some were big and some were small. There were some void passages that connected them, but most of them were isolated from each other. The buffer zone was all void turbulence, and it could no longer be connected, and the three main planes of the starry skies in the present world should only be the larger, or the safer and more stable, three of these fragments of the desolate world. However, it seems that the heavenly Tao I, one of the commanders of the two great camps back then, did not fall, and even set up a netherworld furnace in the source of all evil star domain. Regarding that incomparable battle back then, there were many secrets passed down by later generations, but the specific details were not clearly stated. However, now it seems that since the heavenly Tao I, one of the commanders of the two great camps back then, did not fall, it even set up a netherworld furnace in the source of all evil star domain. Such a terrifying void refining grand array. Then, one day in the future, when the heavenly Tao recovers and the desolate great world descends, it is very likely to become a reality. So, the desolate world is the source of all worlds? The current three main planes of the starry skies and countless turbulent voids, small secret realms, and small grotto heavens were all formed by the collapse of the desolate world. Yi Xian seemed to be deep in thought, and then said, "Then, in the desolate great world that collapsed in that battle, is there still a place similar to the core of the hub? After the collapse of the desolate world, it also became an unknown void that no one knows, and the foundation of your demon race is there." You can say that, but it's not entirely correct. The current demon emperor Imo, when Tian nodded and continued to explain, the desolate great world can indeed be seen as the source of countless planes of the present world, but it is not the source of all worlds. The real source of all worlds is a star, an extremely beautiful ancient star with a blue ocean occupying more than 70% of the surface of the star. That star was extremely mysterious in the desolate era and was called the Mother Star. The initial prototype of the desolate great world was born with that mysterious Mother Star. Born. Chapter 3960. That's right. That Mother Star is the so-called source of all realms. Because even the initial prototype of the Eldritch world was born with that mysterious Mother Star, and Mo Wentian wasn't surprised by Yi Xian's reaction. He even felt that it was within his expectations. He didn't know that Yi Xian's heart was in turmoil. He only thought that anyone who heard such words would have such a reaction. Because this involved the secret of the origin of the Eldritch world, it was the most ancient and distant legend. Legend has it that before the Eldritch world was born, even the universe didn't exist. The entire world was a mass of chaos. The cores of the stars nurtured countless innate life forms. Among them, 500 were born one after another. They were known as the 500 innate demon gods. Among them, there was the most powerful demon god. After he was born, he did not like the chaotic scene of the world at that time, so he used a giant axe to split open the chaos. From then on, there was heaven and earth. The clear air of chaos that was split open rose to become heaven. That was the prototype of the eldritch world. The turbid air descended to become Earth. This Earth was the mysterious mother star known as the source of all worlds. The bloodline primordial ancestor of our demon tribe came from that mysterious mother star. That year, when the primordial war broke out, the entire primordial world was shattered into 10,000 worlds. Our mother star drifted into some spatial crack. Our bloodline primordial ancestor, who was at the supreme primordial master level, brought a few juniors with him. They drifted into the void and finally came to the first universe. But because of his serious injuries, he hibernated in a small, independent grotto heaven to recover from his injuries. Later, one of the descendants of the primordial ancestor started to spread his influence in the first universe. That's how the demon race of the first universe came to be. The first demon emperor was actually not the first generation descendant of the primordial ancestor. He was only called the first demon emperor because he founded the demon dynasty. In fact, in that independent grotto heaven, there were many ancestors who were more senior than the first demon emperor. That independent grotto heaven could be said to be the ancestral land of the demon race in the first universe. However, the origin of our race's bloodline and the true foundation of our race is actually that mysterious mother star. In the end, you're just taking long breaths when you speak. At this point, Yi Xian had confirmed that the mysterious mother planet that the current Devil Emperor Mo when Tian had mentioned was the one he was familiar with. Although he was pleasantly surprised, he was also a little disappointed. This was because after entering the current starry sky environment, he finally heard news related to that star. The sea of stars was boundless, and this was really not easy. The reason why they were disappointed was because, according to the current generation's Demon Emperor, Mo when Tian, although they knew of the existence of the mother planet, they were still clueless as to where it was currently located. Yi Xian originally thought that he'd found hope of returning, but now it seemed that he was just overjoyed. He was excited for nothing. Fortunately, although this thought still existed in Yi Xian's heart, it had been too long since he left. It was no longer an obsession, and he was already used to it. Right now, the most pressing matter was the current situation. As he sighed in his heart, he quickly adjusted his mood and returned to the main topic. He asked the current Devil Emperor Mo when Tian, since there's a supreme primordial bloodline, primordial ancestor in the ancestral land of the demon race, as well as a few followers of the race, then the current problem is easily solved. Can you think of a way to awaken one of them? Even if it's just a follower of the primordial ancestor, it's at least a quasi-primordial almighty existence. It's enough to solve the current crisis. The primordial ancestor left tens of thousands of years ago. Otherwise, how could our demon race become the slaves of the heavenly mystery race? As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the current demon emperor, Mo when Tian, shook his head and bitterly smiled, including the ancestors of the clans that followed the primordial ancestor to the first universe. They all left together. Of course, before they left, they all left behind bloodline descendants in the first universe. But after all, they didn't belong here. Although they had bloodline descendants in this universe plane, in the end, they were still homesick and embarked on the path back. They entered the vast void to find a way to return to the mysterious mother star. Since then, there's been no news of them. F***CK, your demon race's bloodline primordial ancestor is too irresponsible. She just gave birth to a child here and didn't care. She just left. Yi Xian was immediately disappointed when he heard that a few of the Golden Fighters, who were at least quasi-desolate ancient supreme experts, had all left with the primordial demon bloodline primordial ancestor. Furthermore, this was something that had happened tens of thousands of years ago. After muttering a few words, he seemed to suddenly think of something and then asked, "By the way, didn't you just say that the demon race in the first universe is only the bloodline left behind by a descendant of the primordial demon ancestor who is at the level of primordial demon ancestor? What about the other juniors and followers? Which race did they leave behind their bloodline?" This seemed to be a sensitive question, so the current Devil Emperor Mo when Tian didn't know what to say. He frowned and exchanged glances with the other higher-ups of the demon race. After exchanging glances, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. We don't have a right to comment on this. If you really want to ask, you should ask the first Devil Emperor. Just ask the Devil Emperor, lest you bring us trouble. F***CK. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have vaguely guessed something, but when he thought about it carefully, he didn't get anything. His heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat, itching unbearably. However, since they weren't willing to say anything, he had no choice but to roll his eyes. However, although the primordial ancestor and his followers have left, the first and second generation descendants of the demon race in the first universe plane are still alive, and both of them are at the undying level. Among them, the first generation descendant has been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. At that time, he was an emperor-level undying. He wanted to become an emperor-level undying so that he could destroy the Tianji race and help the demon race get rid of the enslavement. Unexpectedly, that seclusion hasn't ended yet. After tens of thousands of years, the one guarding our ancestral land is the second generation descendant, and his strength is Marquis-level undying. Speaking of this, the current Devil Emperor Imo Tian nodded slightly. A Marquis-level undying is enough to suppress a few normal undying, but according to our information, there are at least 2 emperors in the Senate of the Federation. Chapter 3961. He's just an undying, yet he has so many tricks up his sleeves. What normal undying, official undying, emperor undying? There won't be an emperor undying, right? Yi Xian had only asked casually, but looking at the current Devil Emperor Imo Tian's expression, it was clearly the case. This immediately made him roll his eyes. F***CK. These immortal realm old monsters really know how to play. Even so, after learning that the second generation ancestor of the demon race was an official level undying that could suppress several normal undyings, his heart finally calmed down. According to his estimations, there would at most be a few normal undyings coming to attack the demons. Emperor-level undyings wouldn't be easily dispatched. By the time they were suppressed, the other races would realize that there were still official-level undyings within the demon race. Hence, the next time they sent Emperor-level undyings, who knows, the first generation of demon race ancestor might just come out of closed-door cultivation. With his strength at Emperor level, suppressing a few emperors shouldn't be a problem. Although this was a little too idealistic, given the current situation, Yi Xian could only think this way. Of course, he would not slack off in the slightest when it came to his own efforts. Thinking of this, Yi Xian changed the topic and asked, "What about the first demon emperor? Is it in the ancestral land of the demon dwellers? Can you contact him? This young master has some matters to discuss with him." Yi Xian had always been concerned about the bloodline descendants left behind by the other followers of the demon race's bloodline primordial ancestor in the 3 main planes of the starry sky. Since the current generation demon emperor, Imo Tian, didn't dare to say anything, he could only ask the current generation demon emperor, Imo Tian. That's right. The demon emperor is indeed in the grotto heaven nest, which is equivalent to the second ancestral land of the demonkin. Imo Tian nodded, and a troubled look appeared on his face. But that heavenly abode void is not in the Devil Imperial planet. It is only connected by a void passage. Among the upper echelons of the Devil Imperial family, only great-grandfather Imo has the authority to open that void passage. So, I'm afraid we can't contact it for the time being. Yes. However, although the void passage cannot be opened, the news can be transmitted through special channels. Regarding the situation in the demon domain, I have already reported to the ancestral land and received a reply. The second-generation ancestor will pay close attention to the situation here. When it is time to take action, he will naturally do so. Attack! As long as no emperors appear, there shouldn't be much of a problem. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to contact the previous generation's demon emperor, Imo Tian, in a short period of time. Yi Xian was immediately disappointed. He even felt that this old fellow had a premonition and was purposely avoiding him like the mad mosquito emperor, or the old ghost mosquito butcher. When he thought up to this point, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He exclaimed involuntarily, "That's right, Mad Mosquito Monarch and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher are related to the devil race. The bloodline descendants of your bloodline primordial ancestors' followers in the three main planes of the universe wouldn't be related to these two old fellows. Am I right?" Yi Xian asked as he turned to look at the current devil emperor, Mo Wen Tian. Little friend, we have to hurry back to prepare for the war. Yes. We can't stay here for long." The reactions of the few old fellows were very big. They immediately found excuses and left in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, the main hall of the small courtyard that Yi Xian was staying in was empty. Something is wrong. Something is definitely wrong. As if he had found a clue, Yi Xian's heart calmed down. After muttering a few words, he decided that the next time he saw Mo Tian, he would ask for the whole story. After that, he threw this matter to the back of his mind and started to think about the situation in the demon domain. With the second-generation ancestors' close attention, the demon domain's current crisis was basically nothing to worry about. However, Yi Xian still felt a strong sense of urgency. This was because after this incident, when the second-generation ancestor of the demon domain was exposed, the next time the other races and the Senate of the Federation came, there would be Emperor-level undyings. Although with his current strength, no matter how fast he rushed, it was impossible for him to have the strength to fight against an undying emperor in a short period of time. However, Yi Xian still had many other methods. For example, the 4 Star Wars, as well as Hanba, Ho Qing, and the Desolate Lightning Mother in the Yin Luo. He could think of ways to increase their strength and power. Many a little makes a mickle, so Yi Xian's overall strength would naturally increase even faster. Thinking about this, he quickly made a decision. The direction of the future for a period of time was also roughly formed. Other than increasing his own technique and body level, he also had to think of ways to increase the life level of the 4 Star Wars, including the Mosquito Beasts, the Golden Slimes, the Star Soldier Ladle, and the Weeping Soul Beast. From there, he could greatly increase the power of the Battle Wars. For example, once the Battle Wars were activated, tens of millions of Golden Slimes would attack at the same time and unleash a golden tide of time. Each tide represented the instantaneous passing of 10,000 years. If he could increase the life level of these tens of millions of golden slimes, then, once activated, a golden tide of time could represent the instantaneous passing of 20,000, 30,000, or even 40,000 years. At this level of golden tide of time, 7 or 8 waves of time would be equivalent to hundreds of thousands of years quietly passing. Even Emperor-level undyings might not be able to withstand it. Compared to Yi Xian immersing himself in training and relying on his own strength to fight Emperor-level undyings, this method was obviously more practical. Thinking about this, he immediately gave an order to the devouring system. Immediately start a comprehensive and detailed search and deduction of the system's database. Look for the special resources that can increase the life level of the 4 Star Wars kinetic life forms. After receiving this order, the devouring system immediately started its search and deduction. Because Yi Xian asked for a comprehensive and detailed deduction, there probably wouldn't be any results in a short period of time. He didn't pay attention to it and didn't want to wait around. This was because there were still about 10 days before the forces of the 3 dimensions to attack the demon race would arrive one after another. Other than the 4 Star Wars, the Yin Luo was also a high-end combat force that was highly anticipated. Yi Xian quickly turned his attention to this Yin Luo. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian decided to take advantage of these 10 days to make a trip to the Star Thunder Tomb to see if he could find a strand of thunder origin there to help the recently awakened Desolation Lightning Goddess reconstruct her Thunder True body. Chapter 3962. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately sent a message to the current Devil King, Mo Wen Tian, saying that he would be leaving for a few days. Then, He directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability and rushed to the black hole of life because it was closer to the starry sky thunder tomb. After the jump, Yixin was already in the black hole of life. He waved his hand and summoned the void-shattering shuttle. He immediately rushed out of the black hole of life and used his extreme speed. With the terrifying speed of a realm master old monster, he headed straight for the starry sky thunder tomb. Half a day later, a void full of thunder and lightning appeared in front of him. He had arrived at the starry sky thunder tomb. After so long, the starry sky thunder tomb was still the same as before. There were no changes. Thinking about it, how could anyone come to such a void full of thunder and lightning for years? Even a warship would be turned into scrap metal if it entered, let alone a strong warrior of the starry sky. When Yixin first came to the starry sky thunder tomb, his cultivation was still very weak. Even when he used a thunder source pearl to kill the Tianji clan's upper echelon, Shanbo, his cultivation was only at the mystic light realm. But now, he was already a universe realm master of the 15th realm. But this time, when he came again and saw this vast void of thunder, he could still feel a strong sense of danger. According to his current strength, Yixin felt that if he went deep into the starry sky thunder tomb, even the immortal realm old monsters might die. It seemed that this starry sky thunder tomb was far from as simple as he thought. If it wasn't for the Rai seal, Yixin would definitely have died the last time he entered. When he thought up to here, he couldn't help but feel a sense of lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he'd only entered the periphery of the lightning graveyard last time and didn't enter the depths. Otherwise, even if he had the lightning emperor seal that could be said to be revered in the Tao of lightning and could command the lightning of the world to protect his body, under the circumstances that his cultivation was too weak, he was afraid that there would be many problems. There would be less trouble. But that was in the past. This time, he was already an almighty figure of the universe at the 15th level. Moreover, he possessed various extraordinary abilities and reserves, so he couldn't be compared to the past. Even if it was the deepest core of this boundless lightning graveyard, Yixin still dared to charge into it now. Moreover, if the lightning origin source that he needed really existed in this lightning graveyard, it would definitely be in the deepest core of the lightning graveyard. When he thought up to here, Yixin didn't delay any longer. His figure shook as he strode out of the void break shuttle, and then he put it away into the undying world within his body with a wave of his hand. After that, he took a stride and charged towards the edge of the starry sky lightning tomb. Rumble! Ka-cha-cha! The moment they rushed down the starry sky thunder tomb, endless thunderous booms and crackling sounds of lightning assaulted their faces, causing Yixin to feel as if he had entered another universe, another world. Everything in the surroundings had changed. He had completely lost all connection and perception with the outside world. This was a world of thunder and lightning. Cyan fractionation towers and golden lightning covered the sky and earth densely packed. Cyan lightning and golden lightning were the main themes of this world. Here, there were no stars or cosmic dust. Even if there had been before, after so many years of being struck by endless cyan lightning and golden lightning, they had long since turned into nothingness. Here, only cyan lightning and golden lightning continued to wreak havoc, life and death back and forth endlessly. Even so, the current Yixin, even if his physical body was in this starry sky lightning graveyard, he would be completely fine. Just as his figure stepped out of the void shuttle, a faint cyan mist clearly gushed out from Yixin's body. It didn't spread too widely, but instead covered about 3 inches of his entire body. Just these 3 layers of cyan mist were enough to protect him. Protect Yixin as he rampaged through this starry sky lightning graveyard. This was the unique power of the Rai Seal's domain, which was displayed by Yixin with a thought. The power of this starry sky origin treasure was unique. It could ignore the damage of thunder and lightning, and this was only the most basic of its properties. With the protection of the Rai Seal's domain, Yixin stood in the void of this starry sky lightning graveyard, where there was only endless cyan lightning and golden lightning. A thin layer of cyan mist appeared on the surface of his body as he quietly stood there, but imperceptibly exuded an aura of being the emperor of this domain, commanding the entire star. The supreme aura of the void lightning graveyard had nothing to do with his cultivation. It was purely an innate suppression of his attribute. Around his figure, the cyan lightning and golden lightning that were wreaking havoc without end clearly carried a sense of fear and subconsciously retreated into the distance. As a result, a radius of 1 zhang around him had become a vacuum, without any cyan lightning or golden lightning appearing. These cyan lightning and golden lightning naturally did not have any consciousness. The reason they retreated was purely a natural reaction to the suppression of the Rendezvous Seal's Emperor pressure. With his mind set, his figure flashed as he directly crossed the sea of lightning with his physical body. With Yi Xian's current speed, even if he crossed the sea of lightning with his physical body, it did not take long for him to arrive at the area where he had condensed 10 Thunder Origin beads last time. This was also the furthest place he had ever reached when he first set foot in this Starry Sky Lightning Graveyard. Further ahead was the core of the Starry Sky Lightning Graveyard, where even Yi Xian, who possessed the Rendezvous Seal, did not dare to rashly set foot in last time. But this time, he had no choice and would not retreat. After taking a deep breath, Yi Xian quickly moved forward again. This time, after a full half a day, he discovered that the surrounding void had begun to change. In the void of lightning he had passed through before, the thunder was cyan while the lightning was golden. But after arriving here, whether it was the cyan lightning or the golden lightning, they were all covered with a faint layer of purple gold. And this situation became more and more obvious as he went deeper. Another day passed. When Yi Xian came to his senses, he discovered that the lightning and thunder in the surrounding space were all purple gold in color. It was completely different from the green lightning and gold lightning from before. It emitted an even more powerful pressure and an even more violent aura of destruction. Undoubtedly, these purple gold thunder and lightning were of a higher level. This made Yi Xian's heart tremble. Then, before he could do anything, the Rendezvous Seal suspended above his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled without warning, as if it was transmitting some kind of message to Yi Xian. After being stunned for a moment, Yi Xian was blessed with luck. He immediately stopped moving and extended his consciousness towards the Thunder Emperor Seal above his sea of consciousness, entering it. Rumble boom! In the next moment, a series of thunderous explosions suddenly entered Yi Xian's ears, causing him to be shocked. Chapter 3963. The Inheritance Scene. It was actually the Inheritance Scene again. At this moment, Yi Xian had a flash of realization. The Rendezvous Seal had clearly been refined, but this time he actually saw this Inheritance Scene from the Primordial Era, which was suspected to be from when the Rendezvous Seal was first born. At that time, the universe had just been born, and everything in the universe had a strand of innate primordial chi. After countless years of nurturing, it became a starry sky origin treasure. This kind of opportunity and fortune could not be found in later generations, and it would be difficult to reproduce again. At the end of the void of this inheritance scene, a giant golden lotus was blooming brilliantly, releasing endless golden light. It was as if the entire universe was illuminated by it, as if it was nurtured by the heavens and nurtured in the depths of the void. It was incomparably huge, and even the stars in front of it seemed to be very small. They were extremely small and weak. On the lotus stem of the golden lotus, there was only one lotus seed, but it was green in color. It was clearly a seal-shaped object, and its entire body was entwined with golden lightning, stretching out and spitting out continuously. His Rendezvous Seal was nurtured from this giant golden lotus with an aura that could almost cover the heavens and earth. In the giant lotus's lotus seed pod, there was only one lotus seed. Rumble. The inheritance scene was still and unmoving, but the rumbling of thunder continued to enter Yi Xian's ears, shocking his mind. Surrounding the green-gold lightning seal that existed as a lotus seed on top of the lotus canopy, there were countless tiny golden lightning bolts extending and retracting. And if one were to expand one's line of sight to the extent of the entire giant golden lotus, one would be able to see that around the entire golden lotus, there were countless green lightning balls. They exploded one after another. They were born and died in an endless cycle. Gradually, the green lightning beads around the giant golden lotus became denser and denser. They all exploded, turning into countless huge golden lightning bolts. At first, they only wreaked havoc in the void, destroying countless stars. In the end, these golden lightning bolts seemed to have received some sort of summons, and gradually they began to move. They converged in a certain direction. It was the green-gold lightning seal, the only lotus seed on the top of the giant golden lotus. But this was not the end. Last time, the scene that Yi Xian saw in the Rendezvous seal's legacy image had come to an end. But this time, the subsequent evolutions were still continuing. In the inheritance scene, the Rendezvous seal began to spin. As it spun, a large amount of green and golden lightning around the giant golden lotus was sucked in and gathered towards the Rendezvous seal. It slowly turned into a large greenish-gold cocoon. This scene was exactly the same as when Yi Xian had condensed the Thunder Origin Orb in the Astral Lightning Tomb. He understood that this was the Rendezvous seal demonstrating a kind of power. Very quickly, a gigantic greenish-golden cocoon enveloped the Rendezvous seal. The entire cocoon was formed from green lightning and golden lightning. Finally, it began to condense inwards. When all the green lightning and golden lightning had condensed into a single point, a greenish-golden bead the size of a cinnabar fruit appeared above the Rendezvous seal. It was the Thunder Origin bead. But this was still not the end. It was not over yet. Just as the Rendezvous seal was condensing the Thunder Origin bead, the gigantic golden lotus in the inheritance scene was also growing. Previously, it was green lightning and golden lightning that were expanding and retracting in its body. But now, whether it was lightning or thunder, they had all turned into a purple-gold color. Even the entire golden lotus had turned into a purple-gold color. It was as if it had only been green before, but now it had matured. Immediately after, the Rendezvous seal began to spin again. Following the rotation of the Thunder Emperor imprint, a large amount of lightning and lightning was once again gathered around the Thunder Emperor imprint. Merely this time around, regardless of whether it was the lightning or lightning, they were all purple-gold in color. And the greenish-golden Thunder Origin bead hovering above the Rendezvous seal was still there. It spun together with the Rendezvous seal. All the purple-gold lightning that had gathered surged towards the Thunder Origin bead. This seemed to be the second tempering process to improve its quality. Soon, as more and more purple-gold lightning gathered, the second cocoon was formed. Just like the first one, it was still formed by endless lightning and thunder. Its entire body was purple gold, and it exuded a terrifying aura. Everything that happened after that was replicated like before. The purple gold cocoon rapidly shrank and disappeared into the Thunder Origin bead hovering above the Rendezvous seal. At this time, the original greenish-golden Thunder Origin bead was now purple-gold in color. The lightning and thunder on its surface were all purplish-golden in color. At this point, the inheritance scene came to an abrupt end. Yi Xian took a few seconds to recover from his shock. He originally thought that the Rendezvous seal had been completely refined, but now it seemed that this origin treasure was far from being as simple as he thought. It seemed that there was still a seal that was being unsealed layer by layer. What Yi Xian saw now was only the second layer of the Thunder Origin bead. Whether there would be a third layer after that, he did not know. But one thing was certain, and that was that the purple gold Thunder Origin bead condensed by the second layer of the Thunder Seal secret technique could definitely threaten the existence of the immortal realm. Its aura was too terrifying. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was almost excited. In the Rendezvous seal in his body, there were still 8 golden Thunder Origin beads. If all of them were tempered again and upgraded to purple gold Thunder Origin beads, he would undoubtedly have a stronger foundation when facing the immortal realm old monsters. Xiao, excited, he no longer hesitated and waved his hand to bring out the Rendezvous seal. In the next moment, As the Rai seal was brought out by Yi Xian and hung above his head, the entire depths of the Thunder Tomb exploded like a pot of boiling oil that had been poured with a ladle of ice water. Countless purple-gold thunderbolts were attracted and exploded above Yi Xian's head. A huge amount of purple-gold thunderbolts rained down on Yi Xian's head, but none of them could cause any harm to Yi Xian. The surface of his body was always shrouded in a thin layer of purple-gold mist, and his hands were behind his back. Standing in the void where the thunderbolts were raging, exuding a strong emperor's aura. A large amount of purple-gold lightning gradually enveloped the Rai seal and even Yi Xian's entire body. In the end, it formed a huge lightning cocoon that flickered with purple-gold lightning. Yi Xian, who had the Rai seal above his head, was the core of this huge lightning cocoon that was like a star. At this moment, the purple-gold mist that originally enveloped his body suddenly expanded and spread out, enveloping the entire purple-gold cocoon, turning it into a misty green color. Then, it began to condense inwards. The whole process was basically the same as what Yi Xian saw in the inheritance image of the Rai seal. After an unknown amount of time, the giant purple-gold cocoon that was formed by a thunder origin bead after being tempered by hundreds of millions of purple-gold thunderbolts finally disappeared completely. And above the Rai seal, hanging above Yi Xian's head, a thunder origin appeared. Chapter 3964. After the condensation of the first purple-gold thunder pearl was completed, Yi Xian opened his eyes and the familiar sound of the system notification rang out again. The unexpected breakthrough to the next cultivation level had actually come once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the breakthrough of the ancient Dongshu formula. Current cultivation level, level 4 universe. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the breakthrough of the physical body's Qi and blood realm. Current cultivation level, level 4 universe. Without a doubt, the breakthrough of both the ancient Dongshu formula and physical body's Qi and blood realm had something to do with his use of the Rai seal to condense the purple-gold thunder pearl. This was because during the process of condensing the purple-gold thunder pearl, Yi Xian's body, along with the Rai seal and the other golden thunder pearls suspended above the Rai seal, had also been enveloped by the surging purple-gold thunder pearl. It could be said that the original Golden Thunder Pearl had been tempered for a second time, raising its quality and power. At the same time, Yi Xian's physical body had also been baptized by the purple Gold Thunder Pearl. His cultivation level had also increased because he had absorbed some of the purple Gold Thunder Pearl's energy. I didn't expect there to be such benefits. This is really an unexpected surprise. In his surprise, Yi Xian couldn't help but look forward to it again. There are still 7 more Golden Thunder Pearls that need to be condensed. I wonder if they can increase my cultivation level. With this kind of surprise, Yi Xian stored the completed Thunder Pearl into the Rai seal. Then, he took out the second Golden Thunder Pearl and repeated the previous steps to start the second round of condensation. For hours later, when he opened his eyes again, the anticipated system notification had actually appeared in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the breakthrough of the ancient Dongshu formula. Current cultivation level, level 5 universe. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the breakthrough of the physical body's Qi and blood realm. Current cultivation level, level 5 universe. It actually had an effect. This was really a surprise. In a short period of time, Yi Xian's cultivation level and physical body's Qi and blood realm had both made a breakthrough. After the 2 consecutive breakthroughs, Yi Xian's overall combat ability had obviously soared again. According to Yi Xian's deduction, after his original body reached the 15th level and became a universe expert, the growth rate of the ancient demonic ape's bloodline true body was still 2-to-1. When his original body was in the 3rd level, the ancient demonic ape's bloodline, the ancient demonic ape's bloodline power level. Now that his original body had improved by 2 levels, reaching the 5th rank of the Cosmos state, his true form of the ancient demonic ape had also improved by 1 level. He was about to reach the 3rd rank of the Star Lord state. Coupled with the first 4 transformations of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, Each transformation would increase his combat power by a small level. Once Yi Xian entered the true form of the three-headed, six-armed demonic ape and used the fourth transformation, his peak combat power would reach the 7th level of the Star-Lord state. He had finally reached the advanced Star-Lord state. That's not a good idea, is it? Every time I condense a purple-gold thunder source bead, my cultivation base and my physical body's chi and blood realm will all increase by 1 level. If this continues, I will be able to become an immortal old monster in a short time. At most, I will just condense a bunch of purple-gold thunder source beads. While dumbstruck, Yi Xian stored the second condensed purple gold thunder origin bead into the Thunder Emperor seal. At the same time, he took out the third golden thunder origin bead that was waiting to be refined as he muttered to himself. However, that was just a casual remark. It was impossible for such a situation to happen. The reason why he was able to improve his cultivation base the previous 2 times was because he had only just begun to temper himself with this purplish gold, high-grade lightning power. It was like tempering one's body with some kind of top heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The effect would be obvious at the beginning, but it would lose its effect after a while. Even so, 2 breakthroughs shouldn't be the end. He still had 6 more purple gold thunder source beads. Even if they could only improve his cultivation by 2 or 3 levels, it would still be impressive. After all, the current Yi Xian was already a supreme being of the 15th Great Realm. In the past, when others were in this great realm, breaking through a small stage would require a long period of time and effort before they could achieve it. He definitely couldn't miss out on such an opportunity. Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer and immediately started to condense the third purple gold thunder origin bead. At this moment, he had even forgotten about the main purpose of coming to the starry sky Thunder Tomb this time, which was to search for a strand of thunder essence and help the desolate lightning mother reconstruct her thunder true body. Afterward, no way. Whatever. I'll refine all 8 purple gold thunder source beads first. A few hours later, the last purple gold thunder source bead was refined. When Yi Xian opened his eyes again, the system notification that he had been expecting really appeared in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu arts. Current state, 7th rank universe realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the physical body. Current state, 7th rank universe realm. The truth was just as he had guessed. Although the refinement of the 6 purple gold thunder origin beads was still effective in increasing Yi Xian's cultivation and physical body's chi and blood realm, the effect was clearly far inferior to the original. Previously, the 2 purple gold thunder origin beads had raised his cultivation base and body by 2 small levels. At the moment, the refinement of the last 6 purple gold thunder source beads had only improved his cultivation by 2 levels. However, Yi Xian was already very satisfied, if not overjoyed, because the gains were so great that they were far beyond his expectations before he set foot in the Star Lightning Tomb for the 2nd time. When his original body was at the 5th rank of the universe realm, his true body of the ancient ape demons was at the 3rd rank of the Star-Lord state. Now that his original body had improved by 2 levels and reached the 7th rank of the universe realm, his true body of the ancient ape demons had also improved by 1 level, which meant that he was about to reach the 4th rank of the Star-Lord state. The first 4 forms of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape would also improve his combat ability by 1 level. Once Yi Xian entered the true form of the demonic ape with 3 heads and 6 arms and performed the 4th form, his peak combat ability would reach the 8th rank of the Star-Lord state, which was only 1 level away from the peak of the 9th rank. There is a huge gap between levels. Right now, he only needed to break through 2 small levels in terms of cultivation, physical body, and blood to reach the pinnacle of the 9th step of the universe. Then, once Yi Xian entered the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true body state and used the 4th transformation of the devil ape, his peak combat strength would reach the pinnacle of the 9th step of the Star-Lord realm. He was only 1 step away from becoming a region lord. If he swallowed the level 16 liquid that he had just refined, Yi Xian would be able to display the terrifying combat ability of a region lord, which would definitely be of great significance. The breakthrough of a major realm would allow him to unleash even more power when he cast all kinds of bloodline abilities. Chapter 3965. As soon as he entered the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, Yi Xian encountered a great opportunity. On the basis of the 15th Great Realm, the Universe Realm, his cultivation base had actually risen by 4 small realms, and his combat strength had soared by a large margin. Apart from that, the original 8 Golden Thunder Origin Pearls in the Thunder Emperor Seal were refined a second time, raising their grade. Previously, they could only threaten Universe Masters, but now they could threaten Immortal Realm Old Monsters with Purple Gold Thunder Origin Pearls. More importantly, after this experience, Yi Xian realized the extraordinariness of the Rendezvous Seal. Previously, he thought that after refining this innate treasure, he had already grasped its mysteries, but because his cultivation was too weak, he could not unleash the power that matched it. But now, he understood that the Rendezvous Seal itself had a seal. Even if a new layer of seal was opened this time, using it to condense the Purple Gold Thunder Origin bead, it was still not the end of its true power. In the future, as Yi Xian encountered lightning power stronger than the Purple Gold Thunder Origin bead, there would definitely be more. When the seal was unlocked, it would reveal even more powerful abilities. In this way, it was qualified to match the Shinon Cauldron that was still in a growing state. At the same time, it was suspended in the central region of Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness, superior to the 7 small objects that represented the strongest bloodline and divine ability, such as the Fallen Sky Bow and the Black Gold Dragon Scale. After a period of excitement, Yi Xian finally calmed down. At this time, he carefully calculated that 2 days had passed since he entered the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. Adding the half a day he used to come here, 2.5 days had passed. However, he had not started to search for the strand of thunder origin that the desolate Lightning Mother needed. He was too excited before and completely forgot about this matter. It seems that I have to hurry, because after finding the thunder origin, I may have to delay a little bit in collecting it. So, time is already very tight. Thinking of this, he did not delay any longer. He immediately stored the last 8 condensed purple gold into the Rendezvous Seal, and then let the Emperor's Seal float about a foot above his head. His figure flashed, and he rushed towards the core area of the depths of the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. From the moment he stood in the area where he was refining the Purple Gold Thunder Origin bead, all the thunderbolts and lightning in the surrounding space had already turned purple gold. Now that he continued to move forward, the situation was still the same, and there was no difference. In the vast void around him, there was only purple gold lightning and purple gold thunder that exploded from time to time. Not to mention the universe stars, not even a speck of space dust. The thunder pressure at the core of the Thunder Graveyard was too terrifying. Even if the Immortal Realm Old Monsters were here, they wouldn't be able to resist for too long. Otherwise, even if they didn't die, they would still lose a layer of skin. It was impossible for any other material to exist here. Even the Starry Sky alloy that was used to build top-level battleships could not be taken out by Yi Xian from the undying world in his body. Without the protection of the Rendezvous Seal, it would instantly turn into green smoke and be annihilated soon. Half a day passed. At this point, Yi Xian had left the Demon Emperor Star for 3 days, but he still had not found a shadow of the Thunder Origin. Not to mention the Thunder Origin. In this half a day, he had not seen anything except for the purple gold lightning and purple gold thunder. In fact, Yi Xian still had no idea what this so-called Thunder Origin looked like and what kind of form it existed in. It was not that he had not searched in the database of the devouring system in his body, but unfortunately, there was no result at all. Regarding the Thunder Origin, perhaps because Yi Xian had not come into contact with it, the database of the system was blank. Just as he was feeling disheartened after searching for a long time without any progress, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have discovered the Thunder Origin. Do you want to collect it immediately? Huh, what a coincidence. But where is it? Caught off guard, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He almost thought that he was imagining things because he was too anxious. As these thoughts ran through his mind, he turned his head and looked around with a blank expression. Very quickly, in the space in front of him to the right, a color that was slightly different from the surrounding purple gold suddenly flashed and disappeared, attracting Yi Xian's attention. In this sea of purple gold lightning, other than Xiao Chun, who had the Thunder Emperor seal above his head, it was impossible for anything else to exist. Now, a strand of a different color had appeared and flashed by. What else could it be other than that strand of lightning source energy? Yi Xian was instantly excited. With a flash of his body, he chased after it with extreme speed. This flash of light was green in color and was very eye-catching in the purple gold. Otherwise, it would not have been so easily discovered by Yi Xian, as it was only the size of a finger. Of course, this was also related to the system's notification. What surprised Yi Xian was that although this green flash of light was only the size of a finger, it seemed to be alive. It was extremely agile like a small worm and was not afraid of any of the purple gold lightning and lightning. Its speed was extremely fast as it rushed straight ahead. If it were not for the Rai seal above Yi Xian's head, which was also unaffected by this sea of lightning, he would have been shaken off in a few moves. Even so, half a day had passed in the blink of an eye as Yi Xian chased after him. Although the green bug was already extremely close, a green substance that was around 3 meters in radius appeared in the sea of lightning in front of him. It floated within the purple gold lightning that filled the sky. No, it was not affected in the slightest. This was a green fog that actually existed in the lightning, which made Yi Xian's jaw drop. In addition, the green worm in front of him seemed to be running straight for this green fog. That seemed to be its nest. Yi Xian suddenly became nervous. If it was a nest, it would be fine. But if there were other things in this green fog, such as the existence of a void passage, when the green worm rushed in, it would be as if it teleported and disappeared. It would be difficult to track it down. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate. Gritting his teeth, he immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to forcibly devour. Although forcibly devouring had a certain success rate, and sometimes there was a possibility of failure, now that the other party was about to escape into its nest, he could not care less. Screech! Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. As the green worm let out a strange screech, the next moment, in Yi Xian's mind, the system's reply prompt sounded, "Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a strand of thunder origin. Do you want to absorb it immediately?" Chapter 3966. With a strand of thunder origin in hand, the purpose of this trip to the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb was finally achieved. Yi Xian's heart, which was in his throat, finally settled down. Just as he was about to take out a large amount of innate chilling spirit liquid, dark furnace lotion, 9-colored meat paste, 10,000 evil origin liquid, and other top-grade resources from the undying world in his body, he sent them to the desolate Electro Lady to help her reconstruct her Thunder True body. At the same time, he also sent another batch to Corpse Ancestor Hanba and Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing. Just as he was about to restore the resources, a sudden change occurred. Rumble. Kacha, without the slightest sign, the enormous sea of lightning ahead seemed to have suddenly been stimulated by something, and it suddenly became violent, and it emanated the sound of thunder that shook the heavens and the earth, and boundless crackling sounds of lightning striking down. All of this was too sudden, and the changes were too intense. It gave people the feeling that they were in an incomparably tranquil ocean, but in the blink of an eye, tsunamis and hurricanes had been set off. Those who were timid would have fainted on the spot. Looking up, Yi Xian was slightly startled. Then his eyes flashed, and he vaguely understood something. The Sea of Thunder in which the riot occurred was about 10,000 miles in radius. However, its core point happened to be the strange green fog that seemed to be the nest of the little green bug. This strange fog was originally only about 10 feet in radius, but now it instantly spread to 10,000 miles in radius. All the Sea of Thunder that was covered by the fog seemed to have been injected with boiling water and instantly became violent. It was obvious that this riot had something to do with the strangeness of the turquoise canopy. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly remembered that the strand of thunder origin that looked like a little green bug seemed to have let out a weak but sharp roar before it was forcibly swallowed by him. It should be that the roar contained some kind of power that caused the green fog that seemed to be its nest to change, which led to this unexpected scene in front of him. The Thunder Sea Riot was definitely an earth-shattering event. After all, thunder and lightning were originally a kind of extremely strong and violent power. Coupled with the power of the Thunder Sea Riot, in the face of such a situation, an ordinary Starry Sky powerhouse would not dare to take the risk and would most likely retreat in a hurry. However, Yi Xian had the Rai seal. Right now, it was merely hovering above Yi Xian's head, pouring out a green screen of light to protect Yi Xian's body. However, it was not fully activated and displayed the true might of the Thunderbolt Imperial Seal. This green mist was indeed strange. This could be seen from the fact that it could exist in the center of the Sea of Lightning, and at the same time, it was the nest of the lightning source. Perhaps it was because of this that it was able to cause all of the lightning and thunder to go berserk when it suddenly spread out. From a certain point of view, this strange green fog clearly had a certain effect on lightning, and even had the ability to drive it away. But even so, compared to Yi Xian's Rai seal, it was still far from enough. So what if the Thunder Sea Riot was about to happen? With the Rai seal in hand, Yi Xian could completely use it, and with a flip of his hand, the Imperial Seal could suppress the Thunder Sea Riot. Yi Xian was very certain of this, and this certainty and confidence of his was indeed proven. Whoosh! With a thought, the Rai seal began to spin, slowly rising above Yi Xian's head, higher and higher. During this process, the green light pouring out from within the Imperial Seal also became more and more intense, and the area it covered also continued to expand as the source of the Imperial Seal rose higher and higher. But no matter what, Yi Xian was always at the center of the expanding green light. He was firmly protected and was not affected by the power of the lightning at all. Yi Xian had already used all of his strength to activate the Rai seal. Although he was still far from being able to unleash the true power of this Imperial Seal, with Yi Xian's current cultivation level, the power of the Imperial Seal field that he could unleash was clearly not to be underestimated. Vaguely, there seemed to be an indescribable pressure that passed through the Imperial Seal above his head and projected onto his body. Yi Xian could clearly feel this. At this moment, Yi Xian's body inexplicably emitted an emperor's might. He clearly didn't make any movements, but at this moment, he had an additional sense of supreme majesty, as if he was a monarch descending upon the world. It was very strange, very mysterious, and allowed him to be blessed. Immediately after, with a flash of light in his eyes, Yi Xian subconsciously waved his hand towards the sea of lightning in front of him. Walala! With a light movement of his hand, the boundless purple-gold lightning that filled the sky in front of him actually obediently separated to the left and right like a tide. In the sea of lightning, there was a wide and open road. This scene shocked Yi Xian. Was this really the ability to command all the lightning in the world? With this kind of method, even if he brought an army of thousands of men and horses into the sea of lightning, he would still be able to protect everyone. With a wave of his hand, the lightning would split apart like a tide. What was there to fear? He just had to safely pass through. However, for Yi Xian, this was completely unnecessary. With another wave of his hand, the passageway in front of him, which was 1,000 miles in diameter and extended endlessly, closed once again and was filled with boundless purple gold lightning. At this moment, Yi Xian also soared into the air and shot towards the area enveloped by the green mist that was still spreading outwards. As his figure suddenly moved, the Rai seal, which was still slowly rising above his head and emitting a blazing green light, also followed closely behind, protecting Yi Xian at the center of the green light. Very quickly, Yi Xian, who had the Thunder Emperor's mist above his head and a vast expanse of blazing green light moving around his body, entered the area where the lightning was rampaging. As he had expected, although all the purple-gold lightning in this area had gone berserk due to the influence of the strange green mist, With the arrival of Yi Xian, all the lightning that came into contact with the Rai seal's cyan lightning instantly calmed down. Compared to the blazing green lightning radiance released by the Thunder Emperor seal, the strange green mist wasn't a match for it at all. Following Yi Xian's arrival, the area covered by the green lightning radiance was like ice and snow encountering the blazing sun. The only reaction was to quickly melt, and as Yi Xian finally came into contact with the strange green mist, the data of the devouring system in his body was finally updated again, with the resources of this strange green mist. After a round of investigation, Yi Xian was suddenly enlightened and completely understood this strange green mist. Just as Yi Xian had guessed before, this canopy had now spread to a distance of 10,000 kilometers. However, at the beginning, it was only a strange green fog with a radius of around 3 meters. It was indeed the nest of that strand of thunder essence. Chapter 39-67. The Thunderlock Spirit Mist was a special product that was unique to the vast, innate Thunder Sea. Its attribute was innate, and it was nurtured by the innate thunder essence in the endless Thunder Sea over a long period of time. Every strand of Thunderlock Spirit Mist would take tens of thousands of years to fully manifest. From this, one could see how precious this Thunderlock Spirit Mist was. It had been nurtured for at least hundreds of millions of years. To this starry sky Thundergrave, its value was definitely second only to the Thunder Essence. The Thunder Essence was the Thunderlock Spirit Mist nurtured by the Thunderlock Spirit Mist in the innate Thunder Sea. The Thunderlock Spirit Mist was the mother nest of this Thunder Essence. This strand of Thunder origin consciousness was originally a thunderworm without any intelligence. As it slowly grew, it would eventually develop intelligence. At that time, it would become the Thunder Spirit of this vast sea of thunder. The Thunder Sea that gave birth to the Thunder Spirit could be controlled at will. When it was large, it was vast and boundless, spreading out endlessly into the starry sky. When it was small, it could even condense into a thunderball, crossing the void and shooting out into the endless starry sky. To put it bluntly, this Thunder Sea had become a spirit. However, to this starry sky Thundergrave, this kind of opportunity to become a spirit was obviously no longer possible. As this strand of thunder essence that had just been nurtured and was far from becoming a thunder spirit was captured by Yi Xian in the form of a thunderworm. Moreover, Yi Xian clearly did not intend to let go of this Thunderlock Spirit Mist. The path to becoming a spirit in this starry sky Thundergrave was basically completely cut off. Although it would not become a spirit, the starry sky Thundergrave would still exist. To Yi Xian, this was enough. In the future, there might be a time when he would need to use this Thunder Sea. As for the present, to Yi Xian, the only thing he needed to do now was to absorb and use this Thunderlock Spirit Mist. After that, this trip to the starry sky Thundergrave would be considered complete, and he could embark on the journey home at any time. That's right, Yi Xian intended to absorb the lightning pool spiritual mist that had already spread out in front of him. If there were no accidents, this would definitely allow his cultivation strength and the realm of his physical body and qi to achieve another breakthrough. After all, Yi Xian's body had been wrapped in the lightning cocoon formed by the boundless purple gold lightning and lightning when he was refining the purple gold thunder origin bead. He had benefited greatly from it, and his cultivation had broken through again and again. The Thunderlock Spirit Mist was the cradle of the innate lightning origin, so its grade was definitely much higher than the purple gold lightning and lightning bolt. If there were no accidents, it was almost certain that he would make a breakthrough in his cultivation after cleansing his soul and body again. It wasn't just Yi Xian himself, but also the corpse ancestor, Hanba, and Ho Qing, as well as the desolate lightning mother, who was about to reconstruct her thunder true body. Yi Xian would also give them some Thunderpool Spirit Mist. This was something that could only be found by chance. The first time one used it, the effect would definitely be amazing. This was especially so for the desolate Electro Lady. She cultivated the Tao of lightning, so she would definitely benefit even more from this. With a wave of his hand, Yin Luo appeared from within his body and floated in the air in front of Yi Xian. although they were in the Sea of Lightning, due to the Thunder Emperor's seal emitting a green light above their heads. Yin Luo wasn't affected in the slightest. Yi Xian had already sent the innate lightning origin bee that he had previously captured into the desolate Electro Lady. However, it was clearly far from enough for the desolate Electro Lady to reconstruct her Thunder True body. She would also need a large amount of other top-grade resources. At this moment, Yi Xian was preparing these resources. With a thought, he took out a large amount of innate chilling spiritual liquid, netherworld furnace lotion, and 9-color meat paste from his undying world, and threw them all into the desolate Electro Lady. Finally, there were 30 drops of all evil origin liquid. Of course, these weren't just for the desolate Electro Lady who was about to reconstruct her Thunder True body. Corpse Ancestor Hamba and Corpse Ancestor Hoqing were also included. With this new batch of resources, the 3 primordial female cultivators who had already awakened would once again enter a state of hibernation. Yi Xian believed that when they came out of seclusion in the near future, their cultivation and strength would definitely increase again. And this was what Yi Xian was eagerly looking forward to. After doing all of this, Yi Xian activated the Thunder Emperor's seal that floated above his head. He activated the power of the Emperor's seal and drove away a large amount of azure-green thunder swamp spirit mist, entering the Yin Luo. Finally, he waved his hand and kept the desolate Electro Lady into his undying world. Then, he took out a small storage bottle made of innate chilling jade. This kind of lightning spiritual mist could only be nurtured by an enormous innate lightning sea. Furthermore, every strand of lightning spiritual mist required tens of thousands of years to produce. It was extremely precious and could only be found by chance. After much consideration, Yi Xian finally decided to collect some of it and store it as lightning liquid in case he needed it in the future. Otherwise, if he needed to refine higher-grade gene cultivation fluid or refine great medicines in the future and didn't have it, he would be dumbfounded. Very soon, as the power of the Rai D seal was released, a large amount of lightning spiritual mist was compressed. The green color gradually thickened, and when it reached a certain level, the spiritual mist turned into lightning liquid. It was a very thick green color. There were a total of 300 drops in the small bottle. 300 drops of lightning spiritual mist didn't sound like a lot, but one had to know that the lightning spiritual mist was in the form of green mist before. But now, it was condensed into liquid. It was obvious how much lightning spiritual mist was used to obtain this amount. It was almost half of the total amount of lightning spiritual mist. Considering that he still had other uses for the remaining lightning spiritual mist, Yi Xian stopped and kept the bottle of lightning spiritual mist into his undying world. Then, he took out the Farmer God Cauldron. The lightning spiritual mist was a good thing. Yi Xian even gave it to Corpse Ancestor, Hamba, Hoqing, and the desolate lightning primordial true body. Naturally, he wouldn't leave out the 8 great Vajra and the indigenous beasts in the Farmer God Cauldron. Fortunately, the lightning spiritual mist was in the form of a mist. It seemed like there was enough of it. Therefore, even though there were millions of indigenous beasts in the Farmer God Cauldron, every single one of them could absorb a little of it. Of course, it was impossible to share it equally. Beasts like the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise were able to absorb a lot. Naturally, they would be able to absorb more. Very soon, a large amount of lightning spiritual mist was sent into the Farmer God Cauldron by Yi Xian. Although the beasts in the cauldron knew that the lightning spiritual mist was good stuff, they immediately roared in excitement and started to absorb it. The 8 great Vajra, who were already familiar with the indigenous beasts, also joined in. They absorbed the lightning spiritual mist to their heart's content while howling in excitement. Other than that, some of the spiritual mist seemed to be pulled by an invisible force. It floated and sank to the bottom of the volcano in the central region, into the fire pool. Chapter 3968. This aura, after drawing the large amount of Thunder Swamp Spirit mist into the Shinnon Cauldron, Yi Xian was originally prepared to immediately put away the Shinnon Cauldron and use the remaining Thunder Swamp Spirit mist to temper his body and increase his cultivation. However, Right at this moment, an aura that shocked even him erupted from the Shinnong cauldron. Yi Xian lightly took in a breath, and with a thought, he pulled out a strand of Shinnong's strange flame from the cauldron and floated in front of him. After seeing it with his own eyes, he finally confirmed the bold guess he had when he felt the sudden burst of aura. The Shinnong unusual flame had indeed leveled up. It had turned from a 4-colored flame to a 5-colored flame. The additional color on top of the previous 4-colored flame was the green color of the lightning pool spirit mist. Obviously, the Shinnong exotic flame had advanced because it had absorbed the lightning pool spirit mist. If there were no accidents, the 5-colored flames after this advancement would most likely contain some unique power of lightning. The transformation of the 4-colored flames into 5-colored flames was originally no different from a great increase in power. However, this time, there was the unique attribute of thunder. This was definitely like being reborn. Whether it was using this flame to attack, or using the new Shinnong 5-colored flames to roast blood food and refine great medicines, the effects would definitely be far better than before. It was comparable. This was another pleasant surprise. Yi Xian was incomparably excited. He almost impulsively took out a piece of the quasi-desolate Ancient Supreme's flesh and blood on the spot. He used this brand new 5-colored flame that contained the lightning attribute to properly roast it and test its medicinal effects and wonderful taste. However, he suppressed this impulse in the end. This matter was not urgent. There would be plenty of opportunities later. What was more important now was to deal with the remaining lightning spiritual mist. After all, it had been a long time since he left the Demon Emperor planet. It had been almost 5 days. Yi Xian was still worried about the situation in the demon domain. After calming down, Yi Xian put away the Shinnong 5-colored flame that was floating in front of him. Then, he waved his hand and put the Shinnong cauldron back into his undying world. At this time, the indigenous beasts in the cauldron and the 8 great guardian warriors were still in the area around the volcano in the central domain. They were howling as they absorbed the lightning spiritual mist that Yi Xian had drawn into the Shinnong cauldron. Although this spiritual mist had the property of lightning, it could be directly absorbed. It had an extremely strong effect on the evolution of life forms. Yi Xian believed that after absorbing the Thunder Swamp Spirit mist this time, the overall strength of the entire native beast race would increase by a small margin once again. After all, even the Shinnong unusual flame of the Shinnong cauldron had directly evolved after absorbing the lightning spiritual mist. Even if these indigenous beasts absorbed a little less, the benefits were absolutely not to be ignored. All of this was within Yi Xian's expectations. However, even he didn't know that within the inner space of the Shinnong cauldron, other than the 8 great Vajras and the millions of ferocious beasts, there was another existence that he had almost overlooked. This time, he had accidentally absorbed some of the Thunder Swamp Spirit Mist, and he had obtained a great opportunity. Hey, this person was the former Heaven and Earth Taoist of the Battle Lion tribe, Shi Wanjin. Shi Wanjin's Heaven and Earth Taoist foundation had been taken away, and he had become the pride of the tribe, Shirba Dao. However, because Yi Xian wanted to obtain the bloodline ability of the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion, he had used a mutated slave seal on Shi Wanjin, who had lost his cultivation and was now like an ordinary person. This caused him to become Yi Xian. He was a slave. Therefore, Yi Xian did not kill him. Instead, he left him to fend for himself. After giving him some top-grade resources to recover from his injuries, he left him in a cage at the bottom of the volcano in the central domain. Since then, Shi Wanjin had been in a coma. Although his injuries had healed, his cultivation was only a little. He was not much stronger than an ordinary member of the Berserk Lion tribe. But this time, for Shi Wanjin, who had a bloodline deficit, the lightning pond spirit mist that he had unintentionally inhaled into his body had given him an opportunity to rise from the ashes. At this time, he was still lying unconscious in the cage of the mountain wall at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. His cultivation aura was still very weak, but from time to time, there were a few purple-gold thunderbolts sizzling on the surface of his body. Obviously, Shi Wanjin, who had lost his heaven and earth Taoist foundation, was like a blank sheet of paper. Because of the lightning pool spiritual mist that he had just absorbed, his bloodline was transforming into a certain type of lightning attribute bloodline and physique. Yixian was completely unaware of all this. At this time, he waved his hand and stored the farmer god cauldron into his undying world. He immediately sat down cross-legged in the void and activated the Rai-D seal that was suspended high above his head. With the power of the Emperor Seal domain, he drew the lightning pool spiritual mist from the surrounding sea of lightning towards his body. At this moment, all the 1.08 billion pores on Yixian's body opened up. His entire body was bathed in the lightning pool spiritual mist that was like an ocean. This green spirit mist followed his mouth, nose, and pores all over his body. As soon as it entered his body, it instantly surged with an extremely ferocious and tyrannical power. Not only did it have an extremely strong tempering effect on his body, even Yixian's soul was cleansed because of it. Every minute, every second, it was becoming stronger and more tenacious. This feeling was definitely both painful and pleasurable. However, Yixian was already used to it. Whether it was using the genetic cultivation fluid to break through a large realm or using the hellish ant liquid to temper his physical body, it was always accompanied by intense pain. As long as he could rapidly increase his cultivation strength and life force level, this little bit of pain was nothing. He had to grit his teeth and bear with it. Time passed slowly. Gradually, as large amounts of the lightning pool spiritual mist were absorbed by him, Yixian slowly became numb to it. He was almost unable to feel the pain. There was no telling how much time had passed. When he opened his eyes again, the familiar system notification echoed in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host on making a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu arts. Your current state is the peak of the 9th rank of the Cosmos realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host on making a breakthrough in the physical body. Your current state is the peak of the 9th rank of the Cosmos realm. Finally, he had reached the 9th rank of the Cosmos realm. Yixian was instantly excited. When his original body was at the 7th rank of the Cosmos realm, his true body of the ancient ape demons was at the 4th rank of the Star-Lord state. Now that his original body had improved by 2 levels and reached the 9th rank of the Cosmos realm, his true body of the ancient ape demons had also improved by 1 level. That was to say, he was about to reach the 5th rank of the Star-Lord state. In addition to the first 4 transformations of the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape, each transformation would increase his combat strength by a small level. Once the current Yixian enters the 3-headed, 6-armed Devil Ape true body state and uses the 4th transformation of the Devil Ape, his peak combat strength would reach the terrifying peak of the 9th step of the Star-Lord realm. That was to say, Yixian was at the peak of the 9th rank of the Cosmos realm under normal circumstances. Also, his cultivation and physical body had both reached perfection. Chapter 39:69. This time, when he entered the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, Yixian's fortune could be said to be shocking. Just thinking about it now made him feel as if he was in a dream. Everything was too surreal. He had reached the peak of the 9th rank of the Cosmos realm in such a short time. He was already a half-step Star-Lord and a quasi-Star-Lord. This was under the condition that he hadn't activated the 3-headed, 6-armed ancient Devil Ape's bloodline. Otherwise, he would possess a peak 9th Order Star-Lord strength and directly rise to the quasi-Region Lord realm, becoming a terrifying quasi-Region Lord. However, Yixian wasn't satisfied with that. Although there was only a single word difference between a quasi-domain lord and a true domain lord, in reality, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. After all, these were 2 completely different realms. In the path of evolution of a starry sky powerhouse, the further one progressed, the greater the gap between a small rank was. Needless to say, the gap between a large rank was as wide as the abyss. It wouldn't have been a big deal if it had been any other time, but Yixian had made multiple breakthroughs in the Star Lightning Tomb. He could have stopped and stabilized himself for a while before continuing. However, the situation was too urgent. Once he returned to the Demon Star region, there would probably be a great battle. Yi Xian was absolutely in a hurry to improve his strength. There is a huge difference between a quasi-Star Lord and a real Star Lord in terms of combat ability. The difference was even more obvious when it came to bloodlines and the power of various techniques. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and decided to spend a little more time to use the level 16 liquid that he had already concocted. He would use it to raise his cultivation level to the true Star Lord realm. After making the decision, Yi Xian waved his hand, and a small crystal bottle was shot out of the undying world inside his body. It floated in front of him and was still spinning in midair. What was in this small bottle was the best quality bottle out of the 8 bottles of level 16 liquid that he had in his possession. The level 16 liquid was already extraordinary to begin with. It was merely the most basic flesh medicine paste, made from the flesh and blood of an enormous Luan Phoenix's precious body, shattered the chains of order, and then reassembled from the essence. Moreover, after being meticulously refined by the Shinnong 4-colored flames, the chains of order in the Luan Phoenix's flesh and blood completely collapsed. The moment its body disappeared, a miniature flesh and blood black hole even appeared in the green-red slurry ball, as if it was completely collapsing. From this, one could see that this was the case. It was obvious how terrifying the energy contained in the liquid ball was. Then a lot of top heavenly materials and earthly treasures were added to the blood and flesh liquid, including the nether liquid. Even the all-evil origin liquid was fused into it. In terms of efficacy, it was even more unbelievable. It could make a 15th-state universe grand cultivator become a Star Lord. Now, after experiencing the baptism of the green tribulation lightning, this ball of green level 16 treasure liquid seemed to contain a trace of the aura of lightning. On its surface, there were clearly some tiny bolts of lightning that were like spider webs that were expanding and retracting. Also, it happened to be the same as the lightning tribulation that had descended after it was born. It was green and gave off a strong sense of strangeness. Without a doubt, after experiencing the baptism of a bolt of tribulation lightning, the medicinal effect of this green-colored liquid would surely be even more shocking. Moreover, it was attached with a strange green-colored lightning attribute, and it presumably had a miraculous effect of tempering the body. Yi Xian was full of expectations. Apart from a level 16 liquid, Yi Xian also prepared some nether furnace lotion, nether liquid, and all-evil origin liquid. He also cut off a large piece of flesh and blood from the remains of the purple gold void rat of the quasi-desolation almighty level and summoned a wisp of Shinnong 5-colored flames to roast it. Then he swallowed all of it. After completing all of this, with a thought from Yi Xian, the cork of the small bottle was directly opened. The ball of green liquid inside flew out as if it had a mind of its own and shot towards his mouth. Yi Xian was blessed with good fortune. He directly opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Then he sat cross-legged in the air, closed his eyes, and looked inside. Very quickly, he entered a cultivation state where he forgot about everything. Boom! In his mind, a thunderous explosion sounded out. The sea of consciousness in Yi Xian's mind, which represented the power of the void cave technique, instantly stirred up stormy waves. The few small objects that represented the most powerful abilities and bloodlines floating in the sky above the sea of consciousness seemed to have sensed something, and all of them began to shine brightly. His blood was boiling inside his body. As the terrifying effect of the level 16 liquid spread out, Yi Xian's body boiled immediately. His blood was surging like a river, and his power was surging in his veins. There is also the never-before-seen clanking sound of chains. This time, a huge chain appeared out of nowhere in his body. Its surface was covered with all kinds of mysterious and obscure runes. This huge chain directly connected Yi Xian's spine to the sea of consciousness in his skull. It was an important potential shackle chain on the path of evolution of the human body, like an extremely difficult to cross. A natural chasm. Tearing it apart was equivalent to crossing this natural chasm. From then on, he would break through the universe realm and become a Star Lord. If he failed, this huge potential shackle chain would very likely become even stronger. It would be even more difficult to break through again. Whoosh, 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 the sound of chains rang out, and the sound of surging tides of energy in Yi Xian's body continued. The level 16 liquid had completely dissolved, including other supreme resources such as the all-evil origin liquid, the blood and flesh of the quasi-desolate great power purple gold void rat, and so on. All of this gathered into a huge river of energy in Yi Xian's body. Wherever it passed, countless smaller potential shackles of the human body were instantly torn apart. Although this process was painful, there was also an indescribable feeling of pleasure. It was extremely wonderful. In the end, this huge river of energy finally rushed to Yi Xian's neck and began to attack the tight shackle chain that connected his spine to the sea of consciousness in his skull. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, all one. 0.8 billion pores on his body were emitting endless light. He was like a god that had descended to the mortal world. In a short 2 hours, the enormous shackles were completely broken. At this moment, Yi Xian's entire body suddenly felt lighter. The surging of the strength and bloodline in his body increased by at least 10 times. Even the sea of consciousness in his brain, which represented the power of cultivation, instantly expanded by more than 10 times. When Yi Xian opened his eyes with a bright light, the anticipated system beep quickly sounded out in his mind. Chapter 3970. The first level of the Star Lord state. Yi Xian couldn't have been more excited. He had a lot of mixed feelings. He hadn't been in space for long, but he was already a Star Lord at the moment. There were 2 major obstacles on the path of evolution for Star State experts. The first one was to advance from the cosmic state to the cosmic state, the 15th. Once one entered the cosmic state, one would become a grand expert. Yi Xian had crossed that threshold not long ago. The second obstacle was to advance from the State Lord state to the immortal state. On the second path of evolution, Yi Xian had successfully broken through from the cosmos realm to the Star Lord realm and become a Star Lord. It could be considered a solid first step. He was very ambitious at the moment. He firmly believed that he would cross the second obstacle and become a supreme immortal state expert in the near future. In his excitement, he immediately activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body and transformed into an ancient demonic ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. He was very eager to know if he could use the power of his cultivation after activating this powerful bloodline because of this breakthrough. As for the real State Lord state, when his original body was at the peak of the 9th rank of the cosmic state, his true form of the ancient ape devil bloodline was at the 5th rank of the Star Lord state. Even though his original body had made another breakthrough and reached the first level of the Star Lord realm, according to the ancient ape demon's bloodline, his original body should have broken through 2 levels in order to increase its strength by 1 level. Therefore, he deduced that after Yi Xian activated his bloodline, his true form of the ancient ape devil bloodline should still be at the 5th rank of the Star Lord state. Only by making another breakthrough and reaching the 2nd rank of the Star Lord state would the ancient ape devil bloodline reach the 6th rank of the Star Lord state with 3 heads and 6 arms. In this way, coupled with the first 4 transformations of the 9 transformations of the devil ape, every single one of them would increase his combat strength by a small level. Once Yi Xian entered the devil ape true body state and executed the devil ape 4th transformation, his peak combat strength would be able to attain the first level of the Region Lord realm, allowing him to advance into the ranks of Region Lords in one go. He would have the terrifying combat ability of a State Lord state expert. However, to his surprise, his original body had only made a small breakthrough. But after activating the ancient ape devil bloodline, his original body had also improved by 1 level, reaching the 5th rank of the Star Lord state. Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised. This was because he was aware that as long as he used the 9 transformations of the devil ape and reached the 4th transformation, he would instantly become a domain lord. It was obvious that the shackle of the ancient demon ape state, which could only be improved by one level after he became a Star Lord, had been broken. Henceforth, the improvement of the State Lord state, Yi Xian's original body state expert, Ye's original body, and the ancient ape state, expert state, Lord state of the demonic ape state. Although he really wanted to use the 9 transformations of the demonic ape's bloodline ability right now and immediately feel the power of the domain lord's old monster after reaching the 4th transformation, Yi Xian suppressed this impulse in the end and gradually calmed his mind. Looking up, there was still a lot of lightning pond spiritual mist left in the void at the core of the lightning sea. In the beginning, it covered an area of 10,000 miles, and although it was much less now, it still covered an area of 4,000 to 5,000 miles. The amount was still quite impressive. This Thunder Lake Spirit Mist was a top-notch resource that could only be encountered but not sought after. It definitely couldn't be wasted like this. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. He thought of the 4 great battles in space. The power of the Star Wars was determined by the strength of the races inside the Star Wars. Yi Xian had ordered the absorption system in his body to search for clues, hoping to find a way to improve the strength of the races inside the Star Wars as soon as possible. However, there was no result, and now, the Thunderlock Spirit Mist before him was clearly the perfect opportunity. Even the native ferocious beasts, Hanba, Ho Ching, and the desolate Electra Lady could rapidly improve their strength through the Thunderlock Spirit Mist. Yi Xian himself had benefited a lot from it. Without a doubt, the races inside the Star Wars would be able to do the same. More importantly, there was still a large amount of lightning-locked spiritual mist in front of him. It covered a vast expanse of space that spanned over 4,000 miles. Although it was in the form of mist, its grade was quite high. Even if the races inside the Star Wars shared it, the final result would be impressive. Thinking up to here, Yi Xian's heart immediately palpitated. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and summoned all 4 of the Starry Sky battle palaces within his undying world. The Golden Time War, the Gray Void War, the Blood-Red Weeping Soul War, the Dark Red Blood Mosquito War. In an instant, the 4-star war spanned across the void, emitting an extremely dense and oppressive aura. After this period of recuperation, the 4 major kinetic races in the 4 Starry Sky battle armors had all recovered their peak combat power. Only the time battle armors that were just used some time ago were still in the cooling period and had not fully recovered. However, this didn't matter. With the thunderous spiritual mist in front of them, the tens of millions of golden slimes inside the Time War would be able to fully recover in no time. Moreover, Yi Xian's expectations weren't just limited to this. In his opinion, this opportunity would definitely allow the entire golden slime race's life form to undergo a complete leap forward. Previously, among the tens of millions of golden slimes, there was only one purple gold slime whose cultivation was at the universe realm. Yi Xian felt that there was a need to improve its life form again. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and took out 3 drops of the all-evil origin liquid from his undying world. Speaking of improving life form and promoting the evolution of life forms, the all-evil origin liquid was the most heaven-defying of all the resources in Yi Xian's hands. After all, this liquid was refined using the 9-colored meat paste in the netherworld furnace as the raw material. The 9-color meat paste was also made from the remains and flesh of a large number of powerful primordial air creatures. From this, one could see how terrifying the all-evil origin liquid was. This was something that even those terrifying existences that originated from the primordial era and were currently hibernating to recover from their injuries needed. Some existences even only had 1 drop a year, and now, Yi Xian directly threw a drop to this golden slime, greatly increasing its life force in a short period of time. This was something that was set in stone. Chapter 3971. Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, the 3 drops of all-evil origin elixir were injected into the center of the purple gold slime's eyebrows. In a flash, they disappeared into the slime. As the drops of all-evil origin elixir were injected, the purple gold slime's body shook violently. The evolution of its life level immediately began vigorously. The intensity of the evolution was still extremely shocking. The golden slime's entire body was pale gold, but there were streaks of dazzling golden lines on its abdomen like spider webs. As for the purple gold slime, its entire body turned golden. At the location of the golden line on its abdomen, a purple gold line appeared. Furthermore, from that line, countless tiny purple gold spiderwebs extended, enveloping its entire body. Now, after consuming the 3 drops of all evil origin elixir, the purple gold slime's original golden color actually turned pale purple gold throughout its entire body. Meanwhile, the dense purple gold line on its abdomen turned bluish gold, still extending countless tiny spider webs, enveloping its entire body like a web. Its entire body. Boom! An invisible aura surged and erupted. In terms of appearance, the king of the slime threads that had evolved from a purple gold slime to a bluish gold slime actually experienced an overall increase in strength due to the 3 drops of all evil origin elixir. Previously, it was at the peak of the middle stage of the universe realm, but now it had become a Star Lord. First rank of the universe realm. Its body had even reached a height of 1,000 feet. Even Yi Xian was greatly surprised by such a change. After a moment of hesitation, he took out another 10 drops of all evil origin elixir and selected 10 of the largest golden slimes among the slimes. He rewarded each of them with a drop of all evil origin elixir and sent it into their glabella. These 10 golden slime began to evolve rapidly as well. A top-grade resource like the all-evil origin elixir was simply too powerful. Perhaps its effects would be far less effective after repeated use, but the first 1 or 2 times would definitely be heaven-defying. In his line of sight, the golden line under the abdomen of the 10 golden slimes expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, their entire bodies turned golden. Immediately after that, a purplish golden line appeared where the golden line was originally located on their abdomen. Although this purple gold thread did not rapidly spread out like the golden thread before and completely covered his entire body, countless purple gold threads extended out and gradually spread out, covering his entire body. They formed a dense layer of purple gold patterns that resembled countless mysterious runes. During this process, the bodies of the 10 purple gold slimes continued to expand. In the end, when their figures stopped at around 10 m tall, their bodies rumbled as they effused a strand of formidable aura. Shockingly, it was just as Yi Xian had expected, and all of them had stepped into the world realm. A Star-Lord Azure Gold Empress and 10 Universe State Purple Gold Empresses would become the soul of the entire species. Their existence alone would significantly enhance the power of the Battle of Time. But this was still not enough. What Yi Xian needed was the cultivation base and life form of the tens of millions of slime race members to increase in all aspects. Only in this way would the power of this Time War Talisman be able to undergo a sublimation. In the past, a golden tide of time represented the instantaneous passing of 10,000 years. However, after the great leap in life form of the entire species, Yi Xian believed that a golden tide of time could pass in 20 or 30,000 years, even if it could not reach 50,000 years in an instant. It was definitely achievable. A few more such tides of time might not be able to kill an undying emperor, but they should be able to heavily injure him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian became excited once again and couldn't sit still. He directly waved his hand and activated the Thunder Emperor Seal that was floating high above his head. Activating the power of the Emperor Seal, it surged out like a tide of azure lightning that wrapped around the large amount of Thunder Swamp Spirit mist in the air. It was divided into 4 parts, and all of them surged into the 4 battleships. Each battleship was given a large canopy of thunder mist, which had a radius of 2,000 miles. It was more than enough for all the 4 races to absorb and evolve. After doing all that, Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the void, right in front of the 4 battle of space. What he needed to do now was to wait. He needed to wait until all of the thunder-locked spiritual mist that had just been drawn into the war chariot was completely absorbed by the four kinetic races. At that time, there would definitely be new surprises coming one after another. Within the Crimson Blood Mosquito Battle of Space. The Battle of Blood Mosquito Battle of Space was the Mosquito Beast race. There were a total of 30 million mosquito beasts that had gained intelligence. Their strength was quite impressive too. Their commander was the Mosquito Beast Prince Shue-Ben, who sat at the core of the Battle of Blood Mosquito Battle of Space. Although the tens of millions of mosquito beasts within the Battle of Blood Mosquito Battle of Space had high overall strength, the strongest mosquito beast, Shue-Ben, was only at the 13th level of the Genesis realm. Other than that, there were over 300 of the strongest mosquito beasts that had reached this level. There was not a single cosmic light realm mosquito beast that was above the Genesis realm. However, even the weakest of the mosquito beasts was close to the 8th realm, the black hole realm. It could be said that if it wasn't for the fact that the cultivation bases of the mosquito beasts were around the black hole realm and were generally higher, the power of this blood mosquito war talisman would probably be at the bottom of the 4 starry sky battle talismans in Yixian's hands. This time, with the influx of this large patch of green lightning pool spirit mist, it was undoubtedly a great opportunity for the tens of millions of mosquito beasts in the Battle of Blood Mosquito Battle of Space. Similar to the situation in the Farmer God Cauldron, the moment the lightning pool spirit mist entered the Battle of Blood Mosquito Battle of Space, the tens of millions of mosquito beasts in the thousands of beehive nodes instantly went crazy. They roared excitedly and madly fought to devour and absorb the lightning pool spirit mist. Among them, Yixian focused on the core node of the beehive, where Shue-Ben sat. On one hand, Shue-Ben had been with him for a long time and could be said to be one of his earliest subordinates. However, his current strength was too weak. Yixian also hoped that he would be able to obtain more benefits from this opportunity and achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation as much as possible. On the other hand, as the controller of the Battle of Blood Mosquito Battle of Space, the stronger Shue-Ben's cultivation was, the more powerful the Battle of Space would be. In fact, the Mosquito Beast Prince Shue-Ben did not disappoint Yixian. He also began to madly absorb the lightning pool spirit mist immediately. It had to be said that the lightning pool spirit mist had an astounding effect on the evolution of life forms with ferocious beast bloodlines. The Mosquito Beast Prince Shue-Ben's cultivation had already reached the late stage of the Genesis realm. Now that he had absorbed a large amount of lightning pool spirit mist into his body, he broke through the Genesis realm and entered the cosmic light realm in a few short breaths. However, this was only the beginning. Under Yixian's close watch, Shue-Ben's cultivation continued to increase rapidly after he broke through to the cosmic light realm. Cosmic Light Realm Level 9. Chapter 3972. Although Shue-Ben, the prince of the mosquito beasts, was only at the peak of the 9th rank of the Cosmos State, and he didn't take the opportunity to become a Star Lord, Yixian wasn't disappointed. It was because the overall strength of the mosquito beasts in the Blood Mosquito War Pyramid was quite impressive. Also, apart from Shue-Ben, 1% of the mosquito beasts in the Genesis State, which was the 13th level, had also entered the Cosmos State. Although they were only at the 1st or 2nd level of the Cosmos State, which was the beginning phase of the Cosmos State, they had an advantage in that regard. The large number of mosquito beasts could enhance the power of the Blood Mosquito War Pyramid, which wasn't to be underestimated. Of course, the most important thing was actually the other tens of millions of mosquito beasts. All of them had advanced by a large realm. Now, in this blood-red blood mosquito battle formation, among the tens of millions of mosquito beasts, there was not a single one whose cultivation level was below the black hole realm. Once it was activated, the power of the Blood Mosquito War Pyramid would be far greater than before. Even Yixian would be shocked. The Void War Pyramid. The kinetic energy of the Void War Pyramid was the Void Soldier Ladle. There were more than 30 million of them in total. Just like the mosquito beasts in the Blood Mosquito War Pyramid, they were all relatively strong. After all, in that calamity where the Celestial Legacy race had almost wiped out the black holes, the weaker Void soldiers had basically all perished. The ones that survived were all relatively strong. They were taken away by the Heavenly Fortune clan and entered the Void War Pyramid after being rescued by Yi Xian. Guarding the core of the beehive were two soldier ladle kings whose bloodlines had evolved to 8 stars. Their cultivation had also reached the Genesis realm, and they were both at the great circle of the 9th stage Genesis realm. After a large amount of Thunderlock spiritual mist entered the thousands of beehive nodes of the Void Battle Ladles, the 30 million Void Battle Ladles began to absorb the Thunderlock spiritual mist crazily. In the process, they rapidly improved their own cultivation base and strength, pushing forward the evolution of their life forms. After Yi Xian's attention was drawn away from the Blood Mosquito Battle Band, he immediately cast it towards the Void Battle Band and locked onto the 2 Genesis Stage 8-star Wong ladles within the core beehive. Back then, the 9-star Ladybird Emperor that Yi Xian encountered when he first entered the Black Hole of Life had yet to reach the Genesis realm. But now, there was a reason why these 2 8-star Ladybirds had yet to evolve into 9-star Ladybird Emperors, even though their cultivation had already reached the Genesis realm. The difference between the 8-star and the 9-star bloodline evolution had nothing to do with one's strength. These 2 Wong ladles had already surpassed the Ladle Emperor back then in terms of cultivation. However, the evolution of their bloodlines was still somewhat inferior. Hence, they were still only 8-star Wong ladles. Ladle Emperor's bloodline. That opportunities was? As large amounts of lightning pool spirit mist entered the 1,000 beehive nodes of the Void Battle Ladles, all the Void Soldier ladles started to absorb it. Among them, the 2 Genesis Realm 8-star King ladles were the most eye-catching. Above them, a small whirlpool formed by the lightning pool spirit mist had formed. Yes, as they absorbed large amounts of lightning pool spirit mist, the cultivation of these 2 8-star King ladles rose rapidly. They soon surpassed the Genesis realm and entered the 14th Great Realm, the Cosmic Light Realm. However, it did not stop there. It continued, and after a short 10 minutes or so, it climbed to the consummate level of the 9th level of the Cosmic Light tier. Then, it broke through and finally entered the 15th level of the Cosmic Light tier. 2 8-star Wong ladles on the level of the Cosmic Light tier were born. During this process, the 9th ghost face began to appear on the backs of the 2 8-star King ladles. Seeing this scene, even Yi Xian couldn't help but become excited, because this meant that the bloodlines of the 2 8-star King ladles were also rapidly evolving. If nothing unexpected happened, it was extremely likely that they would be able to break through the shackles of their bloodlines in one go and step into the 9-star Emperor Ladle realm from the current 8-star Emperor Ladle realm. Under the close observation of Yi Xian, who was breathing rapidly, the 9th ghost face finally took shape on the back of the 2 8-star Ladle Emperors after another 10 minutes. Now, the 9-star Ladle Emperors had reappeared, and there were 2 of them. At this time, the cultivation of the 2 9-star Ladybird Emperors had already risen to the peak of the 9th stage, and they stopped there. After a moment of excitement, Yi Xian's divine sense swept through the thousands of honeycomb nodes in the entire Void Battle Tower. He was pleasantly surprised to find that other than the 2 8-star Ladle Emperors who had successfully broken through the bloodline shackles and advanced to the 9th stage of the Universe realm, there were actually 10 7-star Ladle Generals who were lucky. After breaking through the bloodline shackles, a ghost face also appeared on Ladle's back, and it became an 8-star Wong ladle. The cultivation strength of these 10 newly advanced 8-star Wong ladles had also reached the 15th Great Realm, and they had become powerful figures of the Universe realm. However, they were only at the first stage of the Universe realm. In addition, the cultivation strength of the other 30 million Void ladles in the entire Soldier ladle race had also increased. This meant that if Yi Xian used the Void Battle Tower again, the power displayed would be far greater than before. Finally, Yi Xian's gaze swept toward the Weeping Soul Battle Tower. Amongst the 4 Starry Sky Battle Talismans in Yi Xian's hands, if the Golden Time Battle Talisman was said to be the head of the dragon, Then the Weeping Soul Battle Talisman that possessed the power of the Weeping Soul Battle Talisman could be considered the second strongest existence. However, compared to the other 3 Starry Sky Battle Towers, the Weeping Soul Battle Tower had its own unique characteristics, because there was no so-called king or commander among the Weeping Soul Beasts that were the Weeping Soul Battle Tower's kinetic energy group. Sitting in the core beehive node of the Weeping Soul Battle Tower was a Weeping Soul Blood Crystal. The Weeping Soul Beast was a spiritual energy life form, and it was related to the Weeping Soul Blood Ape. The Weeping Soul Blood Ape was the primordial supreme. This fellow was mysterious and strange, and in the battle of the primordial era, it did not belong to the camp of the headless infant corpse, nor did it belong to the camp of the heavenly eye. Yi Xian's legacy painting on the fallen sky bow. It could be seen hibernating in the shadows of an abandoned star, sinisterly spying on the entire primordial era starry sky battlefield. There must be a conspiracy behind this, and perhaps the countless Weeping Soul Beasts in the Weeping Soul Catacombs on Black Mountain Star had something to do with this. However, all of this did not matter. Back then, the remnant soul of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape had lived a second life and turned into a Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. Unfortunately, before this Weeping Soul Bloodhorn could grow into a new Weeping Soul Blood Ape, it encountered Yi Xian and was finally refined by the headless infant corpse. Chapter 3973. At that time, Yi Xian had provided some other special materials according to the system's requirements and completed the refinement process. In the end, these tens of millions of Weeping Soul Horns and some other precious crystal materials were refined into a Weeping Soul Blood Crystal. It was blood red and nearly transparent, like the highest grade of blood red amber. A miniature Weeping Soul Blood Ape could be vaguely seen inside, and its shape was exactly the same as the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. It was similar, but much smaller, and was only the size of a palm. After this Weeping Soul Blood Crystal was refined by Yi Xian, it was placed in the core beehive of the Weeping Soul Battle Army. It controlled all of the tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts that were stationed in the Weeping Soul Battle Army, making them as obedient as the Void Soldier Ladle race. It had a special ability that could gather the tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts and the thousands of beehive nodes in the Void Battle Kara into one, and after amplification, shoot it out with a loud bang. In addition, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts and the thousands of beehive nodes in the Weeping Soul Battle Kara had evolved after absorbing a large amount of hellish ant liquid from the Hell Ant tribe, turning from illusory Weeping Soul Beasts into flesh and blood Weeping Soul Green Apes. However, there were only about 300,000 Weeping Soul Golden Apes among them. Their cultivation levels were considerably high, and they had evolved into Grotto Heaven Realm Weeping Soul Golden Apes. As for the other Weeping Soul Green Apes, their cultivation was below the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven Realm. It was because of this that Yi Xian had a love-hate relationship with the Weeping Soul Battle Kara. He loved its terrifying Weeping Soul strength. Of the more than 30 million Weeping Soul Green Apes, only about 300,000 of them had evolved into Grotto Heaven Realm Weeping Soul Golden Apes. This was absolutely amazing. However, he hated the fact that the bloodline evolution of these Weeping Soul Green Apes and Weeping Soul Golden Apes was very difficult to improve. Although the Hellish Ant liquid was extremely effective, it was only used once or twice in the beginning. The more it was used, the less effective the effect would be. Moreover, even the Hell Ant tribe would not be able to provide such a large amount of Hellish Ant liquid. This was really a headache. However, this time he had unexpectedly obtained a large amount of Thunder Swamp Spirit Mist. In Yi Xian's opinion, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul Azure Apes within the Weeping Soul Battle Scroll would definitely evolve once again because of this. Very soon, as Yi Xian's consciousness entered the Weeping Soul Battle Cave, he immediately discovered a pleasantly surprised scene. Just as he had expected, after absorbing a large amount of the Lightning Pool Spirit Mist, all of the Weeping Soul Azure Apes had indeed changed. The effect was actually better than the 300,000 lucky ones that had evolved into Weeping Soul Azure Apes. When it was the Golden Ape, it was even more obvious and swift. All of these Weeping Soul Azure Apes were originally at the Black Hole Realm, but after absorbing a large amount of lightning basin spirit mist, all of them had undergone a significant evolution in less than an hour. The green fur on the surface of their bodies gradually faded away, and new fur grew. However, it was no longer green, but golden. Yi Xian's consciousness swept through the thousands of beehive nodes of the Weeping Soul War Talisman, but in the end, he did not find a single Weeping Soul Azure Ape. More than 30 million Weeping Soul Azure Apes had all evolved into Weeping Soul Golden Apes, and their cultivation had skyrocketed to the Grotto Heaven realm. Just this alone was enough to raise the power of this Weeping Soul battle statue by several levels without any suspense. After all, among the 30 million Weeping Soul beasts inside the Weeping Soul War Talisman, there were only slightly more than 300,000 Weeping Soul Golden Apes, and the rest were all Weeping Soul Azure Apes of the Black Hole Realm. But now, the Weeping Soul Golden Apes had been popularized everywhere. As for the more than 300,000 Weeping Soul Golden Apes, they were fortunate enough to complete a high level of evolution in the last hellish ant liquid. This time, after absorbing a large amount of Luai's spiritual mist, their level of life had been greatly enhanced once again. While the other 30 million Weeping Soul Azure Apes had all evolved into Grotto Heaven Realm Weeping Soul Golden Apes, the golden fur on the 300,000 Weeping Soul Golden Apes had all faded away, and new fur had been replaced by dark purple fur. His cultivation base had soared from the Grotto Heaven Realm to the Genesis Realm, which was the 10th Grand Realm. At this point, the Weeping Soul War Talisman had finally completed a perfect transformation. Among the thousands of beehive nodes of the War Talisman, there were more than 30 million Grotto Heaven Realm Weeping Soul Golden Apes, and more than 300,000 Genesis Realm Weeping Soul Purple Apes. The lineup was luxurious, and its power was definitely strong. According to Yi Xian's deduction and estimation, if it was utilized at full strength, then the current Weeping Soul War Talisman would be able to instantly annihilate experts below the cosmic realm. At this point, without exception, all the 4 War Talismans in Yi Xian's possession had undergone a gorgeous transformation. Yi Xian hadn't expected the gains he obtained from this trip to the Stellar Lightning Tomb, and unexpected pleasant surprises followed one after another. His cultivation had obtained successive breakthroughs, and merely his main body possessed a strength at the first rank of the Star-Lord realm in his normal state. If he activated the bloodline of the Devil Ape, entered the primeval Devil Ape state with 3 heads and 6 arms, and executed the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape to the 4th transformation, then he would possess a combat strength at the Region Lord realm. Besides that, he'd even obtained a strand of the quintessence of lightning, and it assisted one of the 3 ancient gorgeous cultivators, the primordial lightning goddess, to reconstruct her lightning true body. The Shinon unusual flames within the farmer god cauldron had even evolved from 4 colored flames to 5 colored flames. Moreover, it was even bestowed with the unique attribute of lightning. The 4 War Talismans had undergone a collective and gorgeous transformation. The might of any one of them would far exceed its former might, and it would become one of the formidable reserves in Yi Xian's possession that couldn't be overlooked. If one were to say that before coming to the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, putting aside the supreme existence of the headless infant corpse, Yi Xian's evaluation of his overall combat strength would only stop at being able to barely deal with an ordinary Undying. Moreover, he would have to pay a heavy price. Now, under the circumstances that he paid an equivalent price, he was practically absolutely confident in his ability to fight a life and death battle with an Undying. It was even to the extent that even if he encountered an Undying, even if he was unable to crush that Undying, he was rather confident in his ability to grit his teeth and disregard the consequences while forcefully fighting that Undying to the point both sides suffered heavy injuries. What he thought up to here, Yi Xian was instantly filled with heroic spirits. After he waved his hand and placed the 4 War Talismans in the space before him into the Undying world within his body, he utilized an entire 10 minutes of time before he was able to completely calm his extremely surging emotions. After that, Yixin clenched his fists tightly before he turned around and shot towards the border of the stellar lightning tomb. Based on the time that had passed, it had already been 6 days since he left the Devil Domain, and it would take almost another day for him to return. In other words, he'd been gone for an entire 7 days. Barring any mishaps, once they returned, the various races and top-notch forces of the 3 major planes would arrive one after another to deal with the demons. Chapter 3974. The Demon Domain. A huge fleet came from the depths of the first universe. As soon as they entered the edge of the Demon Domain, the army marched forward, heading straight for the Demon Emperor planet. The current alliance of 10,000 races already had its own emblem. Almost all of the battleships of this huge fleet that was heading towards the Demon Emperor planet had this emblem painted on them. Obviously, this alliance army belonged to the alliance of 10,000 races of the first universe. The alliance of 10,000 races was originally a temporary thing created by the slave races of the first universe in order to fight against the alliance of the demon race, the space rats, the hell ants, and the ferocious giants. It was definitely an extremely loose organization. However, from the looks of it, even the battleships, fortresses of the various races were painted with the insignia of the alliance. It was clear that this so-called Myriad Kingdom alliance was moving toward formalization, and it seemed like it would continue to develop in the long term. In fact, this was almost inevitable. It was just a matter of time. Even without the powerful alliance of the demon race, the space rats, the hell ants, and the ferocious giants, the alliance of 10,000 kingdoms would be born soon. This was because although the Tianji race had migrated and avoided the world, they would still return one day. If the slave races of the first universe did not unite, they would not be able to resist at all. Once that day came, they would still be completely enslaved, or even worse, the current alliance of 10,000 races was still fighting against the Demon Race 4 Race Alliance. The latter was rushing to the Star Domain, where the ancestral land of another race was located, and the main fleet of the alliance of 10,000 races was also gathering in that race's ancestral land. It could be said that although the alliance of 10,000 races had not been established for a long time, it had always been in the midst of blood and fire. Therefore, the pace of the alliance's overall formalization could be said to be faster and faster. The scene that happened in the Ash Wolf race at the beginning could no longer exist in the main force of the alliance of 10,000 races. There were all kinds of agreements and restrictions between the various races in all aspects. A situation where an entire huge fleet was annihilated because of the inadequacy of a high-ranking commander. It was impossible for it to happen again. This time, the Alliance fleet that was approaching the demonic Emperor planet didn't have a lot of warships, only 1 million of them, but almost all of them were castles and fortresses of various sizes. There were no star states that were 3,000 meters long. Inside these fortresses and strongholds were the elite warriors of the various races of the Alliance. This time, the ultimate goal of this 1 million elite fleet was to capture the demonic royal star and completely control the ancestral land and foundation of the demon dwellers. Taking this opportunity to pressure the 4 demon armies on the front lines and force them to surrender. This was definitely a vicious plan. If the demon Emperor star fell, the allied forces of the 4 clans that were rushing to the ancestral star field of one of the Alliance's clans would undoubtedly collapse completely. The Devil Imperial Star was the foundation of the demon dwellers, and the current demon king Mo Wintion was still here. Once Mo Wintion and all the demon dwellers and the Imperial family were controlled, the commanders of the 4 clans would have no choice but to surrender. Just a fleet of 1 million battleships. Even if they were all elites, they were basically small castles and strongholds, and the 3 commanders were all Sector Lord old monsters. However, with such a force, it was clearly far from enough to capture the demonic Emperor Star. Although the demon dwellers had sent out 10 million troops to lead the allied forces, the 3 demonic Emperor Stars still had over 10 million battleships stationed there. As for the high-end battle force, the demon dwellers also had their own resources. According to the estimation of the outside world, if the Demon Emperor planet was in danger, the demon dwellers would be able to awaken a bloodline ancestor in advance at a certain price, If the estimates were correct, the demon dwellers would have at least one immortal old monster. This was also the result of an immortal old monster from one of the Alliance's clans who was proficient in the art of deduction. Adding the royal brother Mo Jinfeng, who had the ability to kill immortal rank existences, the demon dwellers basically had 2 immortal rank battle strength. At this time, the 3-sector lord old monsters in charge of the Alliance's elite fleet were gathered in the top floor command cabin of the flagship with a diameter of 100,000 meters. With the fleet's current maximum speed, we'll reach the Demon Emperor starfield in 2 days. At that time, as long as the Demon Dweller's royal brother Mo Jinfeng or the Demon Dweller's immortal old ancestor appear, the 4 immortal old monsters prepared by the Alliance will immediately descend. Although the Demon Dwellers are strong, facing the 4 immortal old monsters of our Alliance, they have no power to resist at all. This battle is destined to end at an unprecedented speed. This is also the unanimous request of the Alliance's upper echelons after discussion. After all, as the news of the Demon Dweller's royal brother Mo Jinfeng and the 4 immortal old monsters in one body spread, the former Federation of the Second Universe, including the human race's technology and cultivation camps, as well as the isolated Wan Luo Federation headquarters, have all taken action and are sending armies to the first universe. The universe is rushing over. I have to say, the news of the Demon Dweller's royal brother Mo Jinfeng and the 4 immortal old monsters in one body has provided the best excuse for them to openly invade. Once the Demon Emperor 3 stars and the 4-race Alliance army fall into their hands, the situation of the entire first universe will become even more complicated. Our alliance of 10,000 races will fall into eternal damnation. In the past, it was only the Tianji clan who enslaved us. Now, the Demon Dwellers and the 4-race Alliance army plan to replace us, and if the Demon Dwellers and the 4-race Alliance army fall into the hands of the human race and the races of the Second Universe, and be controlled by them, at that time, the races of our Alliance will no longer have a chance to turn the tables. The human race and the races of the Second Universe will suppress us. We will be squeezed and oppressed until we can't even breathe. This situation is absolutely not allowed to happen. Therefore, we must completely control the Demon Emperor 3 stars before the fleets of the human race and the races of the Second Universe arrive at the Demon Dweller starfield. Only then can the overall situation be considered settled. At the end of the speech, the 3-sector lord old monsters sent by the various races of the Alliance exchanged a look and immediately stood up. 2 of them disappeared in a flash and went to the left and right corners of the fleet they were in charge of. As for the sector lord old monster who stayed in the main flagship fortress in the center of the fleet, his eyes flashed as he immediately gave a new order. All battleships travel at full speed. Within a day, we must reach the Demon Emperor starfield. At the same time, all the ship cannons begin to charge to full capacity. The next battle will begin the moment the fleet arrives at the Demon Emperor 3 stars. Rumble. Chapter 30-975. The Inner Defense Circle of the 3 Stars of the Devil Emperor. Translator, WQL Editor. Allying before the powerful elite fleet of the Alliance of all races entered the Demon Star area, the Demon Emperor planet had already received the intelligence relayed by the scouts in the front. At this time, the vast void within the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor was already a sea of battleships. The tens of millions of battleships left behind by the Devil Emperor were densely packed in the universe void of the inner defense circle, protecting the 3 stars in the center. The defense was like an iron bucket, almost pouring water. It was difficult to enter. In addition to the tens of millions of battleships, the 6 Starry Sky battleships left behind at the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor were also pushed into the void. In the center of the outermost line of defense, the 6 huge trumpets were facing the void deep in the first universe, which was also the direction where the million elite troops of the alliance of 10,000 races were coming from. Behind the inner defense line, the current Devil Emperor Mo, Wention, and other senior members of the Devil Emperor royal family were discussing the battle situation in a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. They all looked worried. This time, the alliance of 10,000 races only sent 1,000,000 battleships. Even if they are all big and small fortresses and can be called elite troops, it is absolutely impossible for them to take down the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor with only these. Moreover, although they must know that the races of the second universe, the human race of the third universe, and the Wan Luo Federation have also taken action, they will never have the intention to join forces with them. They even hope to control the overall situation before the forces from outside the dimensions arrive. Therefore, in addition to the 1,000,000 elite battleship army on the surface, the alliance of 10,000 races must have other arrangements in the dark. If there is no accident, there should be more than one immortal-level existence on the move. There is no doubt about this, but even so, we devils are not afraid. Although we only have one immortal, he is a marquis. One marquis is enough to crush 10 ordinary immortals. I think the alliance of 10,000 races will only send 3 or 4 immortals at most, even if the forces from outside the dimensions are counted. At most, there will be a dozen immortals. We are not afraid at all. Unfortunately, there's a time difference. According to the information from the scouts in the second and third universes, it will take at least a week for the extraterrestrial forces in these 2 directions to pass through the wormhole and enter the edge of the Demonkin Star region at the frontier of the first universe. However, the millions of forces of the myriad races alliance the elites will arrive within a day. What if they attack as soon as they descend? At that time, my clan's old ancestor won't know whether to attack or not. Once we make a move, we'll be exposed in advance. I'm afraid that the forces outside the material plane will retreat immediately. Our original plan to give them a painful beating and buy as much time as possible for the allied forces of the 4 races at the front line to unify the entire material plane will probably fall through. The key is that our young friend Linghu didn't come back. Otherwise, as long as he was there, even if he couldn't withstand the attacks of 3 or 4 immortal realm old monsters at the same time, he could at least scare them a little. At least the 4 Star Wars in his hands are all real, unlike us. Sigh. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are 6 palaces lined up in the void. There's only one that can be activated. If we're forced into a corner, I'm afraid we'll be exposed in an instant. Now, we can only hope that our young friend Linghu can arrive in time before the battle begins. At this point, the upper echelons of the Devil Cultivator royal family immediately revealed awkward expressions. They all shook their heads and smiled bitterly. The next day, the elite fleet of the Myriad Races Alliance finally arrived. 1,000,000 battleships sailed at extreme speed and were already less than 10,000,000 miles away from the inner defense circle of the 3 Stars Demon Emperor. 1,000,000 battleships, all big and small fortresses, and all the cannons on the battleships had been fully charged on the way here at extreme speed. In the command cabin on the top floor of the central flagship, the Realm Lord Old Monster from the evil spirit race sneered and immediately gave the order to open fire. 1,000,000 battleships fired at the same time. Boom, 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 boom. Among the 1,000,000 battleships, there were almost no stellar-level ships that were 3,000 meters long. All of them were big and small fortresses. Naturally, the main cannons of the battleships were all black antimatter energy death ray cannons. This scene was absolutely shocking. 1,000,000 energy light beams of the battleship's cannons, although their diameters varied, were all as black as ink. At this moment, they were shooting at extreme speed from the void in front of them, covering the sky and earth, imperceptibly emitting a suffocating aura of destruction. Facing all this, the upper echelons of the demon race were dumbfounded. In the central area of the 10,000,000 battleships outside the inner defense circle of the 3 Stars Demon Emperor, the current Demon Emperor MO, when Tion's angry roar instantly sounded from a command fortress. D*M crazy, crazy, absolutely crazy. What are you waiting for? Attack immediately. Also, the 6 battleships at the front retreat immediately. D*M, this is the rhythm of being exposed. MO, when Tian was indeed furious. According to his and the upper echelons of the demon race's estimation, Yi Xian, who had left in a hurry because of something, should be able to return within a day. With him around, they could completely delay the time a little longer. 2 to 3 days would not be a problem. Basically, they could wait until the forces from the dimensions also entered the demon star field. At that time, no matter which side attacked, the demon race's marquee, immortal bloodline ancestor would be able to attack without any scruples. In other words, the problem that MO when Tian originally faced was just to delay the battle as much as possible. When Yi Xian returned, there would be no more problems. This was not a difficult thing. In a space battle of more than 1 million battleships, the two sides would need half a day to set up camp and confront each other in the void. Then, they would have a war of words and shouting at each other, and another half a day would pass. But what he did not expect was that this time, the other side did not play by the rules at all. They did not say a word as soon as they came, and directly went crazy. What was worse was that this million-strong elite fleet was actually all big and small fortresses and strongholds. Although they were hundreds of thousands of miles away now, these big and big antimatter energy death light cannons of all sizes were all within range, and the speed was extremely fast. But the 6 battleships of their camp stood in the center of the front line, and if they did not retreat immediately, they would definitely be exposed immediately. There would be no end to the trouble. Unfortunately, although he immediately gave the order to evacuate the 6 battleships from the front line, it was still too late. A large number of antimatter energy light beams had already bombarded the front line of the camp. Rumble, boom, a huge explosion sound was heard, and a large number of battleships exploded into brilliant fireballs in the void, including 2 battleships. Of course, these 2 battleships were both fake. Chapter 3976. Rumble, boom, a huge explosion sounded, and a large number of battleships exploded into brilliant fireballs in the void. Among them, there were even 2 space battleships with a diameter of 300,000 meters. The 2 behemoths exploded with a loud bang, but there was nothing in the beehive nodes that collapsed. It was completely empty without any substance. At this point, the secret of the demon dweller Jean La was finally exposed unexpectedly. Facing this scene, the current generation Demon King MO, when Tian and the other upper echelons of the demon royal family were dumbfounded. Their faces were pale, and their minds were buzzing. At this moment, the explosions at the front lines were still going on. The first wave of millions of antimatter energy death ray cannons of various sizes had taken out at least hundreds of thousands of Demonkin warships, all of them exploding into giant, dazzling fireballs in the void. However, the upper echelons of the demon royal family acted as if they didn't see this. Now, their minds were buzzing, and all they could see was that as the 2 space battleships exploded, the demon's war was exposed, and a series of serious consequences would follow. Compared to all that, the destruction of the hundreds of thousands of warships was really nothing. It was simply insignificant. In fact, the moment the 2 space battleships exploded in the void hundreds of thousands of miles away, the 3-sector Lord-level commanders of the million elite battleships of the 10,000 Races Alliance also opened their mouths wide and were dumbfounded on the spot. There was even a large number of gasps from the top command cabins of several flagship fortresses. What's going on? Is it the Demon's space battleship? It was actually destroyed by 2 energy beams from the death ray cannon, and it's a complete disintegration. This is simply illogical. Don't tell me there's not even an energy shield. Energy shield my ass. This is just an empty shell. Look at those collapsed beehive nodes. It's all empty inside. There's not even a hair. Liar. The demons are all liars. There are indeed a few space battleships, but the one left in the 3 stars of the Demon King is definitely not the real thing. It's just a decorative vase, probably other than being able to travel in space. It doesn't have any other function, just like a piece of paper. It disintegrated with one blast. I was almost fooled by them. Is this the demon's weapon of mass destruction? It's so infuriating. As these cries of surprise rang out, the second volley of the million-strong elite fleet began. Boom! Boom! In the void, the energy beams of the antimatter death ray cannons of various sizes weaved into a net and blasted forward. At this time, after the initial panic caused by being caught off guard, the tens of millions of troops of the demon camp had quickly restored order. All the battleships had activated their energy shields, and the fortresses on the front line of the battlefield had launched a counterattack immediately. The void resounded as countless energy beams danced and intertwined. The current Devil Emperor, Immerse, roared out a new order in anger. Among the 4 retreating Starry Sky battleships, the one that could be activated suddenly stopped. Thousands of honeycomb nodes slowly lit up, and energy was transmitted through the densely packed connecting pipes. There were a large number of Devil Cultivator experts in the thousands of beehive-shaped node battleships. It could be said that there were tens of millions of Devil Cultivator experts in the 8 major tribes of the Devil Cultivator race, and in each beehive node, there would be a high priest or emperor of the Devil Cultivator race. There were high-level members of the demon race who were proficient in spiritual power secret techniques. If they were divided up, there would be tens of thousands of demonic dweller powerhouses in each 3,000-meter diameter beehive-shaped node battleship. Under the command of the High Priest or Royal Demonic Dweller powerhouses in the node battleship, they would fully activate the demonic cores in their heads and unleash their mental powers. Finally, it turned into a powerful spiritual power pulse, connecting the huge, special material tube-shaped objects to the nodes and converging toward the smallest inner circle of the mouth of the horn. All of the spiritual power pulses gathered from these thousands of nodes would be blasted out by the combined forces of the 9 Imperial Demon race powerhouses who were sitting in the 9-node beehives in the smallest inner circle of the horn. After being enlarged by the 9 layers of the horn, it would form a terrifying and invisible spiritual hurricane at the Starry Sky level, bombarding the enemy battleships in the opposite camp. This was definitely a killing weapon, and the spiritual hurricane was invisible and couldn't be resisted at all. Even the energy shields of the battleships, fortresses, and strongholds were useless. At this moment, under the current Devil Emperor, Immerse's roar, the only spiritual battleship that could be activated finally let out a shocking roar. From the thousands of beehive nodes, thousands of streams of mind power flowed through the pipes and surged to the core node of the core circle. Then, under the roar of the Star Lord of the demon race, the spiritual power instantly collapsed like a tsunami. Roar! The terrifying sound wave was deafening, and an invisible tidal wave like the sea of stars suddenly leaked out from the core node. It followed the 9 outer layers of the spiritual battle armor and continued to expand. Finally, it turned into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas, and in an instant, it suddenly blasted out. Whoosh, boom, rumble. In an instant, a large number of clear, tearing sounds came from the front, covering the sky and the earth. The void within 1,000,000 miles was torn apart inch by inch, and a large amount of void turbulence was shot out. In a few of the larger void rifts, a large amount of void turbulence formed a void vortex that looked like a black hole. They were all in the void in front of the huge horn, separated by a certain distance from each other. As these void vortexes suddenly appeared, an invisible and terrifying suction force spread out, swallowing countless black antimatter energy light beams in the blink of an eye. More than 100,000 fortresses and strongholds of the enemy camp were also swallowed, falling into the void turbulence. They were exiled and completely disappeared. Not long after, the spiritual battleship of the demon race showed its power again. With just one attack, more than 100,000 of the million elite battleships of the enemy camp were destroyed, and the overall combat power of the enemy camp lost 20%. However, the price the demon race paid was not small. Under the full force attack, the spiritual power of the tens of millions of demon race powerhouses that were the driving force of the battleship was almost depleted, and in a short time, they could no longer fight. Very soon, after the spirit warriors roared out this monstrous spirit storm, they quickly retreated at the first possible moment. On the opposite side of the enemy camp, the three-sector Lord Old Monsters who were commanding the army showed a sinister smile on their faces. One of them suddenly roared, "You want to use this to scare our army? You're only making it more conspicuous." Chapter 3977. Boom! Rumble. Not long after, the spirit battle cry was fully activated once again. Hundreds of thousands of large and small fortresses of the enemy camp were destroyed. Clear sounds of tearing rang out like rain, covering the sky and earth. Nearly 1,000,000 miles of void space was torn apart inch by inch, and a large amount of void space turbulence was shot out. Among them, at a few of the larger void cracks, a large amount of void turbulence directly formed a black hole-like void whirlpool, all located in the void space in front of the huge trumpet mouth, separated by a certain distance from each other. One had to admit that such a scene was indeed frightening enough, and it was a ghastly sight. But all this did not frighten the commanders of this elite fleet of the Myriad Races Alliance. A sector lord Old Monster roared and gave the order to immediately launch the third wave of attacks. The void ahead had already been torn apart, turning into an isolation zone that acted as a barrier. Not only could the battleships not pass through this vast area of 1,000,000 miles, even the energy light beam fired by the battleship cannons could not pass through. The more than 800,000 large and small fortresses of the elite fleet of the Myriad Races Alliance did not hesitate to split into two, avoiding this isolation zone, and simultaneously launched the third wave of attacks. This was forcing the demons to reveal their true trump card. The three-sector Lord Old Monsters of the Myriad Races Alliance stationed this elite fleet only had to push this battle to a white-hot level as soon as possible and let the final decisive battle arrive. The several immortal old monsters of their camp made them extremely confident in the final result of this battle. The demon race would definitely be conquered today, but all this had to be done before the forces of the races of the second universe, the human race of the third universe, and the power of the Myriad Races Alliance arrived. As soon as the entire fleet arrived, they immediately launched 3 waves of attacks without stopping. Their purpose was to force the demon's trump card, which was the immortal old monster, to make a move. Once this person appeared, the 4 immortal old monsters prepared by the Alliance hidden in the dark would immediately descend and kill him in one fell swoop. At that time, everything would be settled. Rumble. Boom! Violent explosions rang out one after another, and the void was illuminated. The vast expanse of void outside the defensive perimeter of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor had been completely transformed into a cruel land of blood and fire. Every minute, every second, there were battleships exploding and there were lives withering. In the void, countless energy light beams of various sizes interweaved into a net, vividly displaying the beauty of desolation and destruction. It even revealed the brilliance of blooming radiance. Half a day later, the elite fleet of the Alliance that had passed through the left and right sides of the void vortex finally succeeded in meeting. In this half a day, nearly 200,000 large and small fortresses were blown into space dust. At this time, after passing through the void vortex area and successfully meeting, these 600,000 large and small fortresses were only 1,000,000 miles away from the inner defense line of the demonic Emperor 3 stars. The main ship cannons of any battleship in the fleet had entered the firing range and were ready to directly bombard any of the 3 stars of the demonic Emperor 3 stars. In the command cabin on the top floor of the main flagship fortress, a sector Lord Old Monster's sinister laughter suddenly sounded at this moment. Kakik, although we have paid a heavy price, but today we have finally forced them into the firing range of the demonic Emperor 3 stars. Past this old man's order, all battleships immediately go all out to charge and launch the last wave of attacks in 30 seconds. Concentrate your firepower and blow up the demonic Emperor 2. 600,000 large and small fortresses and 600,000 terrifying energy light beams of antimatter death ray cannons. If all of them were to focus on one point and lock onto the demonic Emperor 2, by then, even the energy shield of the demonic Emperor 2 stars would not be able to withstand and would be blown apart. In this way, the final result was more than 90% that the entire star would be blown into a pile of space dust. A total of 600,000 Black Death Ray energy light beams were enough to blow the demonic Emperor 2 stars into pieces, and one of the two demonic Emperor 3 stars would be history, and one of the two satellites would disappear forever in the river of history. Among them, this was the vicious plan of the three-sector Lord Old Monsters, using this to force the demonic Emperor 2 stars to make a move. As the order was given, the 600,000 large and small fortresses that had approached the inner defense line of the demonic Emperor 3 stars ceased fire at this moment, but the huge main ship cannons began to adjust their direction, all pointing at the demonic Emperor 2 stars a million miles away. The purpose of this action was too obvious. They were clearly going to launch a barrage and completely blow up the demonic Emperor 2 stars. In the void, the upper echelons of the demonic Emperor 2 stars were aghast as they exclaimed, "Heavens, this bunch of bastards are definitely crazy, charging forward at all costs. Their final goal is finally revealed. Too arrogant, they actually want to make a move on the demonic Emperor 3 stars." 600,000 large and small fortresses launching a barrage of main ship cannons. They are clearly going to completely wipe out the demonic Emperor 2 stars. Stop them. We must stop them immediately. It's too late. At most 30 seconds, this barrage will begin. There's no way to stop it. Amidst the exclamations, the upper echelons of the demonic Emperor 2 stars had ashen faces. They were too careless. They actually didn't see through the enemy's plan, allowing these 600,000 large and small fortresses to complete their rapid advance in just half a day, approaching the inner defense line of the demonic Emperor 3 stars and entering the effective range to directly bombard the demonic Emperor 3 stars. After this round of barrage, even if the demonic Emperor 2 stars was not completely destroyed, it would be half crippled and would be removed from the stage of history. For the demonic Emperor, this was definitely an unbearable and heavy loss, and it might even endanger the foundation of their race. After all, in addition to a large number of demonic Emperor 2 stars and clan powerhouses, there were also countless important facilities on the demonic Emperor 2 stars. For the demonic Emperor 2 stars, this was definitely a strategic level foundation. There was no room for error. However, all of this was destroyed in just 30 seconds. Thinking of this consequence, the upper echelons of the demonic Emperor 2 stars, led by the current demonic Emperor Mo Wen-Tian, were all enraged, their eyes turning red. Xiao. It was also at this moment, a sharp sound suddenly came from the void in the distance. Because the speed was so fast, the sound of breaking through the air could be clearly heard in the background of this rumbling explosion. Subconsciously, the eyes of the upper echelons and countless powerhouses of the two sides all gathered towards the sound. Chapter 3978. At the most critical moment, Yi Xian finally returned. Riding the void-shattering shuttle that was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end, he directly charged into the inner defense circle of the Demon Emperor's 3 stars. The distance of tens of millions of kilometers was actually crossed in a short span of time. Even the Realm Master Old Monsters were shocked when they saw this. This speed was definitely not inferior to theirs. Even a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters could not match it. Today, it was displayed on a small private battleship that was only 1,000 meters long. This was too shocking. In the surrounding void, cries of alarm rang out like a tide. Countless experts sucked in cold breaths of air as hissing sounds could be heard. Heavens, what happened? Where did such a terrifying, small private battleship come from? It is indeed terrifying. With this speed, even the Sector Lord Old Monsters would be shocked. A large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters would not be able to catch up at all. It would be thrown out of the way. True space travel, but it is like jumping through the void. In less than a breath, it is already tens of millions of li. This is too abnormal. Black technology, it is definitely black technology. It is like a great space battle with the devil brother Mo Gene Phone. It is simply shocking. It should be right. He called himself this king and said that he came back. Who else could the owner of this small private battleship be but the Devil Brother M.O. Genephone? Space Treasure. This is definitely a Space Treasure grade small private battleship. The Devil Brother is too heaven-defying. Refining equipment is like cheating. Even the master refiners of the human race camp have never heard of anyone who could create a Space Treasure grade battleship, but it appeared in his hands. Following the exclamations, Yi Xian stepped out of the void-shattering shuttle. With a wave of his hand, he stored it into the undying world within his body. Previously, the situation was urgent, and he had no choice but to use the void-shattering shuttle. Although this small private battleship had undergone the last refinement and looked different from when it was exposed in Prince Xian's hands, his shadow was still there. If he left it outside, it would be spied on. After a long time, he was worried that his identity would be exposed. If that was the case, Prince Xian's identity would be exposed. Although his foundation was far from what it was in the past after experiencing the fortune of the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, Yi Xian didn't want to expose Prince Xian's identity and bring trouble to Triumph City because of it. A large batch of resources and battleships had just been sent over. What Triumph City needed now was time to develop. First Order Star-Lord? This, as Yi Xian's figure appeared, the upper echelons of the Devil royal family heaved a sigh of relief. But then they all gasped in shock. The cultivation aura emanating from Yi Xian's body was clearly at the first level of the Star-Lord level. Although he had activated the Devil Ape's bloodline and entered the true form of the three-headed, six-armed Devil Ape, he was still able to possess the battle prowess of a Star-Lord. However, Yi Xian was clearly in his human form, which meant that the Star-Lord cultivation he was displaying was his true strength. Another breakthrough? How many days had it been? He actually became a Star-Old monster in a flash. These thoughts flashed in their minds. The upper echelons of the Devil royal family, led by the current Devil Emperor M.O. Wen Tian, turned to look at each other, their faces full of shock and confusion. One had to know that when he left the Demon Emperor planet, Yi Xian's original body's cultivation was only at the third level of the universe. In fact, even that early-stage universe realm cultivation level, he had just broken through not long ago. Who would have thought that after leaving for a few days, he would break through again? Moreover, it was several small levels in a row, directly jumping from Third Order Universe Realm to First Order Star-Lord. This was simply unheard of, too inconceivable. Just when everyone was dumbstruck, Yi Xian had already activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body. His human form instantly transformed, and an ancient demon ape that was over 30 meters tall, with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared in the air. Then, he used the 9 Devil Ape Transformation bloodline ability. 9 Devil Ape Transformation. First transformation. With a violent roar, the ancient Devil Ape's body size suddenly increased, and an inexplicable bloodline power surged in his body instantly, converging into a tide-like power. The ancient Devil Ape's 3 true forms Qi, blood, and cultivation power were greatly increased. In the blink of an eye, the body of the ancient Devil Ape, which was only 100 feet tall, directly jumped to 1,000 feet tall. 9 Devil Ape Transformation. Second transformation. After the second roar, the familiar feeling came again, and the ancient Devil Ape real form soared to 1,000 feet tall. 9 Devil Ape Transformation. Third transformation. With another roar, as the third transformation of the ancient Devil Ape was launched, the surging Qi and blood power in the 3 true forms soared again, surging like a roaring river, directly driving the ancient Devil Ape real form, with 3 heads and 6 arms, to expand rapidly like a balloon. From the original height of 1,000 feet, it quickly reached 100,000 feet. However, that was obviously not the end. The last roar was heard at this moment. 9 Devil Ape Transformation. Fourth transformation. The roar shook the surroundings. The 3 heads of the ancient Devil Ape roared at the same time, and a corner of the void trembled slightly. The ancient Devil Ape's bloodline true form, which was 30,000 feet tall, instantly became 10 times larger like a balloon that had been blown up reaching a terrifying height of 100,000 feet. In the end, when the ancient devil ape's body was fixed at a terrifying height of 300,000 m, the aura it emanated had risen by an entire realm. It had risen from the first rank of the Star-Lord realm, when Yi Xian was in human form, to the first rank of the Region Lord realm. In just 2 breaths, his strength had increased by a whole realm. He had transformed into a Star-Lord into a Domain Lord. Coupled with the monstrous blood energy inside his body that was as vast as a sea of smoke, it was absolutely infuriating. Now, Yi Xian already had the qualifications to fight with an ordinary sector Lord Old Monster. The countless experts on both sides in the void were completely dumbfounded by all of this. However, Yi Xian didn't stop. This was because when he'd just arrived and was still in the distant void, he'd already seen through the danger that the Demon Guard was facing. A calamity that could be called a calamity was about to descend. The only reason he had risked exposing his identity as Prince Xian and summoned the void-shattering shuttle to rush to the defense of the 3 stars as quickly as possible was to prevent all of this from happening. Boom! With a wave of his hand, one of the 4 battle garrisons of the undying world in his body was summoned. It was entirely crimson, and it was exactly the Blood Mosquito battle garrisons. Chapter 3979. Space Battle, Courting Death. Yi Xian appeared and charged into the inner defensive circle of the Demon Emperor's 3 stars at an extremely fast speed. He just so happened to be in the middle of Demon Guard 2, which had already been locked onto as the target of the bombardment, and the 600,000 strongholds, large and small, that were 500,000 kilometers away. Seeing this, one of the 3-sector Lord Old Monsters of the enemy camp laughed sinisterly. His killing intent soared to the sky as he gave the order to fire with all his might. In the next instant, the main cannons of the 600,000 strongholds opened fire at the same time. Hundreds of thousands of antimatter death ray energy beams weaved into a net and shot towards Demon Guard 2. Yi Xian's figure didn't move. He and the Blood Mosquito battle claw beneath his feet would definitely be the first to charge forward. If nothing unexpected happened, these 600,000-plus Black Death light cannons would continue forward after blasting Yi Xian and the Blood Mosquito battle claw into pieces. In the end, Demon Guard 2 wouldn't be able to escape today's calamity. Yi Xian had long since expected all of this, but he wasn't afraid at all. As the Blood Mosquito War Claw was activated, he immediately gave the order to attack with all his might at the beehive's main node. Wong! The Mosquito Beast Prince Shui Bin immediately responded. With a light whistle, the order was transmitted to the thousands of beehive nodes. The intense, high-frequency, buzzing sound produced by the mosquito beasts flapping their wings rang out. 40 million fierce mosquito beasts flapped their wings at the same time and gathered together. They gathered from the beehive nodes towards the core node of the 9th circle. This large piece of space was about to be disturbed to the point of trembling at this moment. Screech! In less than a second, a sharp roar rang out. An invisible shockwave rushed out from the mouth of the Blood Mosquito War RA. After being amplified by the War Ra's special form, when it left the largest outer layer of the War RA, this invisible shockwave had already blown out wrinkles in the space. Its speed was extremely fast. An invisible ripple similar to the dense fish scales on the surface of the water spread out in the void. In the blink of an eye, it was already hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Then, it collided head-on with the pillars of energy from the cannons on the opposite side. Shoo! Shoo! An incomparably sharp sound of air being torn apart abruptly rang out. As the void was pushed forward in the shape of a huge fan of fish scales, all of the energy beams that came into contact with the airship cannon, without exception, all of them abruptly paused. Then, as if they were affected by some kind of powerful reverse thrust, all of them turned around and shot back. Moreover, they shot back in a state of continuous acceleration, at least twice as fast as when they came. Hundreds of thousands of Black Death ray energy beams were completely repelled and shot back at an even faster speed. In less than half a second, They blasted into the fortresses of various sizes that had just shot them out. Boom! Rumble! A series of deafening booms rang out one after another. A dense rain of explosions filled the air. Millions of miles ahead, at the very front of the enemy camp, huge fireballs appeared one after another. The 600,000 battleships had just fired a round of shots, and in less than 3 seconds, the cannons had turned around and fired back. This was too shocking. Caught off guard, not many battleships could avoid this strange bombardment. Huge fireballs exploded one after another, illuminating that corner of the void. It was as if a large number of stars were exploding. The power was earth-shattering. Even if these battleships propped up energy defensive shields, it was useless. The distance of the beam of light that was shot back was not far, and the speed was too fast. It was twice as fast as when it was shot out. Caught off guard, it led to such a tragic result. A round of bombardment finally buried themselves. Of the 600,000 fortresses of various sizes, except for some of the stronger masters who rushed out of the fortresses in time and escaped into the void with a horrified look on their faces and avoided this disaster. All the other masters were turned into flying ashes in the continuous explosions. If it were in the past, even if the blood mosquito war beast launched a full power attack, it would not be able to create such a shocking effect. After all, a distance was too close. The structure of the Starry Sky War Beast was destined to maximize its power. It must be amplified by a certain distance. Although the distance of 1,000,000 miles was enough for the special frequency hurricane in the mouth of the War Beast to form a fan-shaped shockwave, it was still too close after all, and the amplification was not maximized. If it was in the past, although the Blood Mosquito War Wolf's all-out attack would be able to block more than half of the energy pillars, there would definitely be a few that would escape the net and still pose a threat to Yi Xian and the Blood Mosquito War Wolf. Even Demon Guard 2 would be affected to some extent. But now, after experiencing the good fortune of the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, all problems no longer existed. The Thunderpool Spirit Mist caused all the mosquito beasts in the thousands of beehive nodes, including the mosquito Prince Schweben, to have their strength increase explosively. Their life levels had also increased by quite a bit. As a result, the might of the Blood Mosquito War Beast's full power attack had already surpassed its previous strength by a few times. Even if it was at a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers, it was sufficient to destroy all of these 600,000 strongholds. At this point, the danger of Demon Guard 2's destruction had been resolved, and it was even to the extent that the curtains to the suppression of the Devilman race had almost been drawn. The 1,000,000+ battleships dispatched by the Alliance of Clans had been completely destroyed, and only a few experts had escaped from the battleships. Amongst them included those 3 old fellows at the World Lord realm. However, after they charged out of their respective flagship strongholds with astounded expressions, they didn't even stop for a moment, and they immediately shot towards the distance like stray dogs at the first possible moment. It was useless even if they stayed behind. After activating the Devil Ape bloodline within his body and entering the state of the Devil Ape True Body, his cultivation had attained the Region Lord realm. Coupled with the powerful vital energy within his enormous True Body, he was already capable of defeating the Devilman race beast under the circumstances that he didn't utilize any other ability. He was able to fight for supremacy with the World Lord realm. But in reality, he'd only utilized one of the 4 war talismans in his possession. Especially the Golden Time Talisman, it could even crush Eternal Realm experts. So merely 3 old fellows at the World Lord realm didn't possess the qualifications to fight at all. In reality, there was utterly no need for them to stay behind because their mission was complete. Even though the true reserves of the Devilman race hadn't appeared, it was the same as Mo Genefone showing himself. The 4 Eternal Realm experts of the Alliance that were hiding in the shadows were about to descend very soon, and they would attack at the same time to annihilate Mo Genefone. In that way, they would be able to force the Eternal Realm experts of the Devilman race to show themselves. In practically the next instant, numerous furious roars that shook the heavens resounded from 4 different directions in the distance. The four eternal realm experts of the Alliance of Clans had finally descended. Roar, roar. Little Mo, you've finally shown yourself. Let me see how you'll escape calamity today. Chapter 3980. The four immortal realm masters descended at the same time. Before their figures appeared, the terrifying immortal realm pressure had already shaken this part of the void. The universe, tens of millions of miles away, was dead silent. More than half of the Demon Dweller star area seemed to have been imprisoned at this moment. There was an inexplicable sense of oppression in the void. It felt like an immortal realm old monster with monstrous, demonic flames. Just one immortal realm old monster was enough to suppress a part of the void. Now that four immortal realm old monsters had arrived together, the Demon Dweller star area was destined to experience a test of life and death today. Crack! A crisp sound of ripping silk rang out. In four different directions, four void cracks appeared in the universe. Four immortal realm old monsters with astonishing auras descended almost at the same time, and all of them had shown their bloodline true bodies. Although they were not very big, only tens of thousands of feet, this was the result of the four immortal realm old monsters' special control. When one reached the immortal realm, even if they showed their bloodline true bodies, they did not need to rely on the size of their body to obtain the majestic power of chi and blood. Seeing the four immortal realm old monsters descend with supreme pressure, the originally expressionless ancient ape demon suddenly grinned with a strange expression on its face. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, he put the blood mosquito battle talisman under his feet into his undying world. Then, with another wave of his hand, the golden time talisman was taken out by him. It was still hanging under his feet, with its huge mouth pointing forward. The immortal realm old monster descending from this direction was a blood-crowned foxdove. Its huge body was tens of thousands of feet long, and it was half fox and half dove. It had the body of a fox, a huge pink tail dragging behind it, but its head was that of a dove. Its red crown was as red as blood, and its triangular eyes were vicious, locking on to Yi Xian. It gave him a very unpleasant feeling, as if two cold lights were plundering his flesh and soul. Because of this, Yi Xian's face darkened, and he decided to deal with this blood-crowned foxdove first. Just as the blood-crowned foxdove stepped out of the spatial rift, the other three immortal realm old monsters also stepped out of the spatial rifts and descended. It was a rainbow flame thunder sparrow. Its entire body was steaming with red, green, and blue flames. Although it was a bird, its body looked like a sparrow that had been enlarged countless times. However, its feathers were clearly not ordinary. Every single one of them had a faint lightning glow stretching back and forth. Obviously, this colorful flame thunder sparrow had powerful lightning power. Its beak was extremely sharp, not only tricolor flames, but also silver thunder lightning. Even immortal realm old monsters of the same level. The third immortal realm old monster was a baleful black demon tiger. Its whole body was as black as ink, like the purest black jade. It even had a lustrous luster. However, more than half of this baleful black demon tiger's body was shrouded in a thick black fog. This fog was gushing out from its body. Even from an endless distance, one could feel a wave of demonic evil chi, which was so strong that it made one's heart tremble. Obviously, the black fog around its body should be some kind of demonic evil chi. This baleful black demon tiger must have some kind of unconventional attack method. Its aura was too restrained. Although it was full of demonic evil chi, it gave people a feeling that it was as calm as water. This was obviously very contradictory, but it was perfectly combined into one body, revealing a strong sense of mystery. The last immortal realm old monster looked much more ordinary. It could be seen everywhere in the void of the three big planes. It was actually a flying centipede. The flying centipede was different from the ordinary centipedes found in some stars. It was a kind of powerful poisonous creature that lived in the void of the universe. Although it only had one or more pairs of huge wings compared to the ordinary centipedes, its degree of fierceness was many times higher. More importantly, the poison sac in the body of this flying centipede could actually evolve. As its cultivation and strength increased, the poison secreted by the poison sac became more and more terrifying. Normally, a flying centipede only had one pair of wings on its back, but this immortal-level flying centipede had 9 pairs of blood-red wings on its dark green body. This showed that its speed was very fast, and, at the same time, the degree of evolution of its life level was very high. This was because the symbol of evolution of the flying centipede's life level was the wings on its back. An immortal realm old monster represented his powerful cultivation and strength, but the 9 pairs of blood-red wings represented the degree of evolution of his life level. 9 was the limit, which showed that this immortal realm flying centipede's life level of evolution had reached the peak of this species. The poison secreted by the poison sac in its body was so horrible that even an immortal realm old monster would be poisoned to the ground in an instant. The 4 immortal realm old monsters were approaching from 4 different directions, but their speed was not very fast. Obviously, they were not in a hurry. With the mentality of a cat and a mouse, they treated this battle as a hunting game. Rumble. In the void, the sound of explosions was still going on. The previous battle had destroyed millions of forts and fortresses of the alliance of 10,000 races. The demon race had lost even more battleships, more than 2 million. After all, the elite battleships of the alliance of 10,000 races did not care about their lives at all. They only wanted to advance as fast as possible, and their lethality was extraordinary. The demon race had paid a great price for this. Although this battle lasted less than a day, more than 3 million battleships of various types were destroyed. Now, they were scattered in the void outside the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor. Some of them had been burned to ashes, leaving only the thick keels of some battleships lying in the void, like cosmic garbage. Ordinary. However, more battleships were still emitting light and heat. The following explosions were heard from time to time, illuminating the entire void. In such an environment of blood and fire, countless demon race experts in the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Except for a few core senior members of the royal family who knew the real power of the demon race, the rest were all pale. The arrival of the 4 immortal realm old monsters at the same time, and they were slowly approaching from 4 different directions. This was definitely a real catastrophe of life and death. In the eyes of most demon race experts and members of the demon race, this time, the demon race was almost dead. They were doomed to the tragic fate of being exterminated. Calmly, the current demon emperor, Imo Wen-Tian, soon gave the order to shrink the defense circle. Tens of millions of battleships outside the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor were all evacuated. They entered the inner defense circle and clustered in the void outside the atmosphere of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor. They were not qualified to participate in this level of battle. The reason why they shrank the defense circle was just to avoid being involved in the battle. Chapter 3981. At this moment, when the 10 million battleships of the Devil race had retreated to the inner perimeter and activated the grand defensive formation of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor's star, an enormous defensive barrier of energy had appeared. Besides the expanse of battleship wreckage that filled the field of vision, only Yi Xian's figure remained in the outside space. He was even standing proudly by himself. Besides that, there were 4 Eternal Realm experts approaching slowly from extremely far away in 4 different directions of the Devil Emperor Star region. At this moment, such a scene was deeply engraved into the hearts of the countless Devil race experts that had retreated to the inner perimeter. Moreover, this scene was bound to become an eternal mark that couldn't be erased unless their lives were ended. Even though Yi Xian's cultivation had greatly improved compared to when he left a few days ago, even if he activated the Devil Ape bloodline within his body and revealed the true form of a 3-headed 6-armed Devil Ape, the cultivation aura that emanated from his body was only at the first level of the Region Lord realm. After the region lords was the world lords, and after that was the universe realm, and only after that was the eternal realm. There were two realms of cultivation between the first rank of region lords and the eternal realm experts, and the gap of a single rank was usually reflected in the gap between experts in the starry sky. Yet now, Yi Xian was facing eternal realm experts that surpassed him by 2 realms with a cultivation at the region lord realm. Moreover, he was fighting 4 of them by himself. Yet he didn't reveal the slightest fear and revealed a calm expression. No matter what the final outcome of this battle was, merely the supreme bearing he revealed right now was something that was bound to go down in history. It was definitely unprecedented and would never be replicated in the future. Numerous sighs of praise resounded from afar. The 4 Eternal Realm experts had spoken successively. Even though their voices carried a ridiculing tone, their sighs of emotion were clearly heartfelt. As expected of the number 1 expert amongst the younger generation whose 4 great monstrous geniuses. Merely this courage is sufficient to make you feel proud. Even this exalt has no choice but to sigh with admiration. The devil race can be considered to possess extraordinary karmic luck to have actually produced such a monstrous genius, the number 1 expert amongst the younger generation. Unfortunately, they were too hasty in the end and exposed their ambitions too early. Otherwise, in the future, once you've truly matured, the devil race might have been able to unify the entire dimension. It's possible. Don't make a mistake. No matter how monstrous your natural talent is, you're only a so-called monstrous genius amongst the younger generation before you've truly matured, and you aren't a peerless expert. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. Either surrender or kill. He actually utilized this golden war cry. Obviously, he's on the verge of death. Little Mo, do you really think that you can kill an immortal realm old monster with just this inconspicuous starry sky battle? Although a single tide of 10,000 years was astonishing, it was still unable to shake the existence of the immortal realm. The last words came from the blood-crowned fox, Dove, that was located in the void in front of the Battle of Time. As he spoke, his pair of sinister triangular eyes were firmly locked onto Yi Xian. His aura was incomparably sinister, causing people to feel as if there was a blade at their backs. Coupled with his hoarse and dry voice, it drilled into their ears. It was extremely uncomfortable. Yi Xian was already extremely unhappy. Previously, the details of the battle between Yi Xian and the myriad Luo Federation Senate had not been leaked out. Countless experts of the devil race had been ordered to keep their mouths shut. In addition, it had only been short time. Even if there was no impenetrable wall in the world, the truth would not have been revealed so quickly. Therefore, the outside world only knew that there was an immortal realm old monster in the Senate of the myriad Luo Federation who was annihilated by Mo Ju Feng, one of the 4 monstrous geniuses in the demon domain. However, no one knew exactly how he did it. However, one thing was certain. Before the Eternal Realm expert died, Mo Jiufeng had activated the Golden War Cry of Time, inciting the power of the Tide of Time and bombarding it repeatedly. Before he died, that Eternal Realm old freak of the Senate had been injured by several waves of the Golden Tide of Time. Because of this, when they saw Yi Xian wave his hand to put away the Blood Mosquito Battle Talisman and then take out the rumored Golden Age Battle Talisman, the 4 Immortal Realm old monsters that were slowly approaching immediately cast their gazes over. Unfortunately, in their opinion, this Golden War Cry of Time was far from enough to threaten the existence of the Eternal Realm expert. The power of Eternal Realm expert's Tide of Time was still too weak. It was obvious that they believed that Yi Xian was bluffing. Their hearts must have been filled with despair, but they struggled on the verge of death and pretended that nothing had happened. They were calm and collected, and even took out this battle of time, as if they were about to launch an attack. This was an empty city strategy. They wanted to use the previous battle record of killing an Eternal Realm expert to create confusion and delay time. Yi Xian, however, sneered. He had absolute confidence in the war cry of time. After the fortuitous encounter in the space graveyard, his 4 warcrims of space had undergone a magnificent transformation. Among them, the Warcry of Time's power had been improved the most. At that moment, the Warcry of Time had been activated. A Star-Lord Azure Gold Empress and 10 Universe State Purple Gold Empress were guarding the thousands of beehive nodes. Those 11 terrifying slimes had become the soul of the entire race. Their mere existence was enough to make the Warcry of Time. Their power had been greatly improved. In addition, the strength and life form of the tens of millions of slimes and the thousands of beehive nodes had been comprehensively improved. As a result, the magnificent Golden Warcry of Time had undergone a sublimation in terms of power. In the past, a golden tide of time represented the instantaneous passage of 10,000 years. However, after this great leap in the life form of the entire race, Yi Xian believed that even if a golden tide of time couldn't reach the instantaneous passage of 50,000 years, it would still be over in 20 to 30,000 years. It was entirely possible. A few more waves of such tide of time might not be able to kill an emperor, but it shouldn't be a problem to injure him as long as he kept attacking. It was safe to say that once the Warcry of Time was activated, Yi Xian would even have the courage to try to fight an emperor. He could simply withdraw the Warcry of Time and run away if things went wrong. As for marquee emperors, unfortunately, there was no need for him to run away. He would definitely be able to injure them severely. If he was lucky, he might even be able to kill them. Right now, the 4 old monsters that were slowly approaching from 4 different directions were all ordinary immortal rank experts. To Yi Xian, although this kind of strength was shocking enough, if it was said that it could move him, then it really wasn't the case. Chapter 3982. 100 thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, yet his gaze had always been locked onto the blood-crowned foxdove that was 5,000 kilometers away, and the killing intent in his eyes gradually grew denser. The foxdove clearly sensed the killing intent in Yi Xian's eyes. A dignified Eternal Realm expert was being looked at so rudely by an ancient devil ape that was merely a region lord. Moreover, the ancient devil ape's gaze even seemed to be extremely hostile. This caused the blood-crowned foxdove to feel extremely displeased, and it immediately grunted coldly. "Oomph. Kid, 3 breaths of time are up. Since you're courting death, then don't blame me." This. As it finished speaking, the blood-crowned foxdove suddenly let out a vicious howl, and then a cold glow flashed in its triangular eyes, while its enormous right forelimb suddenly stretched forward. Rumble. It was merely a casual wave of its hand, yet the space 5,000 kilometers away in front of Yi Xian had instantly started to tremble while it was still 5,000 kilometers away, and it might collapse completely at any moment. An enormous fox claw stretched out from space, and it was covered in blood-red fur as it moved directly towards the ancient devil ape's fleshly body. Its head smashed down forcefully. "Fuck off!" Yi Xian roared explosively while the aura around him surged, and then he immediately gave the order to the Green Gold Emperor within the battle war to launch a full-force attack. Soon, at the core node of the central domain, where time was ending, the Green Gold Slime Emperor did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately took action. It gave the order to the 10 purple gold slime kings and the tens of millions of golden slimes and the thousands of beehive nodes to bombard with all their might. Buzz! In the next instant, an extremely light, droning sound resounded while invisible ripples instantly swept out from within its body. They entered the walls of the honeycomb nodes, and then they moved along the pipes that were connected to the outer walls of the honeycomb nodes to be instantly transmitted to the 1,000+ honeycomb nodes within the Battle War of Time. At this instant, the figures of the tens of millions of slimes within the honeycomb nodes shook simultaneously while the long golden threads beneath their bellies emanated dazzling radiance, causing their entire bodies to glow brilliantly. Layer after layer of golden barriers overlapped and converged together. In the end, the light golden barrier transformed into a dense golden color. Moreover, it was covered in a faint violet gold aura, causing it to seem completely different from before. The golden light had turned into a purplish gold. Although the purplish intent was still rather faint, it was clearly visible. It represented the change in power. Moreover, there was even a hint of azure gold light faintly discernible within this faint purple light. Then, as if they had a mind of their own, they rushed into the walls of the beehive node and followed the pipes on the outer wall back to the core beehive node where the lapis slime emperor was located. All of this was completed in less than half an instant. It was much faster than the previous activation. In just half an instant, the dense golden purple light gathered from the thousands of beehive nodes. Moreover, after entering the core beehive node, this core beehive node, located in the central region of the ninth ring inside the giant horn, suddenly lit up, erupting with blazing purple gold radiance. In an instant, the core beehive node, with a diameter of 3,000 meters, completely transformed into a purple gold world. At the same time that it abruptly lit up, waves of tide-like purple gold ripples spread out along the battle horn. Right in front of the mouth of the huge trumpet, a fan-shaped purple gold ripple appeared and quickly spread forward. Like a purple gold tide, it silently pushed forward. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the huge fox claw pressing down on Yi Xian's head directly collapsed. However, this purple gold tide of time didn't stop for a moment and directly flowed past. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the blood-crowned foxdove in the void thousands of miles away. Little bastard, you actually dared to make a move. This sovereign will skin you alive. At the same time that the fox claw was destroyed, the blood-crowned foxdove's body shook slightly as it suffered a slight backlash. However, because of this, it also aroused the anger in its heart. With a fierce roar, it was about to rush forward and personally descend to kill the little ant that dared to provoke its immortal majesty. Unfortunately, this purple gold fan-shaped tide that represented the power of the passage of time had completely covered this corner of the void at this time. Some kind of mysterious power had already poured out at the first moment, causing the incomparably furious blood-crowned foxdove's body to become stiff, as if it was sealed, fixed in that void, unable to move. Good. For a while, it was impossible to make another move. At least, it was absolutely impossible before this rapidly flowing tide of time dissipated. This was really sullen, making him furious. The killing intent in his eyes was so dense that it was about to materialize. He gritted his teeth and endured. It really is the power of the time law. No, isn't a golden tide? Why did it become purple gold? This sovereign has a bad feeling. At the same time, with the appearance of the first golden tide of time, the other three immortal old monsters who had just descended in three different directions of the void all changed their expressions slightly and let out exclamations of surprise. They had heard of the power of the star battle of the demon race before, and they also knew that this golden battle was able to release a tide of time that was suspected to be the power of the time law. Not long ago, an immortal realm old monster had been severely injured and then killed by the tide power of this war cry of time. Although this matter had been confirmed, after all, no one in the outside world had seen it with their own eyes. And the time law of the starry sky was the most mysterious power of the law, not to mention the ordinary immortal. Even among the emperors, there was no one who had truly mastered the starry sky law, the power of time. Therefore, for the outside world, the power of the time tide of this golden battle war was actually seriously injured. The four old men who had descended this time did not believe the news of this immortal old monster, and they thought that it was a rumor. But now, with the appearance of the first tide of time, the four of them suddenly realized and exclaimed. Even the immortal old monsters did not dare to lightly confront the power of the time law of the starry sky. The golden tide, which had been widely known in the outside world, had suddenly turned into a purple gold color. It gave people the feeling that it was even more powerful and mysterious. This made the four immortal realm old monsters realize that something was wrong, and they became vigilant. Especially the blood-crowned foxdove, who was facing the huge mouth of the Time War, had an ominous premonition, and his body trembled slightly because of this. However, it was too late to retreat now. As the first wave of purple-gold tide rapidly approached, the corner of the void where he was hidden by some kind of mysterious time. The power of the space was imprisoned. This wave of purple-gold tide of time with a mysterious aura. It seemed that he could only grit his teeth and resist it. In the blood-crowned fox dove's opinion, as long as there was a slight gap after this tide of time, with his cultivation strength, he could immediately take the opportunity to break free from the shackles of the time law and personally descend to kill the ancient demon ape in the opposite void. However, everything was far from as simple as he had imagined. It was also at this moment that the first wave of time ripples with a mysterious purple-gold intent finally arrived. Chapter 3983. Walala. As the purplish-golden tide of time flowed past, the massive true body of the blood-crowned foxes began to change in an instant. The first thing to bear the brunt was the most eye-catching blood crown on its head. It was originally as red as blood, but now, in less than half an instant, it completely dimmed. Then, as the purple-gold tide flowed past its body, the lustrous fur of the blood-crowned fox dove's huge body quickly dimmed without any suspense. Large pieces of fox fur fell off and turned into ashes. One had to know that this was the true body of an imperishable old monster. Although it couldn't compare to those supreme existences of the primordial era, or even quasi-supreme existences, but to those below the Sector Lord realm, even if they used their full strength, they wouldn't be able to do anything to it. How could they even damage a single strand of it? Even a hair would not be able to do that. For the starry sky experts below the universe realm, any hair on this immortal old monster's real body was a fatal magic treasure. A hair could penetrate the spiritual altar and sea of consciousness of a universe realm expert and kill them. But now, in just one tide of time, most of the fur on the blood-crowned foxdove's body had fallen off. Even the flesh under the fur had been peeled off in large chunks. This scene was simply horrifying. This huge, immortal old monster with abundant chi and blood seemed to have experienced the merciless erosion of tens of thousands of years in an instant. 30,000 years? It's actually 30,000 years. This is impossible. Screech. The blood-crowned foxdove, as the person involved, naturally felt everything that had happened to its precious body. It panicked in an instant and directly judged the degree of erosion that its precious body had experienced in this instant. It immediately screamed in horror. Originally, it thought that the power of this golden battle flag was 10,000 years in one tide of time, which would not be able to shake it at all. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. Its real power had actually increased by 3 times in an instant, reaching a terrifying 30,000 years. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for it to damage its precious body to such an extent in just an instant. In the blink of an eye, he was close to injuring his muscles and bones. Just a moment ago, the blood-crowned foxdove had been full of confidence and even looked at the tide of time with disdain. But now he was really panicking. A tide of time lasting for 30,000 years was definitely enough to shake his mind. At this moment, the blood-crowned foxdove was no longer calm. It urged the power in its body and struggled with all its might. At this moment, it only wanted to escape immediately. Although Yi Xian had expected all of this, he still couldn't help but feel excited when he saw it with his own eyes. At this time, when the slimes in the time warp had experienced a leap in life level due to the Thunder Lake spiritual mist, he already knew that the time warp's power must have increased. However, because he had never tried it before, he had no idea of the exact extent of this increase. According to his conservative estimate, the tide of time, which was originally 10,000 years per tide, should have reached 20,000 years per tide at the very least. Even if it was only 20,000 years, Yi Xian was satisfied. This was because the time warp could already release 6 tide of time in a row. Even if it was only 6 tide of time now, with 1 tide every 20,000 years, it would still be 120,000 years. It would definitely be enough to kill an immortal realm old monster. But what he didn't expect was that after the first tide of time was released, its power would actually reach a terrifying 30,000 years. A tide of time lasting for 30,000 years. Even if there were only 6 tide of time, if all of them were released, it would still be 180,000 years. 2 immortal realm old monsters could be killed one after another, even if they took turns fighting. Moreover, the power of a tide of time had increased by 3 times. In terms of the number of waves, how could it still be the same as before? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately felt incomparably excited. He raised his head and let out a vicious howl. At this moment, in his eyes, the blood-crowned foxdove in the sky, 5 million kilometers away, was already no different from a fallen foxdove. Swish! Before Yi Xian's ruthless howl could be heard, the faint sound of waves rang out one after another. The second wave of the purple-gold tide arrived at this moment. This time, the expressions of the 4 immortal realm old monsters changed. Their previous estimate was too wrong. Didn't they say that a tide of time lasted for 10,000 years? Now, it was clearly a tide of time that lasted for 30,000 years. This strange time warp had actually been hiding its strength before. If the same tide of time was released 3 times in a row, nearly 100,000 years would pass in an instant. Time had a tide, and one tide lasted for 30,000 years. 3 tide of time represented the passage of nearly 100,000 years in an instant, which was the limit of the immortal realm old monsters. If there really were 3 waves of the same purple-gold tide continuously surging over in a short period of time and flowing through his body, then today's matter would be very troublesome. Thinking of this, the blood-crowned foxdove's entire body began to tremble. Although he was an immortal rank existence, there was a limit to an immortal's lifespan. To experience 90,000 years in a short instant, to him, this was far from a situation where even if he didn't die, he would still lose a layer of skin. Instead, it represented true death. In fact, this was indeed the case. As the second wave of purple-gold tide flowed over, the surface of the blood-crowned foxdove's huge true body, which was originally suffused with a faint luster, had already become dull and gray. This time, not only did large pieces of fur fall off, occasionally, even large pieces of flesh and blood began to melt in certain places. Very soon, even his internal organs and some golden bones began to appear. Even the light in his eyes, which had been shining brightly, began to dim. At this time, the second tide of time had just arrived and had not completely flowed over. Facing this scene, the other 3 immortal realm old monsters in the distant void suddenly changed their expressions and subconsciously gasped. However, everything changed too quickly, and they didn't have time to react at all. In the blink of an eye, the second tide of time had already disappeared. At this time, the blood-crowned foxdove, which was originally full of vitality, had nearly half of its entire huge treasure body's internal organs visible. Bones were everywhere, mixed with flesh and blood, and it looked extremely decayed. After all, in just 2 seconds, this flesh and blood treasure body had already been ruthlessly eroded by 60,000 years of time. If it were a universe-level master, he would have already died. Then, the third tide of time came, and its speed was just as fast. In just an instant, it had already flowed over this decayed body. As the third tide of time disappeared, the blood-crowned foxdove's 100,000 feet bloodline true body, which had already revealed its bones and internal organs, began to collapse in the blink of an eye. Not only did the internal organs fall out of its abdomen, but they also turned into ashes along with the tide of time. The golden bones also fell apart and disintegrated, and they also couldn't resist the erosion of the tide of time and turned into ashes with a loud bang. Chapter 3984. In just 3 breaths of time, an immortal being had fallen. The treasure body, which was originally full of vitality, was now only a piece of white bone lying in the void. It was a shocking sight. This result made Yi Xian very happy, but at the same time, he was also a little surprised. But he quickly realized what was going on. Although the immortal old monsters were known as immortals, there was actually a limit to their lifespan, which was only 100,000 years. And this blood-crowned foxdove had obviously lived for more than 10,000 years. So these 3 waves of purple gold tide, which only represented 90,000 years of erosion, were not something he could resist. This was a good thing, as it saved him a wave of purple gold tide. Yi Xian immediately ordered the lapis gold slime in the battle armor of time to stop attacking, because there was no longer a target in the void in front of the huge mouth of the battle armor of time. The battle armor of time, which was blooming with golden brilliance, dimmed at this moment, but if necessary, Yi Xian could order it to be activated again at any time. According to Yi Xian's estimation, the battle armor of time should be able to release at least 7 waves of purple gold tide if it was fully activated, and it might even be able to reach 9 waves. If it was 9 waves, it would be enough to kill 3 immortal old monsters. Even if it was only 7 waves, it could still kill 1 more. Rumble, with a thought, the battle armor of time quickly changed direction under his control because the other 3 immortal old monsters were in 3 different directions. Whether it was to kill or deter, he had to first change the direction of the battle armor of time. Otherwise, it would be impossible to do so. But this was simple to say, but it was obviously not so easy to do. Previously, he had killed the blood-crowned foxdove by sheer luck. The other party had been too careless and underestimated the enemy, completely misjudging the true power of the battle armor of time. Otherwise, how could an immortal old monster stand there so stupidly? Would he activate the battle armor of time and blast out the power of the law of time to imperceptibly imprison his body together with a corner of the void? That was just a moment ago, but now, the remaining 3 immortal realm old monsters had already awakened, and it would be very difficult to lock onto them with the Time War Scroll. In fact, it was indeed so. After the blood-crowned foxdove was killed in a short 3 seconds, Yi Xian quickly adjusted the position of the Warag of Time. The 3 immortal realm old monsters, who had fallen into a daze, all came back to their senses after trembling. At this moment he was enraged, and his roar and howl resounded through the entire sky. Damn it, I underestimated this guy. Hu Jiu died in vain. How audacious. Look at what he's doing. He's actually adjusting the position of that killing machine. Is he trying to kill us one by one? Dream on. We can't waste any more time. Let's attack at the same time and kill him. We'll force the old monster out. Screech. Between the shock and anger, the 3 immortal realm old freaks released an invisible pressure. Apparently, they were enraged, and they were about to go berserk. The 3 immortal realm old monsters were enraged at the same time. This was definitely going to pierce through the sky, causing the void to tremble. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched wildly. At this time, the Time War Scroll under his feet had already adjusted its direction, and it was right in the middle of the flying centipede and the black fiend devil tiger. If it was activated, these 2 immortal realm old monsters might be affected by the power. With the previous example of the blood-crowned foxdove, these 2 immortal realm old monsters obviously didn't dare to casually stay here. With a roar, their bodies trembled. They were about to attack, but at this moment, their movements were clearly sluggish. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the other immortal realm old monster behind, Yi Xian, suddenly attacked. It was the rainbow-flamed thunder sparrow that was originally listed as the 2nd most dangerous target by Yi Xian. At this time, it just happened to be behind the huge mouth of the Time War Scroll, so it was not afraid of the Time War Scroll's deterrent power at all. After roaring angrily to the sky, its huge body turned into a colorful thunderbolt and shot over at an extremely fast speed. This rainbow flame lightning sparrow's entire body was seething with red, green, and blue flames. Although it was a bird, its body looked like a sparrow that had been enlarged countless times. However, its feathers were clearly not ordinary. Every single one of them had faint lightning bolts pulsating within them. Obviously, this thunder sparrow must have a powerful thunder power. Looking at its extremely sharp beak, not only was it steaming with tricolored flames, but it was also flashing with silver lightning. When it launched at an extremely fast speed, even an immortal realm old monster of the same level would have a hard time. At this moment, The tip of the multicolored lightning bolt that was shooting over was clearly a bright silver lightning bolt. It was formed from the sharp beak of the rainbow flame lightning sparrow and had long since locked onto Yi Xian's devil ape true body. Once he was allowed to get close, even with the strength of the ancient devil ape's body, he would definitely be directly pierced through and die without a doubt. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched wildly, but an idea flashed through his mind. He gritted his teeth and directly activated the Rendezvous seal. In the next moment, the Rendezvous seal, hanging above the sea of consciousness in his mind, suddenly trembled at an extremely fast speed without any warning. It directly materialized and flew towards the top of the ancient devil ape's head. At the same time, a huge shadow appeared behind the ancient ape demon. Rumble boom! A series of thunderous explosions suddenly entered Yi Xian's ears, causing him to be shocked. The image that appeared behind him was clearly a void filled with a boundless aura, belonging to the void of the desolate era. That kind of aura was the same as Yi Xian's from the Dongshu giant turtle, the golden dragon, and the meteor. The heavenly bow divine ability and all the other inheritance images were exactly the same. At the end of the void of this inheritance image, a giant golden lotus was blooming brilliantly, blooming with endless golden light. It seemed as if the entire universe was illuminated by it, as if it was born by the heavens and nurtured in the depths of the void. It was incomparably huge, and even the stars in front of it seemed to be very small. Even the stars seemed to be extremely weak and small. There was only one lotus seed on the lotus stem, but it was green. It was the azure gold seal that had just soared into the sky from his sea of consciousness. Its entire body was entwined with golden lightning, stretching out and spitting out endlessly. The Rendezvous seal was born from such a giant golden lotus with a pressure that almost covered the sky and earth. It was the only lotus seed that was born in the lotus pod of the giant lotus. Rumble. The image was still and illusory, but there was always the rumbling of thunder, which entered Yi Xian's ears and shook his mind. Surrounding the azure gold lightning seal that existed as a lotus seed on the lotus pod, there were countless tiny golden lightning bolts stretching out and spitting out. If one were to expand their line of sight to the extent of the entire giant golden lotus, they would be able to see that around the entire golden lotus, there were countless green lightning balls that were exploding one after another. They were born and died in an endless cycle. Chapter 3985. Yi Xian had never used the Rendezvous seal in front of others. Even when he was in the 6th palace of the 10 absolutes of the human clan in the 3rd universe as Prince Xian, he only took out the thunder source bead that was nurtured in the Rendezvous seal and attacked Tianxianzi. Therefore, now that he was forced to use the Rendezvous seal to kill the colorful flame lightning sparrow, Yi Xian was not afraid that his identity would be exposed. The only thing that he felt was a pity was that merely in this way, he'd undoubtedly exposed a formidable ability in advance, and it was truly a pity. However, the current situation forced him to do so he couldn't care so much. Fortunately, the Rendezvous seal did not disappoint Yi Xian. At this moment, as soon as it was used, it instantly activated the thunder field that came with it, revealing the phantom of an ancient thunder lotus. It directly enveloped the colorful flame lightning sparrow, who had the cultivation of the immortal realm, and completely trapped it. This scene was equally shocking, and the shock it brought to those who saw it with their own eyes was not inferior to the previous War of Time, and it was even greater. The countless demon experts within the defensive formation of the 3-star demonic emperor were completely dumbfounded. In fact, when the blood-crowned foxdove that was killed first fell, these demon experts were completely petrified. In just 3 short moments, an immortal realm old monster became history just like that. This was the 2nd immortal realm old monster that fell in the hands of Yi Xian in a month. Even the current demon Emperor Mo, Wen Tian, and the other higher-ups of the demon royal family, who knew some of his methods, were all dumbstruck and did not dare to believe it. And now, as the Rendezvous seal was used, another immortal realm old monster was trapped in an instant. They were almost numb, and even their eyes were fixed. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it happened in a short moment. At this moment, the iridescent flame lightning sparrow was enveloped by the lightning field of the lightning emperor seal due to a moment of carelessness. The baleful lightning tiger and flying centipede, who had been stunned by the power of the Time War scroll, were only able to complete the change of direction after a leap. When they looked back, they realized what had happened. Immediately, they were shocked and exclaimed again, "What? This is the innate Thunder Source treasure? That's impossible. Where did this kid come from? He actually possesses such an innate supreme treasure, and seems to have even refined it. The lightning sparrow is in danger. We can't drag this out any longer. Kill him immediately, save the thunder sparrow, and seize the thunder origin treasure." The last roar came from the mouth of the black demon tiger. The bloodline true body of this immortal realm old monster was also tens of thousands of feet tall. Its entire body was as black as ink, like the purest black jade. It even glowed with a luster. At this moment, more than half of the baleful black demon tiger's body was shrouded in a thick black fog. This fog was gushing out from its body. Even from a great distance, one could feel a wave of heart-trembling, demonic evil chi rushing towards them. His speed was extremely fast, and his 30,000-meter-long bloodline true body only needed to flutter in the air before he arrived at the space within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers of the ancient demon ape. His eyes were filled with a greedy light as he firmly locked onto Yi Xian's figure, and the black mist that filled his body directly headed towards the ancient demon ape. The ape enveloped it. Obviously, the black fog that lingered around its body should be some kind of demonic evil chi. This black demon tiger must have some kind of unconventional attack method. Its aura was too restrained. Clearly, the demonic evil chi was overflowing, but it also gave people the feeling that it was as calm as water. To perfectly blend this contradiction into one, it undoubtedly made the black demon tiger exude a thick sense of mystery, causing Yi Xian to be inexplicably afraid. He had no doubt that if he was completely enveloped by this black, demonic evil chi, something bad would definitely happen. However, the black demon tiger was pouncing in an extremely tricky direction, avoiding the direction where the huge mouth of the Time War talisman was facing. It was completely fearless, causing Yi Xian to frown. Since the two immortal realm old monsters had deliberately avoided it, the Time War talisman would no longer be a deterrent. In order to prevent it from being damaged in the battle, Yi Xian directly waved his hand and stored it into the undying world within his body. At the same time, with a thought, he directly activated the Rai-Di seal hanging above his head. Rumble! There was a sudden clap of thunder, and in the next instant, a purplish-gold mist sprinkled down from above. Immediately after, countless purplish-gold thunderbolts were attracted and gathered above Yi Xian's head. A sea of purplish-gold thunderbolts rained down on Yi Xian, wreaking havoc on Yi Xian's head, but none of them were able to cause any harm to him. The surface of his body was always shrouded in a thin layer of purplish-gold mist. His hands were behind his back as he stood in the middle of the raging thunderbolts, exuding a thick emperor's might. He was unfazed by anything. This sea of purplish-gold thunderbolts all came from the Rai-Di seal hanging above his head. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped Yi Xian's entire body, forming a protective force. In the end, it formed a huge lightning cocoon with purplish-gold thunderbolts flashing incessantly. Yi Xian, with the Rai-Di seal above his head, was the core of this huge lightning cocoon. Immediately after, the purplish-gold mist that originally shrouded his body suddenly expanded and spread outwards, enveloping the entire purplish-gold cocoon, turning it into a misty green color. Then it began to condense inwards. In the blink of an eye, a thunder source bead appeared above Yi Xian's head. It was entirely purplish-gold in color. It was one of the 8 purplish-gold thunder source beads nurtured within the Rai-Di seal. Whoosh! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, the purplish-gold thunder source bead turned into a ray of purple light and fell directly into Yi Xian's hand. However, it did not touch the skin of his palm, as there was a layer of light green separating them. This aura, the black fiend devil tiger, who was pouncing over with greed in its eyes, sucked in a breath of cold air. In an instant, an extremely strong sense of danger surged from the bottom of its heart. At this moment, he even thought about life and death. This was because the pressure that this small, purplish-gold thunder bead gave him was too strong. It was ominous, causing his scalp to go numb. Almost subconsciously, the black fiend thunder tiger stopped in its tracks. After hesitating for a moment, it turned around and was about to turn around and leave. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Each of the 8 purplish-gold thunder origin beads, nurtured within the Rendezvous seal, was incomparably precious. Since Yi Xian had already decided to use one of them again, how could he give him a chance to escape? Previously, the ordinary thunder origin bead was already able to injure the supreme expert of the universe. Now, with the enhanced Rendezvous seal and the endless purple lightning in the thunder tomb, the purplish-gold thunder origin bead obtained could at least severely injure the immortal realm old monsters. In fact, it wasn't entirely impossible for them to be killed. Want to run? It's too late. With a flash of light in his eyes, Yi Xian said coldly. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the purplish-gold thunder origin bead in his palm instantly turned into a dark purple light. With a rumbling sound, it shot out at an extremely fast speed,